Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, and for the first time ever on KRC right here on the channel, we will be commentating, or at least I will be commentating, bringing you the action of the 65th running of the Daytona 500, and we are about 45 minutes away from the drop of the green flag for today's action. In our pre-race, we'll go over my analysis for who I think will win the championship before this race starts, with this being technically the first full points race of the season. And also, of course, my race predictions for today's race specifically. We're going to get through those first because we have a fantasy league to promote, as it is almost time to start that season. So before I get into my prediction picks for today's race, I will say, if you're not already logged into the fantasy league on the NASCAR.com website or the mobile app, then you will have to do so, because there is a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2024 if you win either the regular season or the playoff championship. So again, NASCAR mobile app or website. I'll actually show you how to do it real quick on the website. Means we have the screen available here. So you can go to Fantasy Live, where the quick links are on NASCAR's website. You click on that. Now, obviously, because I'm already logged into the league, being the commissioner of the league, technically, I'm already, it automatically takes you to the league you're in. So once you're logged in, it'll take you straight to this screen. But there will be a sign up probably somewhere around here where the sign out is for me. All you have to do is put your email in. Again, it is free to join. You might as well do it. I do not have my picks on here yet because I didn't want to actually spoil my fantasy picks for you guys, but I do have predictions for today's race. So if you're making any last minute betting odds, or looking for any last minute advice on the betting odds, or looking for maybe drivers to put your lineup today, drivers to stay away from today, I will cover that over the next half hour or so before we get started with today's race. So hopefully you guys are enjoying your Sunday afternoon already, and I'm sure we're all going to be enjoying it even more here at about another 45 minutes. Furfur Express, JoJo, Billy Kramer, Tommy H. Jurgen Jr., Ralphie Beam, Dakota Rooster, Diana Alves, and others, welcome into the stream. Thanks for being the first in the chat. Regine Huddleston, welcome into the stream as well. So, going to bring up the Google Docs page on my phone here because I have a list of notes to go over these specific drivers. I have 3 drivers who I think are absolute locks to get top 10 finishes for today's race. So if you're going on to any sort of Vegas sportsbook site, putting in any bets, obviously if it's legal for you, but if you're putting in any bets, these are picks who I am guaranteeing a top 10 finish at the end of the day for. And then I'll have some sleeper picks who could potentially get top 10s as well today. So drivers who maybe you can get better odds for that I think will personally have a good chance of getting a top 10. And then drivers who I don't think will get a top 10. So absolutely stay away from these specific drivers who I'm going to have listed. Got to find it real quick. Here we go. Alrighty. And then I'll give my race win pick at the end of everything because that's not really a part of the fantasy league itself. So we're going to start off with the drivers who I think you should have in. So that way if you have a chance to make your bets, this is where we're going to go with. So these are the 3 drivers you should absolutely have on your fantasy teams today. These are 3 drivers you should absolutely, if you are going to make a pick to finish in the top 10, I think at least 2 of these at the very least are going to hit. We're going to start off with Joey Logano for Team Penske. 6th fastest in first practice this week, and I know people say practice doesn't usually matter at Daytona, but I will say the drivers who were relatively consistently quick in single car qualifying, practice, and the dual race this weekend, I think it correlates with one another, and I think they'll have good runs. Obviously, statistical success in the Daytona 500 and other Daytona races in years past obviously plays into effect here as well. But for Joey Logano, again, 6th fastest in first practice. He originally was 5th quickest in qualifying single car on Wednesday, so that means if he's leading the pack, he's going to have a really fast car. He's going to be very tough to pass. On top of that, he won his dual race as I predicted for him to win on Thursday night, and also was 2nd fastest in final practice. Only 16 cars took final practice, but he was 2nd quickest there as well. As far as his last 11 Daytona 500 starts, he has finished 11th or better in 7 of those races, and he's had 6 top 10s in those 11 races. Obviously, he's the 2015 Daytona 500 champion as well, so he has won this race before. And quite honestly, I think he's going to have a very good shot of trying to go for his second today. The defending champion trying to win the Daytona 500. I think the last driver to do that would have been... Man, I got to think about this because it has been a minute. It wasn't Jimmy Johnson because he didn't win the title in 2012. I'm trying to think who the last driver was to win a championship the season before and win the Daytona 500 the following year. Dale Jarrett, 2000? Is that the last time? You have to correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking that that's the last driver to win the championship the year before and then win the Daytona 500 that following year. It's not Denny Hamlin. I'm not saying Daytona 500 championship like the season championship. But I think Dale Jarrett in 2000 was the last one, if I'm not mistaken. Because he won the title in 99. But anyway, Logano's got a chance to make history today if he does do that. In those Daytona 500s, 3 of those 11 were top 5 finishes against 6 top 10s, but 11th or better in 7 of the last 11 Daytona 500s. So the odds are with Joey Logano. He's got a good starting spot. All 3 Penske cars start inside the top 7, so they're going to try to take control of this race early on. And we usually see Team Penske work together as a cohesive unit all the way through these super speedway races. Then the last lap, all heck breaks loose, even amongst themselves, as we saw last year. We saw that in 2021 as well. So I can definitely see them trying to control the race until the very last lap, and then they'll go from there. But I can guarantee he'll be in contention at the very end, obviously, as long as he misses the big one, if we have one today throughout the middle portions of this race. So Joey Logano is my first pick that I'm guaranteeing a top 10 finish. I think you should take him. I can't remember what his odds were FanDuel-wise. I think they were like minus 250 or something like that. I think he was one of the favorites to finish in the top 10. Second driver is going to be his teammate, Ryan Blaney. Obviously, I know I'm a Ryan Blaney fan, but this is not biased at all. Ryan Blaney is super good on super speedway races, in particular at Daytona in the 500. And his last 21 races, if you count the points races and the non-points races, so I'm talking the Daytona 500s, the dual races, the Bud Shootout, or the Sprint Unlimited, the Clash essentially now is what it's called, when it used to be on Daytona on the oval, as well as the August race. In his last 21 of those combined starts, he has 14 top 10 finishes, 2 wins in that stretch, a dual race win in 2018, and then he won the points race in 2021 in August, and he has 10 top 5s in those 21 races. He's finished second in the Daytona 500 twice in 2017 and 2020, and he finished third in the Daytona 500 in the first race of the next-gen car last season and led coming to the white flag. So Ryan Blaney, I think, is going to be a solid pick to get a top 10 finish today. I think he's a solid pick for your fantasy lineups. Expect him to compete pretty well. He, just like Logano, has a really fast car this weekend. Finished third in dual race number 1 behind Joey Logano. Pushed Joey to the win on that last lap in the last corner. Was 7th in first practice. Qualified 7th overall. So also has a pretty fast car in single car speed on Wednesday. So if he's leading the pack, he's also going to be tough to pass. And then third and final practice of the 16 that partook in that. So towards the top of the charts, just like Joey. The third driver, who I think is going to get a top 10 personally, Jared in 99. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thanks for doubling up on that, by the way. I was thinking that was it. I didn't fact check myself, but quickly trying to scramble in my brain. I'm like, okay, who could it have been? That was the first name that came to mind. So third driver. So we have Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, who I absolutely think are solid locks for top 10s today. You should put them in your fantasy lineup. The third driver is going to be Chase Elliott. I think he's definitely one of the contenders that can win this race today. He was second in first practice, so he has pretty good speed in the pack. And then also originally qualified 14th, so not as high as his other Hendrick Motorsport teammates in qualifying. Actually, he was the 4th of which, the only one that didn't qualify originally in the top 10, but he was really fast in the draft. You can definitely tell they set up more for qualifying what they were going to have dual race-wise, and that helped out because he ended up finishing third in dual race number 2 just the other night. He didn't participate in final practice yesterday, so he had no time there. But again, he has a fast car this weekend, and surprisingly, he has really good stats at Daytona. Just like with Ryan Blaney's stats, I'm going to take the non-points races as well as the points races. So the dual races, the Clash at Daytona when it was on the oval, the 500, and then the August race or the summer race at Daytona. In his last 8 starts, he has 7 top 10 finishes and 5 top 5s. He's never won at Daytona in a points race, but he has a dual race win back in 2018. We'll see if he can end up potentially going to victory lane, getting his first win at Daytona, and importantly, his first career win in the Daytona 500 today. I think he's a solid pick, and I do think that he is a solid lock for a top 10, honestly. I think those three drivers specifically, I'm predicting at the very least, are going to get top 10s at the end of the day. Obviously, it depends on if they escape the big one, but if they're in the right place at the right time when it comes to missing accidents, which if they keep themselves at the front of the field, they'll be less likely to get involved in accidents. They all start towards the front. All three of those guys start in the top 7, so I do think that that's going to fare pretty well for them. So we're going to go into sleeper picks now. These are three drivers who I think will potentially get a top 10 finish today. I think they're good picks for top 10s. If you look at the odds on Vegas, maybe they don't have them necessarily as high as those other three drivers I mentioned for particular reasons, whether they're young, they don't have as much success in the sport of NASCAR. They're typically not great super speedway racers on paper. Now, usually I would not put Kyle Larson in the sleeper category, but the reason why I have him in the sleeper category today is because most people tend to think that he doesn't actually run well on super speedways. While that may be true in the Daytona 500 specifically, Kyle Larson's not that bad. He actually, in his last, in his last 7 Daytona 500 starts, he has a 13.8 average finish. Did anybody think that? I didn't think that until I fact-checked it earlier today. But again, in his last 7 Daytona 500 specifically, he has finished 12th or better 5 times. He has finished in the top 10 4 times, 2 7th and 2 10th place finishes, including a last year he ended up getting a 7th place finish in the Daytona 500. So I do think Kyle Larson can run pretty well. Or no, sorry, not last year. Last year was not 7th. 2021 was 7th. Last year he actually got caught up in a wreck and finished outside the top 30. That was his only finish outside of the top 19 in the last 7 Daytona 500s, and that was the only one he didn't finish. So, yeah, Kyle Larson, I mean, he has a chance. Remember in 2017, he was actually leading the Daytona 500 on the final lap before he ran out of gas going into turn 1, and Kurt Busch was able to take the lead. So, I think Kyle Larson has a shot. An outside chance to win the 500. We know he has a fast car. Obviously, he qualified outside of the front row. But not only he has a fast car, he was really good in the draft the other night. He was a little too aggressive with the bump drafts. He almost turned Todd Gilliland on the final lap. Wasn't hitting him square. That's the experience Larson lacks, is when he's up at the front of the field at the end of these super speedway races. But if you remember also last year at Talladega, he had a chance to win. He was up in contention on the final lap, had a top 3 finish. So he has ran pretty good in the next-gen car in the super speedways in particular. And again, in the Daytona 500, of all the super speedway racers, this is probably the best one statistically for him. So again, Kyle Larson, I think he has an outside chance to at least get a top 10 today. Again, 12th or better in the last 5 Daytona 500s, and he has finished in the top 10 in 4 of those races. Now, he doesn't have any top 5, so I'm not going to consider him a chance to necessarily win like Logano, Blaney, or Elliott, but I do think he can have a very good day and a good finish at the end of the day. Chris Buescher is the next driver I have for a sleeper pick. The Fords look really fast this weekend. I'm really high on the Fords, not just for Penske, even RFK as well. In particular, I'll go with Chris Buescher. He has a 3rd and a 5th place finish in the Daytona 500 in 2020 and 2018. Both of those races was in the 37 car for JTG Doherty Racing. So he has good finishes in prior history there. He actually has 7 top 10 finishes in his 14 career starts at Daytona, all points races if you include the summer race and the Daytona 500. So half of those starts he's finished in the top 10. That's pretty good. 5 of those starts he's finished in the top 5. So I will say that Chris Buescher is a pretty good outside chance to get a top 10 finish in the Daytona 500 today. He starts 9th as he finished in the top 5 in his dual race the other night, so he's got another fast car. He won the dual race at Daytona last year. 4th in his dual race this year. Originally qualified 13th, was 11th fastest in first practice, and he didn't participate in final practice yesterday, so he's been fairly quick all throughout Speed Week. So I do think that he is hovering right around that 10th place mark as far as speed goes coming into the race today. I got Chris Buescher getting the top 10. I think he's a good sleeper pick, and honestly a good pick for your fantasy team if you're looking at somebody to maybe start that you're not going to be starting through most of the season, because you can only start a driver 10 times throughout the course of the year. I don't know that you're going to pick many tracks for Chris Buescher. This could be one of them in today's race. The defending Daytona 500 champion is my last of 3 sleeper picks for today. I think it's pretty obvious. Again, pretty high on the Fords, Penske in particular. Cindric looks fast once again this year as he did last year. He won the Daytona 500, as I just mentioned, back in 2022, 15th in 2021 in his first career NASCAR Cup Series start. Finished second in the dual race last year, second in the dual race this year. So if history repeats itself, as it's already done a couple times this weekend, think of all the history that's repeated itself so far through Speed Weeks this week. Now, I know this has nothing to do with Austin Cindric in particular, but Zane Smith won the truck race last year, won the truck race this year. Austin Hill won the Xfinity race last year, won the Xfinity race this year. Last year's front row for the Daytona 500, Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman. This year, they're inverted, but both on the front row with Bowman on the pole and Larson starting second. So if history repeats itself again, Cindric finished second last year in the dual race, second this year. I think if you're looking at Larry Mack's trends for today's race, Austin Cindric may very well win the Daytona 500 for the second consecutive year. It's hard enough for a rookie to win the Daytona 500, let alone for the fact that a rookie and the second-year guy win the Daytona 500. Oh, yeah, they're the same person. So I do think Austin Cindric has a pretty good chance to get a top 10. If he has more starts at Daytona and on super speedways, I'd probably look at him to put him in the must-have pick. I think he's the most confident of my sleeper picks to get a top 10 at the very least today. And honestly, and he finished second last year in the August race too. I didn't even mention that. So he finished second in the August race last season too. So he knows how to get it done right here at the Daytona International Speedway. And heck, they're talking with him right now. Might as well cue him up.
Really understand what it means to win this race and how big of an event this actually is, and to have everybody from Discount Tire with us. Try and do it all again. Those guys have signed back up for more years with Team Penske, and so have I. So try and do it all again.
Thanks, Austin. Here with Bubba Wallace, big week for 2311 and on a big day for the Great American Race. Can you talk about all this leading up to this thing?
One spot better than last year. I think our McDonald's Toyota Camry is the best one I've had in a speedway race. Felt really good in the duels. Made one wrong move there at the end, so saving it for the memory bank, using it tonight. But just excited to get this season going. Start out the Clash on the right foot. Hopefully continue that trend and that momentum.
Good luck.
Really good hearing from some of the drivers. That's got to be a great feeling being introduced for the Daytona 500. We're live here, counting it down with Jamie and Clint and Tony. And as we look at some pictures here at the World Center of Racing, Clint, boy, the crowd really getting into it.
Oh, look at it. It's electric, man. Listen to these drivers. Look at Joey, Corey LaJoy right there next to that Harley trophy. This place is standing on end. I'm telling you, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to find me a hot rod and getting in this race. This is the one that bothers me more than anything. You hear those cars in the background start, and man, it makes you want to be out there competing, putting on a show for this huge sold-out packed house.
And I like seeing Kevin Harvick come across there. He was looking in the stands. He is already soaking in the moments of this final season, but as soon as he gets that helmet on, he'll forget that there's anybody in the bleachers. All he cares about is driving that race car.
Big day for this guy right here, Kyle Busch. You see him getting a ride around in the truck. Denny Hamlin was just on our stage with us. We talked about how methodical he is. I love the plan he has going into today.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Kyle Busch. We'll chat with Tom Rinaldi, and 75 years of drivers in one lap. It's the greatest lap. You'll want to see this. We're counting it out of the Daytona 500.
Let you listen into that for a little bit. I was currently putting my fantasy lineup in so I don't forget before the start of the race with all the talking I've done. So just to recap, the must-have picks that I have guaranteeing a top 10 finish who you should have in your fantasy lineup today no matter what. Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott for the reasons I've already stated. As well, the sleeper picks for today's race, Austin Cindric, the defending champion, Chris Buescher, and as well as Kyle Larson. I think Larson, even though it's a bigger name, he is a former champion of the series, has a lot of wins, is going to be a championship competitor again this year. I'm considering him as a sleeper for the Super Speedway today in specific. So those are the 6 drivers who I think could be good picks for your fantasy teams for today's race. Now it's time to go through the 3 drivers who I don't think are going to finish well. So if you already put a bet on them to get a top 10 finish in the Daytona 500 today, I will say if there's any way for you to revoke your money, make sure to do so, because I don't think it's going to happen. We're going to start off with Trackhouse Racing's Daniel Suarez. As much as I think most people would probably pull for Daniel Suarez to have a good season this year for Trackhouse Racing, I just don't think it's going to happen. Daniel Suarez has an average finish at Daytona of a 28.5. Those are all 11 career 11 career points paying races. So 28.5 average finish. That is not good. His best finish at Daytona is 17th. His best in the 500 is 19th. And then on top of that, he qualified 12th, so he's got decent single car speed. But in the draft, he was not that quick in practice. He was 33rd fastest, didn't even go to final practice, finished 12th in his duel. He was up towards the front in second place there towards the end, but then he ended up turning Kyle Busch. And once that happened, he just fell right to the back on that next restart. So he has not gotten the job done. He's never finished in the top 10. I don't expect him to again today. So whatever his odds are on FanDuel or on Vegas or other sportsbook sites, I don't care. I don't think you should put him as a top 10 pick. It's just not wise. He's never done it before. I don't think he'll do it today. Christopher Bell is the next driver. Also 0 top 10s, obviously, and not only those 11 starts, but 5 Daytona 500s. And he failed to qualify for the 2020 Daytona 500. And I know it was a Gaunt Brothers racing car, but he didn't even qualify for that race. So, not good statistical success during speed weeks at Daytona in his career or just at Daytona in general for Suarez. Christopher Bell is the next driver who I think is not going to get a top 10 finish today. You don't think of Bell as a good super speedway racer? Well, that's because he's not. He has 0 top 10 finishes and 6 career starts at the Daytona International Speedway. That would be both the summer race and the Daytona 500 specifically. His best finish in the Daytona 500 is 16th, so he's never finished in the top 15, let alone in the top 10. And 21st fastest in original single car qualifying on Wednesday night, so he doesn't have great single car speed, and he also wasn't that fast in the pack in practice. He was 28, didn't even go to final practice at all, didn't run a lap yesterday. Now, I know he finished second in his dual race, so he does have a good starting spot, but he doesn't have a lot of Toyotas up there with him. In fact, he's the only Toyota starting inside the top 10, so he's not going to have a lot of help. He'll probably try to team up with the Fords as much as possible. We kind of saw that in the dual races with the Toyotas, but for whatever reason, the Fords were still able to run faster than the Toyotas, and usually it was the Toyotas behind the line of Fords in the dual races when they were single file because they couldn't get off a pit road. Whatever Ford has been doing the last couple of years at Daytona, even before the next gen car, but especially with the next gen car, they're doing pretty well. They are very quick cohesively as a unit. And I think it's going to be pretty tough for Christopher Bell to get a top 10. I think he's the most likely of these 3 drivers to get a top 10, but again, he hasn't done it before, so it's just not a wise pick to put him on your fantasy team today, as well as Daniel Suarez. This next driver has also never had a top 10 in the Daytona 500 specifically, and that would be pole sitter Alex Bowman. Bowman is the 3rd and final driver I have not getting a top 10 in today's race specifically, even though he qualified on the pole and has good single car speed. We've seen this in years past with Bowman. He's just not good in the pack. And to put on top of that, he didn't even try to run any laps in the pack on Thursday, unlike Kyle Larson, who does have a little bit of drafting experience in a race this weekend. Bowman has 0, so we don't even know exactly how his car is going to be. As far as practice goes, he was 4th quickest, so I guess he was good in the draft, at least with his teammates, Larson, Byron, and Elliott in first practice. He didn't participate in final practice yesterday. I still don't trust Bowman. It's hard. It's hard. Again, just like the other 2 guys, if you don't have a top 10, at Daytona, it's hard to have me say that they're going to have a top 10 today. They're just not a wise pick for this race specifically. Since 2018 for Alex Bowman, so this is only his Hendrick years. I'm not going to count the years before Hendrick. His only starts in the Daytona 500 Hendrick Motorsports. He has 5 of them. A 22.2 average finish. Again, 0 top 10s. His best finish was his first race with Hendrick Motorsports right here at Daytona of 11th in 2018. Also, by the way, I didn't state what Bell's average finish was in his career starts at Daytona, 25.3. So Suarez has a 28.5 average finish. Bell has a 25.3 average finish, and Bowman has a 22.2 average finish. So not good at all for those 3 drivers. I just don't think that they're going to get solid finishes in today's race. If I'm wrong, obviously, we'll review that at the very end of the race today. But those are my predictions. The final 2 predictions, 2 today, because I have to predict the champion and the actual Daytona 500 champion. I'll start off with the season championship. So coming into this year, first of all, last year, I picked Chase Elliott to win the title. He came close, had a great season, won the regular season championship, had the most wins, statistically probably had the best year, but he did not win the title, so I was wrong on that prediction. So I think he'll be fast again this year. I'm not going to pick him for the championship, but I do think he's got a really good chance to get back to Phoenix for the championship 4. The Fords are really fast on the flat tracks last season, and then Toyota's kind of picked it up at the end of the year. So I'm going to go with the Ford/Toyota group of drivers. Ryan Blaney I don't necessarily trust just because he didn't win a race last year. The lack of playoff points hurt him, and that's why he missed the championship 4. I do think he's going to have a good chance to win the championship if he can get to Phoenix. The problem for me personally is him actually getting there with a shot at the championship, and he failed to do so last year. I think Joey Logano could have a good season, but he had a lot of inconsistencies throughout the middle portion of the year, so he didn't have a ton of playoff points. But winning the first race of the round of 8 last year locked him in. He didn't even have to worry about those next 2 races. I don't know if you can rely on him to do that again this year, so I'm not going to go with him. Cindric's pretty young. Can't go with him there. Kevin Harvick's getting a little older, so I'm going to steer clear from picking any driver from the Ford camp. I'm going to go with the Toyotas. Denny Hamlin wasn't that consistent last year. Martin Truex Jr. didn't get a lot of wins. I don't think he's going to run well, particularly today in the Daytona 500, but I'm going to predict Christopher Bell to win the championship at Phoenix this season. I think he is going to be my championship pick. I like him. Again, for the reasons stated, I like the Fords, I like the Toyotas on the flat tracks particularly. And those last 2 races of the year are flat tracks. We saw Bell won last year in the first flat track race at the end of the season at Martinsville, and I think he's going to have a really good chance of being able to win at Phoenix. I think he'll get some wins throughout the course of the year as well, so he can get those playoff points just like he did last year. That'll help him. So, again, going right to the championship pick right there. I'm taking Christopher Bell. I'm interested to see what you guys think. Odds shifted way into Ford's favor on the manufacturer to win. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think a Ford's going to win more than likely. If a Ford doesn't win today's race, I think it's going to be Chase Elliott. But Kyle Busch looked really strong too. And honestly, I was considering Kyle Busch to win this race earlier in the week until he wrecked and had to go to a backup car. And I know he stated in his interview during practice, I believe on Saturday when I saw it, that he was, or not Saturday, it was Friday when I saw it, that he had stated that he really liked this car. He thought it was pretty similar. I still don't think it's exactly the same, and he's starting deep in the field, which is not going to help because the track position does matter at Daytona Talladega, whether people like to say it does or doesn't. Especially with the next-gen car, I've noticed it's really hard to get 3 lanes forming, so if you're trapped in line on the bottom lane, you really have nowhere to go with the outside cars there, and even if you're on the outside, you're deep in the field. It's hard to navigate through because we're probably going to see a lot of side-by-side racing today. I don't think we're going to see much 3-wide. Maybe at the very end you'll try to see drivers do it, but I just don't expect it to happen throughout most of the race today, so it's going to be pretty difficult for him to get from the back to the front. I do think he'll get back in contention and could get a top 10, but I just don't think he's going to win today's race in particular. So I picked Bell to win the championship. Now I just got to give you guys my pick to win the Daytona 500 today. I got money on this guy. I'm going to win $1,200 if he wins this race because he's 12-1 odds to win the Daytona 500 today, but I think he can get it done. He won Thursday on a dual race. I mentioned him already that he is one of my favorites to be an easy lock for a top 10, but he's going to be my pick to win today's race as well. I'm taking Joey Logano to win the Daytona 500. I've been feeling Logano all week. Even before Speed Week started on Wednesday night, I honestly was kind of leaning towards Joey Logano. Yeah, I was leaning towards the RCR cars a little bit. I don't think Austin Dillon's as quick as I thought he'd be this week. Kyle Busch is quick, but again, he wrecked in the duel. He's got a backup car. He's starting deep in the field. I think that's going to hurt him. Fords are already up towards the front. I think they'll try to control the race. It's hard not to take a Ford in this race today, just with how fast they've been in Speed Weeks for the third consecutive year, but the second with the next-gen car. So I'm taking Joey Logano to win the Daytona 500 today. So, again, comment in the chat down below. Who do you think is going to win the Daytona 500? But my pick, Joey Logano. I am curious to see what you guys think. And I have got my fantasy picks in. So again, I'll show you how to get into the Fantasy League one more time here before the start of the race. And even if you don't join before the race starts, there's still an outside chance you can win the regular season championship just because it is Daytona. There's a chance that a lot of the people in the Fantasy League could have their guys wreck out of the race and not score a lot of points today. So definitely want to get in, obviously, so you can play this week. But you got a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you do win the regular season or playoff championship. It has not refreshed my lineup, which is actually good. But anyway, you go to the... Actually, I'm going to have to back out to show you the whole thing. So give me a second. So if you go to the top of the NASCAR.com website, you can see the quick links right here in red, and then you scroll a little bit to the right, and it's the first one as of right now. That might change throughout the course of the year, but it's the first one for right now. You go to Fantasy Live. It's also on the mobile app as well, so it's not just the website you can go to. So there's my team, but anyway, so you could sign up with your email. I would assume the sign up is pretty close to where the sign out is. I can't remember my password, so I don't want to sign out and then sign back in again just to see. But you should have a sign in somewhere. You sign up with your email. Again, it's free to join. And then you go to League. It'll ask you to, if you want to join a league, if you're not already in. Obviously, I'm already in the league that we started here. But already in the league, it'll ask you if you want to join a league. And then you would click, obviously, to join league. You could create a league if you want to also. But if you wouldn't have a chance to win the tickets, obviously, because you wouldn't be in this league. So to be in this league, it is KRC League. KRC in all caps, capital L on league. I'll put it in the chat real quick. So this is how you spell it. This is character by character, KRC League. And then you hit join, and it's pretty easy. And then as you see, right here, you get 5 drivers to pick in your lineup every week, and then a garage driver, which if you play like fantasy football or something of that nature, essentially your garage driver you can put in for a starter. You rotate your team every week. You don't have whoever you pick this week, you don't keep them the whole rest of the year. You rotate your lineup every week. You can only use the same driver 10 times throughout the course of the season. So you have to be aware of that for who you pick specifically today and throughout the course of the year, that you can only pick them 10 times. You have until the end of Stage 2 to lock in your lineup. So whoever the starting 5 are will be the drivers who will get points for you. And the points are the same as what they are in actual NASCAR. So if your driver gets stage points, whatever points they end up getting at the end of the race today or throughout the course of the season, it will accumulate for you as well. But because you have 5 of them, obviously you're going to have well more than just one driver's worth of points. But also, if a driver is in your garage, they don't actually count as a usage. So say Larson's in my garage at the end of Stage 2, it doesn't actually count that I have used him at all yet this year. So you would still have 10 starts for him. So if somebody wrecks out early, has a mechanical issue, you could swap them out. If they're just not scoring as many stage points perhaps, or not running as well as you thought they would, you could swap them out there as well. And then you have some bonus picks down at the bottom of the page. 10 points for each one you get correctly. It's a head-to-head. So, like I have Busch over Reddick. This one was pretty tough just because I think the RCR cars will be fast, but I just trust Bubba a little bit more on the super speedways than Austin Dillon. But our picks will obviously vary. If everybody has the same picks, then we're all just going to get the same points. So I'd imagine everybody's picks will vary. I do guarantee that you should absolutely put Logano, Blaney, and Elliott in your lineup, though, again, as I mentioned. I think those are guaranteed locks for top 10s. I think they'll have good days. Good finishes at the very least. So that is how you get into there. And there's only 100 possible entries, so it looks like there was 30 in there right now based off of last season. If you were already in it last year, you should be automatically locked in this year. You just got to make sure you get it going. First caution before or after bet, lap 21.5. That's tough. I'm probably leaning towards it would happen before, but if it does, it'd probably have to be at the back of the pack. I don't think there's going to be anybody wrecking towards the front of the field that early. Cody Ware winning the 500. That would win you a lot of money, I will tell you that much. Not a wise pick, though. Sorry I haven't shouted a lot of you guys out. I wanted to make sure I got through all those picks. Let's see here. Derek Booth, John David, Santiago Kidd, shouted some of you out right at the start of the stream, but not a lot. Vince Dwyer, welcome into the stream. Seth Thomas, Dale Campbell, Jeff Curry, Patrick Shadley, Billy Carjoy, Matt Hunter. Terry Lewis, Max Gray. Took Elliott, Wallace, Keselowski, Suarez. I would take Suarez out. Take Suarez out. I don't like it. He has never finished in the top 10 at Daytona in 11 starts. It's not wise. He's got what did I say? 28.5 average finish in his career at Daytona. It's not even counting the fact he missed the 500 in 2020 too. If you could revoke it, I would highly recommend it. Watch Suarez go on to win today and eats my words. I will. I don't know what I'd do if Daniel Suarez wins this race today. I will figure out some sort of a punishment for myself, but I don't think he's got it. He'd be lucky to get a top 10. James Moore, welcome into the stream also. Yeah, Blaney, Elliott, Hamlin, all 1,200. Rod Brown, thanks for tuning in. Interested in Connor Daly from IndyCar. Hope he can survive. Yeah, he'll probably be hanging around towards the back. I don't know how fast he's going to be today because even in practice 2 days ago, in the draft, he was still about a second and a half off the pace compared to everybody else. So, yeah, the Fox Bet odds are a little different from FanDuel. FanDuel had Kyle Larson as the favorite at plus 1,000. Didn't make any sense to me personally. I think he has a good chance to win. I think he should be like one of the top 10 favorites, but I don't think he's. I don't think he's going to be. I wouldn't say a chance to win as much as I think he's going to have a good run. I think he can get a top 10, but he's never finished in the top 5 at Daytona. Richard Petty talking to Kevin. Yeah, I see that or saw it. I'll get the raw feedback up for you guys. Sorry, I got to get the chat on my phone so I can look at it there. It is 2:43 Eastern Standard Time. It's like the drop of the green flag is scheduled for 3:14. I thought it was going to be around 2:45, but 3:14 is the drop of the green flag scheduled time. So I'd have to imagine we're going to be getting the national anthem in here pretty soon, and then after that we will have the command for you guys, and you guys will get to listen to all of that. Any more driver interviews between now, the end of the race as well, you guys will get to listen in, pit reports and others. But the first live commentary race of the season as far as the Cup Series points races go, we did the Busch Clash a handful of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago to be exact. And not only that, kind of forgot there was, like 7 Grand Marshals for the race today? Everybody lining up right now to get organized for the pre-race ceremonies again. Guys, we'll get to listen in. Should be any minute here. I'll go through the, not the betting odds necessarily. Looks like the grid walk's going on with Michael Waltrip. I'll let you guys listen into that.
Bubba?
Let's talk about him. He's right here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
gosh.
see on your Instagram you're a big
I was about to
Bubba
say,
fan.
never
I got
mind.
my eye, so, you got any advice for him today?
Stay calm. Don't pee your pants.
What?
Yeah, I tell you, as an older driver, I did that a few times.
Oh, my
I have
God.
not, so I'm not going to ever. Beautiful car, beautiful day. Tell me how good it feels, the vibe.
This is great. This is the best I've woken up for a Daytona 500, and that means a lot. It means a lot for our team. McDonald's on our car here. They deserve a win here at the Daytona 500, so we'll get it.
You've been close, pulling for you. Nice to meet you. No. All right, I'm on my way. Find a couple of USFL coaches. This is going to be cool. My buddy Skip Holtz won it all last year. How about that? 11-1, took the championship down. John DeFilippo. That's fun to say, DeFilippo. You say it.
DeFilippo.
He says it better. How did it feel winning that first season on Fox?
You know, it was unbelievable on Fox. It was just an incredible experience, ready for season 2.
Yeah, you gonna take him down?
100%, twice.
Oh, you're in trouble, brother. Hey, Denny, your old buddy Mike.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm doing good. Did you see the USFL coaches? They were a lot of fun.
I love the USFL. They're like the other NFL, but only less rules, which is awesome.
That's awesome on Fox. Hi, Taylor.
Hi.
Say hi to America. Hi, Molly.
Hi.
Buddy, I'm pulling for you. Here we go. I've been waved on. I gotta run like this because my microphone will fall off my pants if I don't. Noah! I love your hat, brother.
Thank you, thank you.
Bring it in here.
Hell yeah, we're getting ready to go here at Daytona 500. I can't wait. I just scanned the square in the fan zone, got me some Wendy's right there. Scan that, race fans. We're ready to go with Wendy's at Daytona 500. It doesn't get much better.
Can I have a burger? I'll take it to one of the drivers and see if somebody's hungry.
Yeah, eat that. There we go. How's that look?
Oh, heck yeah.
Have some fun.
I'm cheering for you. You're my underdog to win it all.
Thank you, buddy.
Here we go. Burger is right. Hello, Mimi Amigo. Good to see you. It's a cheeseburger. Noah gave it to me. How you feeling?
I feel great, man. How are you feeling?
Have you ever felt more energy at a racetrack in your life?
This is crazy, you know, like look at wherever you look, it's full of people. So much energy, so much excitement. We've been here already for 6 days. And finally, today's the day to run the Daytona 500 and I'm ready.
I'm ready too. Let's slow it down to opening ceremonies and Adam Alexander.
Let's go, amigo. Let's go. You got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Robertsdale High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, representing Advent Health of Central Florida, please welcome Chaplain Farzad Norian.
Lord God, we pause for a moment this afternoon to acknowledge you and ask for a sense of your presence to be with us. Please protect our drivers in the race today, our crew members, our fans, officials, and their families. And please protect and bless our men and women in the military and law enforcement. And Lord, please bless their families. For these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Here to perform today's national anthem, please welcome platinum artist and songwriter Breland.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Even from my home, you can't not get chills whenever there's a NASCAR race, national anthem, followed by the flyover. Feels like I'm there. But I'm not But I will say I am proud to be here with you guys today, bringing you the 65th running of the Daytona 500. Following the command that we will see in a couple of minutes, we'll go through today's starting lineup as we are about to take the green flag for the Daytona 500 in 2023 and start the actual season. The dual winners on Thursday night technically tied for the points lead as points were awarded to the top 10 in that race, similar to how they would be scored throughout the stages. I don't know what's going on here. They have like virtual NASCARs on the racetrack. The fans at the racetrack can't see this. I mean, they might have it on like the actual jumbotron, but start that rumble. I agree with you. How do they get the planes to leave the smoke trail? I'm not the right person to ask on that one. I've never flown a plane before. I've been in a plane a couple times. Commercial plane, not like a... None that would leave the... Well, I guess technically they leave the trail of smoke. I don't know how they do it. I think it's just because of how fast they're going, right? You would think? I'll bring up the poll I put in the community tab a little earlier on this morning. I asked you guys who you thought was going to win the 2023 Daytona 500, and the votes are in. 111 votes casted in the poll, and other actually won out of the 5 various poll options. 35% said other. 28% had Chase Elliott winning the Daytona 500. 16% had Ryan Blaney winning the 500, 11% said Joey Logano, and 10% said Kyle Larson. I put those 4 in because based off of Vegas, those were the top 4 leading into today's race. As far as the other picks, some of you guys had Kyle Busch, see a Kevin Harvick, blind guess at Travis Pastrana to win the 500. I seen a couple of Kevin Harvicks. I see one Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher, and a Ryan Preece pick. Bubba Wallace, a couple more for Kyle Busch. Nobody, somebody said a Ford, but no one in particular. Somebody said not Chase Elliott, that's for sure. I have a pick for Ryan Blaney. Another pick for Ryan Blaney. Jimmy Johnson. And we have another Logano, even though, but that was one of the picks that was one of the various options. Same goes for Ryan Blaney or Chase Elliott. But, so, I guess, based off the other, and from what I'm seeing in the other, it looks like Kevin Harvick maybe is the pick to win the Daytona 500 from you guys. Even though, obviously, there isn't, enough to make up the full 35% that say other. But it looks like Kevin Harvick is your guys' pick to win the Daytona 500 today. So that will be the fan pick for today's race. We will keep an eye on him, as well as my other predictions from the pre-race on the must-haves, the don't-haves, and the sleeper picks today. We'll keep a close eye on those 10 drivers. I did not have Kevin Harvick in either of those 3 groups earlier, so really have no clue exactly how he's going to run. I can't go through the full 40-car field and tell you where everybody's going to finish because then I'm going to get like half of them wrong. So it's not possible. So I try to limit myself down to anywhere between like 6 to 9 picks every week. And we had 3 for each this weekend, with it being the Daytona 500. So I got 9 predictions for 9 various drivers. William Byron. Got another Cody Ware pick. Yeah, comment down below in the chat who you think is going to win the Daytona 500 as we're minutes away from the start of the race. About 20 minutes away from the drop of the green flag right now. Got Truex for the win. Interesting. T-Van, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Keselowski. Wade, welcome in. Frank Powers, welcome. Got a McDowell pick. BP Stolat, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully I said your last name correctly. Christopher Bell looks ready to win. Yeah, I don't have him running particularly well today, but he is my pick to win the championship this weekend. This weekend meaning before the actual week starts. The end of stage 1 and 2, I chose to do something new, or at the end of stage 2 this year, I chose to do something new and show off the diecast because I don't really show them off close enough in these live commentary streams. So, gonna be doing that every race at the end of stage 2 this year. We did it for the Truck and Xfinity race specifically today because it's the Daytona 500. I'll be showing you guys 2 diecast, one at the end of each stage. And they are like reasons for me picking the particular diecast on the race weekend. Obviously, we had a truck the other day, an Xfinity car, and we got a couple of Daytona 500 cars I'm going to show you guys. Not both of them are winning. One of them is a winning 500 diecast, and the other one is just one that was ran in the Daytona 500 a few years ago. Brandon Preston, thanks for tuning in.
This is about 75 years of legends and their rocket ships. Each one built with one thing in mind. Get out front, stay out there. Because out there is where the future is. And if the first 75 years is any indication, you better brace yourself for the next 75. NASCAR, always forward.
And now, let's welcome members of the founding family of NASCAR. Jim France, Lisa France Kennedy, and Ben Kennedy, joined by NASCAR President Steve Phelps.
NASCAR fans, welcome to the 65th running of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. This year's Daytona 500 has added significance because it is our 75th anniversary season. We've seen a lot of changes in 75 years, changes to our tracks, changes to our race cars, but the one thing that has remained constant is the most amazing fans in the world, and those are NASCAR fans. They are loyal, they are passionate, and they always stick with NASCAR. So on behalf of the France family and the entire NASCAR community, I want to say thank you for your unwavering support of our great sport. Enjoy the Great American Race.
Thank you, Steve. And now it's time to fire the engines for the 75th season of NASCAR. It's the 65th running of the Daytona 500. We've got several legends with us here today who have won both the Cup Series Championship and the Great American Race. They're going to give the command for today's event. Let's say hello to them now. A 7-time champion and 7 Daytona 500 victories by the King, Richard Petty. He's a 3-time Daytona 500 champion and the 1983 Cup Series champion. Welcome, Bobby Allison. Here he is, 2-time Daytona 500 champ and the 1988 Cup Series champion, Bill Elliott. And now, 3-time Daytona 500 champion and the man that got the title in 1999. Say hello to Dale Jarrett. Next up, 3-time Cup Series champion and a 4-time Cup Series champion, Jeff Gordon. And now, 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and the 2-time Daytona 500 winner, Jimmy Johnson. Ready to start his final season, the 2007 Daytona 500 champ and 2014 Cup Series champion, Kevin Harvick. The 2017 Daytona 500 champion and 2004 Cup Series champion, Kurt Busch. And the 2015 Daytona 500 champion and 2-time Cup Series champ, Joey Logano.
gentlemen, let's get those engines fired up. Drivers, start your engines!
Grand marshals who could not attend: Cale Yarborough, Darrell Waltrip, and Matt Kenson.
Well, with that being taking place, I'm sure, I was going to say Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, and Joey Logano are probably running to the race cars right now, but here we go. Villanor, Maria M., thanks for tuning in also. Troy, thanks for tuning in, of course, as always. Over 100 people in the chat already, haven't even gotten the race kicked off. We will have many more join, I'm sure, throughout the course of the 65th running of the Daytona 500. We'll take a look at today's starting lineup. Don't have a sponsor yet on the channel, so presented by nobody. Kind of like the TNT guys do on the NBA games. They do the, what is that? It's like the Ernie Johnson stat of the night or something. It's always presented by nobody for whatever reason. So, anyway, here's the starting lineup for the 65th running of the Daytona 500. On the pole for the third time in his NASCAR Cup career is Alex Bowman, still searching for his first career top 10 in the Daytona 500 today. Kyle Larson on the outside of the front row. He was last year's pole sitter for the 500. He is looking for his first career top 5 in the Daytona 500. Joey Logano and Eric Almirola, the two dual winners from Thursday night, will line up in row number 2. Logano is the 2015 champ, and Eric Almirola has never won the 500, but he does have a summer Daytona win in 2014. Christopher Bell and Austin Cindric will line up in row 3. Christopher Bell still searching for his first career top 10 this weekend at the Daytona International Speedway, and Austin Cindric is the defending champion of the 500. Ryan Blaney and Chase Elliott will line up in row number 4. None of them have won the 500, but both have dual wins under their belt. Blaney was the August winner back in 2021, and Elliott has never won at the Daytona International Speedway in a points race. Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski, the RFK Fords, will line up in row number 5. Keselowski still searching for his first career Daytona 500, and Chris Buescher looking for his first 500. Both were winners in dual races last season, and both had top 5s in their dual races this year. Michael McDowell, the 2021 Daytona 500 champion, will line up on the inside of row number 6 with Corey LaJoie to his outside. Kevin Harvick and Todd Gilliland will be in row number 8. 2007 Daytona 500 champion is Harvick, and Gilliland, who made a great save on the final lap in the dual race on Thursday, had a fast car looking to propel himself back to the front of the field again today. Bubba Wallace and Martin Truex Jr., never a bride, but always the bridesmaid at the Daytona 500. Wallace 2 second-place finishes back in 2018, and last year in 2022. Truex runner-up in 2016. Zane Smith and Denny Hamlin will line up in row number 8. Hamlin, the 3-time Daytona 500 winner, and Zane Smith, one of the open entries to start in the 500 this weekend, making his second career NASCAR Cup Series start. Harrison Burton and Ryan Preece will be in row number 10. Preece in the 41 for Stewart-Haas Racing this year in place of Cole Custer. And Harrison Burton making his second start in the Daytona 500. William Byron and Noah Gragson will line up in row number 11. Byron is won at the Daytona International Speedway in a points and non-points race, won a dual race back in 2018, and also ended up winning the summer race in 2020. And for Noah Gragson, he is competing for Rookie of the Year honors in the Legacy Motor Club number 42 car this season. Both the Trackhouse cars will line up in row number 12 for today's race. Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez. Chastain won at Talladega last season on a super speedway, and Daniel Suarez has failed to finish in the top 10 in all 11 of his career starts at Daytona. Eric Jones and Tyler Reddick will be in row number 13. Jones, the summer winner in 2018, and Reddick, who has never finished in the top 10 at the Daytona International Speedway in the 500 specifically, will try to do that today. Austin Dillon and Justin Haley will line up in row 14. Dillon, the 2018 Daytona 500 champion and the August race winner a season ago. Justin Haley has never won a Daytona 500, but his first career win came back in 2019. In the summer Daytona race, has 3 Xfinity wins on super speedways as well, 2 in the summer Daytona events. AJ Allmendinger and Chase Briscoe will line up in row number 15, both looking for their first Super Speedway wins in the NASCAR Cup Series today. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and BJ McLeod will line up in row 16. Stenhouse, the summer winner in 2017, has never won the Daytona 500 and hasn't won a race since 2017 in that race. Rookie Ty Gibbs in the 54 car for Joe Gibbs Racing, starting deep in the field on the inside of row 17, and IndyCar's Connor Daly to his outside. Cody Ware and Kyle Busch in row 18. And for Kyle Busch, his first start in a points race at RCR, swapping from longtime driver of Joe Gibbs Racing, now driving the famed 8 car. Ty Dillon and Riley Herbst will be back in row 14. Herbst making a one-off start in that 15 car for Rick Ware Racing. Ty Dillon, his first race with Spire Motorsports in the 77. And rounding out the field in the 65th running of the Daytona 500 in row 20 will be 2 open entries of Jimmy Johnson and Travis Pastrana. Johnson, 7-time champion, back in the sport of NASCAR for 10 scheduled races part-time this year with his owned race team, Legacy Motor Club, and Travis Pastrana in a third 2311 entry. No name in the world of motorsports with making his first career NASCAR Cup start today. The race is on Fox, for those of you wondering. I cannot show footage of the race, but I will give you guys the commentary throughout the course of this one, as usual. The engines are already fired. The cars yet to leave pit road. They are actually currently leaving pit road. 3 pace laps, and then we will go green for the start of the 65th running of the Daytona 500. D-Factory Rat, thanks for tuning in. SC30, thanks for tuning in. Fox going through their starting lineup right now. Almost time for chicken skin. David Owens, thanks for tuning in. Gonzo got hair implants in the offseason. Hey, I don't blame him. All right, I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't know about implants. Kind of doesn't look quite as natural, but. Robert L., thanks for tuning in. Got over 100 people watching again. Be sure to hit the like button, by the way. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Helps these streams out a ton. 46 likes already on the stream today. Our goal will be 200 likes on today's stream. And we will go for 200. We've already been live streaming for a little bit. They're going to queue up Kevin Harvick making his final Daytona 500 start this afternoon.
Really good. I think as we've gone through the whole winter and laid everything out, now we finally get the reward of being able to sit in this race car. So I'm honored to drive this Busch Light Ford Mustang in what is our sport's biggest race. So one last time, and based on everything that's happened during the week and the way the qualifying races went, we just got to keep this baby rolling and see if we can have a chance at the end. So appreciate the fast car, and hopefully we can keep it around to have a chance to win this thing.
Well, enjoy every moment of it, bud, and best of luck to you, man. Want to celebrate with you later.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mark DeMars, welcome into the stream. NASCAR Cup Series 2311 Racing. Thanks for tuning in also. Again, that was Kevin Harvick as they queued him up on the radio. They'll probably queue up a couple other drivers throughout the course of the race during the stage breaks. You guys will get to listen into that. Pit reports when pit stops are made, both under caution, green flag conditions. And some other various moments throughout today's race as well. Crank it up, of course. Not sure if we'll get 1 or 2 of those. Sometimes in the Cup Series they do 2. But then lately, they'll definitely do at least 1 today with it being the Daytona 500. But for whatever reason, Fox doesn't always do 1. I noticed last year they didn't do it every single race. Again, on the pace laps right now, getting ready to go green for the Daytona 500. You'll get to see all the race statistics here on our screen throughout the course of the race. Different leaders, lead changes, lap times, both their best and most recent lap time, when they ran that lap, what lap of course they're on currently in the race, how many to go. And on our screen, we can get up to the top, it's like 27 on the leaderboard. I'll actually try to expand this a little bit more also. Try to see if I can get a few extra names on that leaderboard at once for you guys. Okay, Brad Keselowski, don't start off by getting points deduction, please. Yeah, that definitely hurt him last year. And it sounds like they're going to queue up Jimmy Johnson on the radio, too.
Won this thing. We've been here 20 years. It's going to be your 20th time attempting the Daytona 500. Tell me about what your feelings are.
Man, I'm excited. I guess I'm officially old too as well, but what an opportunity. Huge thank you to Carvana, Chevrolet, everybody at Legacy Motor Club. Special day, and really looking forward to taking advantage of this opportunity today and having a great time.
Well, we've all learned not to catch you out, boy. Get it done. We'll be watching.
Hey, I appreciate it, buddy.
He was the 48, now the 84 with it.
And Johnson starting pretty deep in the field. Lights are off on the pace car, so we may be going green this time by. Maybe they'll add one more lap yet. Yeah, I think they will. They will not be going green this time by. I lied. Sorry for that. I'm excited. I want to get going now.
Man on a mission here at Daytona. After almost walking away from the sport last year and not winning a single race, he has a new fire in his belly. He comes to Daytona ready to win this race. It's something he has never done. He's never even won on a super speedway race. And sure, you can count him in. He's going to be a factor at some point, but can he get the job done? And hey, if you're a numerology person, he's the one that told me this. The 19 car racing on February 19th in his 19th Daytona 500. I don't know. Lincoln Smith?
Jamie, there is no more friendly driver in the garage area than 2022 Series champion Joey Logano. But that is with the helmet off. When the helmet goes on, there is no more fierce, intense race car driver in the sport than Joey Logano. As a matter of fact, in his own words, he's two-faced. He will do anything it takes to get a victory for his race team. He did just that Thursday night in the duels, winning. That puts him in the third starting position for today. He feels good about that 22 car. It's been fast. Look at him today as he tries to get his second Daytona 500 victory. Josh Sims?
Well, Regan, it's the start of a brand new chapter for two-time Cup Series champion Kyle Busch, who admittedly thought he was going to end his career with Joe Gibbs Racing. Life has a funny way of throwing a curveball at you, and here he is in his first season now in the 8 car for RCR. And speaking of curveballs, the other day he said he had a car good enough to finally win the Daytona 500. Well, that car got wrecked during his duel, went to the backup, so he was going to have to start from the back of the field. But he said that car just as strong, has all the same tendencies. Now the last thing to do, finally win the Great American Race, guys.
Thanks.
The second group of cars now catching up to the lead cars, so they'll give them one more lap of pacing before we go green at 200 miles an hour. Tim Irvin, thanks for tuning in. Let's go racing indeed. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait. Can't wait. 65th Daytona 500. The first on our channel here today. I'll do my best. No, we should have a lot of fun. I was a little anxious, honestly, a little earlier. A couple hours ago. Once we get the stream started, though, I feel good. It feels normal. It's not the first time I've done a live commentary stream. In fact, it's already the 5th time this week. 6th time this week. We did the ARCA Xfinity races yesterday, Friday, the truck race, both dual races on Thursday, and even qualified Wednesday night for the Daytona 500, and it's all boiled down to Sunday, Daytona 500 day. 200 laps, 500 miles, of course, the scheduled distance. 65 laps in both stage 1 and 2 today. The final stage will be 70 laps. Pit road speed, 55 miles an hour, is 45 in the dual race. That's kind of odd. 55 though here today as usual. 42 to 46 laps will be the scheduled pit window for fuel. So everybody will have to pit at some point in time in stages 1, 2, and 3. Got some dark clouds over the back straightaway. Hopefully that's not indicating anything, but here we go. Greg Van Alst, part of your team? Or part of your hometown? That's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely a storybook win in the ARCA race yesterday for him.
Brad Marshall, single listed down here in the winter. So, roll up to your roof for you. Good luck. Might be the only person ever.
Travis Pastrana and then Joey Logano's radio.
Do what we did last year. You'll be champions again.
Team. Bubba Wallace. Battle of the Burgers this weekend. It's been McDonald's and Wendy's all over the place.
I'll let you write it down.
Has anybody seen the Twitter accounts of Wendy's and McDonald's going back and forth at each other this week? That's been hilarious, by the way. But they will be going green. Fans on their feet. I'd be on my feet if I didn't have to be sitting. You guys wouldn't see my torso anymore. So I'm not going to be standing at all in this one. But it is going to be action-packed, I'm sure. And we are getting set for the Daytona 500 2023 edition. Pace car is going to pull on the pit road. Alex Bowman has elected the outside lane for the start here. Remember the choose cone coming into play for all the restarts, but the initial start, not the case. Kyle Larson will be on the inside of the front row, and both the Fords behind them will give them a shot. Into the Geico restart zone. Green flag is in the air, and the 65th running of the Daytona 500 is underway. Door-to-door into turn 1 are the Hendrick Chevys, not co-aligning themselves going into the first turn like I probably would have expected them to do. Joey Logano giving Kyle Larson a big push into turn 1, and it'll be Kyle Larson out ahead in turns 1 and 2. Does not move up in front of Alex Bowman, though, and Bowman gets another push off the exit of turn 2, and now he'll pull clear on the back straightaway ahead of Kyle Larson. Almirola has cleared the 5 car as well until Joey Logano will push the 5 back up. The 48 does not move down in front of his teammate that time either, so both the Hendrick cars controlling the inside and outside line as the field exits turn 4. Opening lap of the race. Who will it be led by? The pole sitter or the other driver who qualified on the front row Wednesday night? It's Kyle Larson who will lead lap 1 by inches over Alex Bowman in the Daytona 500. All 40 cars nose to tail and 2 by 2 all the way through the field. Nobody backing off of it right now. Everybody is staying in this giant lead pack. Nobody fanning out to make any 3 wide moves here in the early going as they continue to stay 2 by 2 onto the back straightaway. A lot of bump drafting going on with the lead cars in the pack, with Almirola pushing Bowman and Logano pushing Larson. See the turbulence for those of you watching on Fox right now as well. When a car is tucked up underneath another car, giving them the bump draft, you can see the flaps on the hood moving around everywhere. Seen drivers lose those at times when trying to bump draft in prior cars. Seem to be a little bit more secure at the next-gen car. Alex Bowman was able to lead that last lap at the start-finish line. But it was side-by-side once again between himself and Larson when they got there. Cliff Haslam, thanks for tuning in also. Kevin Beeler, welcome into the stream. "74 degrees the temperature for the race today at the Daytona International Speedway. About 10 degrees warmer than yesterday, but 10 degrees cooler than Friday. It's on-track activity for practice sessions both yesterday and Friday for the Cup Series and the dual races on Thursday night, of course. in the single car qualifying Wednesday. No practice sessions before the duel or qualifying, but they did have a couple over the last 48 hours. Bowman and Larson still leading the field. 4 laps into this Daytona 500. One of these two are going to lead this lap once again as they work their way towards the tri-oval. But nobody is pretty much going anywhere in the middle of the pack right now. Kind of something I expected to see. There's a lot of side-by-side racing today. I just don't think that we're going to see a lot of 3-wide racing, at least until we get to the very end. And even then, we still may not see it. Once again, it is the 5 of Larson, clear, but still choosing not to go up to the outside lane. Dancing around quite a bit on the back straightaway with Joey Logano continuously pushing him. In the Truck and Xfinity races over the last couple days, you could not lock bumpers for a long period of time, but in the Cup Series, you can. A lot of it is more experience in the Cup Series. More experienced drivers than what you would see in the lower series in NASCAR. Bowman leading another lap at the start-finish line. Larson led lap 1. Bowman's led every other lap since. Lap number 6. Turns 1 and 2 currently. In the middle of the corners, a car on the bottom, Kyle Larson, is able to pull clear, but then Alex Bowman down the straightaways is able to pull back alongside with him majority of the time. A lot of that is probably just getting the run off the banking of the racetrack. Because there is progressive banking at Daytona, just like most other tracks that are higher banked. It's a lot easier to get a little bit more speed off the exit on the outside than the inside, but it's the shortest way around on the bottom, so that's why when you're in the center of the corner, you can see the car in the bottom lane propelling forward. Nobody bump drafting in the corners right now, not something you would want to do. Same thing goes for the tri-oval, but on the straightaways, we're definitely seeing a lot. As soon as they get into the corners, they let go. We saw a lot of cars dancing around in the dual races on Thursday when even they were bump drafting on the straightaways, but because of no practice sessions between qualifying and the duels, a lot of the setups from qualifying single car Wednesday night might have led to the handling issues we may have seen from some of the faster cars Wednesday into the duel on Thursday. It's resulted in a couple of wrecks in that dual race. And a massive save from Todd Gilliland on the last lap in his dual race as well. Race Sparky 388, thanks for tuning in. The Dark Horse Kyle, number 8. I do think he does have an outside chance. I'd agree with you. I would have taken him potentially to win the race today. Either him or Logano were my top picks if Busch didn't wreck on Thursday, unfortunately. He started at the tail end of the field. Nobody's really been able to work themselves closer to the front that started at the very back, and everybody who has started towards the front is still up there as well, with not a lot of lane changing going on. Notorious, thanks for tuning in. Still have over 100 people watching lap 9 of the Daytona 500. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Mike, the Christian Gamer 85, thanks for tuning in. Underdog Picks, Ryan Priest, Chris Busher, Harrison Burton, Chase Briscoe. Definitely high on the Fords, it looks like. Which I'd have to agree with you on that. I really do like Chris Busher, though, for an underdog pick. He's back at 14th. He's lost a couple spots from the start of the race. There has been positions that have been moved at times, just no aggressive lane changes going on. So again, despite a lot of side-by-side racing, even between the 48 and the 5, it's been Bowman who has led all but the opening lap of the race, even to this point. 10 laps into the Daytona 500 on Fox, and a full-screen commercial break for right now, but we will stay here with our full coverage yet. Alex Bowman is currently your race leader. Kyle Larson in second place, Eric Almirola third, Joey Logano fourth, Austin Cindric fifth, Christopher Bell sixth, Chase Elliott seventh, Ryan Blaney in 8th, Corey LaJoy 9th, and Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 10. Ty Gillen in 11th. Chris Buescher in 12th. 13th is Martin Truex Jr. Denny Hamlin 14th. Michael McDowell 15th. Ryan Preece 16th. Kevin Harvick 17th. Noah Gragson 18th. Bubba Wallace 19th. And Daniel Suarez is 20th. Tyler Reddick in 21st. Zane Smith 22nd. Justin Haley 23rd. 24th is William Byron. Harrison Burton 25th. Eric Jones 26th. Ross Chastain 27th. 28th is Chase Briscoe. Austin Dillon 29th. BJ McLeod 30th. AJ Allmendinger in 31st. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 32nd. Connor Daly 33rd. Good to see that he's up to speed today. Ty Gibbs in 34th. Travis Pastrana 35th. Riley Herbst 36th. Kyle Busch 37th. Cody Ware 38th. Jimmy Johnson 39th. And Ty Dillon rounds out the 40-car field right now. Top 40 all in one giant pack still. 2.4 seconds separates first from last. And the top 21 are within 1 second of the race lead. All within 9/10 of a second of the lead right now. Average speeds of over 190 miles per hour per lap. Top speeds probably in the mid-190s by the end of the straightaway. No surprise. Sharik B, thanks for tuning in. Mason Hinson, thanks for tuning in also. RC, welcome. Thanks for the mods, by the way, in the chat. Pastrami is in it, yep. Yeah, new leader, it looks like during the commercial break, Kyle Larson back out in front for the second time. And it looks like Christopher Bell now has just led his first lap of the race. Bell out in front, finished second by a nose in the dual race number 1 on Thursday to Joey Logano, who won that race. Where can I watch in Europe? Thanks for tuning in. I like how that's the channel name. I'm not sure. I have no clue. Can listen in from here, though. Give you guys a live commentary for it. Fervor Express, if you don't mind revoking the links you're putting in the chat, just so we keep people here. Christopher slingshot the lead. Yeah, I haven't shown a replay of it on my end yet, but Christopher Bell is out in front now. Larson has led 3 laps, led the first lap of the race today. Bowman has led 9, and 2 laps led for Christopher Bell. Still caution-free, lap number 14. Bell is on the outside lane right now, in front of the 48 of Alex Bowman. Larson's still down on the bottom, and still the lead car on the inside with Logano behind him, so that hasn't changed, but somehow Christopher Bell was able to get out in front of everybody. Now he controls the field. He's the only Toyota in the top 10 still up to this point in the race. In fact, he's the only Toyota until you go back to Truex in 12th. He's the only one that started in the top 10, so that has a large reason to do with it. But somebody has been able to break up the Hendrick Motorsports Brigade at the front of the field here in the early going. Corey LaJoie slowly moving himself forward. He's up in the 8th place position. We crown an underdog of the race every single race, and it's based off of where they are running for most of the day, and obviously if they end up finishing pretty good as well. And Corey LaJoie could be one of those contenders for it. Ty Gillen also in the top 10 in the early going. So it looked like on the replay that Logano... Oh, wow. So Joey Logano was actually bump drafting Larson in the middle of the corner. Larson got loose. That checked up the inside. And Bell, who was the 3rd car on the bottom behind Logano, quickly made the move to the outside. Got in front of the 48 of Alex Bowman and carried the momentum to the race lead. And he has led the last 4 laps now. Kyle Larson is quickly closing, though, on the bottom. Joey Logano is launching it forward just a little bit more. Again, you just cannot push in the middle of the corner. These cars don't lock up quite as well as the Gen 6 car of tomorrow, ages of NASCAR. I mean, it's even hard on the straightaways, nonetheless, in the corners.
And the 5 of Kyle Larson. Larson has a car that, although they qualified up front, they've been working on that thing all week long to get it where they want it for drafting. And you see Joey Logano, as you guys just showed, keeps giving him those pushes. Well, they came over the radio, asked him, are you still good with the pushes you're getting from the 22? He simply said, yep, that was all.
Okay then, well there you go. There's a report on the 5 team there for Kyle Larson that he is okay with the pushes Logano has given him, even though he got a little bit loose moments ago and lost the lead as a result. Yeah, 2 of my don't haves running first and second right now. But we're only 17 laps in, so I'm still confident at the end of the day. We haven't even gotten to our first pit stop yet. That will definitely shake this running order up quite a bit. May see them split the stage in half. Tend to see that in a lot of the races in the stage racing era. Halfway through the stage would be right around lap 32, 33. The fuel window with being 42 to 46 laps in these Cup cars at Daytona, we're closing in on the edge of that window. Once we get to about lap 22, lap 21, the fuel window will open to be able to make it to the end. We saw the Chevrolets pit early in the dual races. It did not work out for them. They lost a lot of track position as a result. So it'll be interesting to see how it works today. And it's also going to be tough for the manufacturers to pit together because as of right now, they're all spaced apart by quite a bit. I'd say the Fords, for the most part, are the most connected together, but even they're not completely together outside of Almirola and the 3 Penske cars in the top 10, Gillen with them. The only Chevys in the top 10 right now are Larson, Bowman, and LaJoie. And then Elliott back in 11th. You got to go back to Gregson, and 16th would be the next one. So it's going to be tough. It's also going to be tough if they're on the outside lane and can't get to the bottom with everybody down low as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see when pit stops happen and exactly how they're going to happen because the manufacturers are not aligned at all right now with running 2x2 all from the very start of this race today. Fox heading to a commercial break once again here. And we will stick with you guys for right now. Christopher Bell is in the lead. Kyle Larson again in second. Alex Bowman third. Joey Logano fourth. Eric Almirola in fifth place. Ryan Blaney in sixth. Austin Cindric seventh. Chase Elliott eighth. Corey LaJoie ninth. And Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 10. Todd Gillen in 11th. Chris Buescher in 12th. Martin Truex Jr. 13th. Denny Hamlin 14th. Michael McDowell 15th. Ryan Preece 16th. Kevin Harvick 17th. Noah Gragson 18th. 19th is actually Preece has moved up to 18th now. Noah Gragson 19th. Bubba Wallace is 20th. Zane Smith 21st. 22nd is Daniel Suarez. Tyler Reddick 23rd. Eric Jones 24th. Harrison Burton 25th. Justin Haley 26th. AJ Allmendinger 27th. Kyle Busch 28th. Jimmy Johnson 29th. And Chase Briscoe is 30th. Cody Ware 31st. Ty Dillon 32nd. 33rd. Austin Dillon. BJ McLeod 34th. Ty Gibbs 35th. 36th is Riley Herbst. Ross Chastain's fallen back to 37th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 38th. Travis Pastrana 39th. Connor Daly rounds out the field. Everybody still in one giant pack, though. 2.8 seconds separating first from last. And still the top 22 within 9/10 of a second of each other. Just goes to show how fast they're going. 3 different leaders so far in the first 21 laps for 6 lead changes in the early going of today's race. And yep, Kyle Larson has retaken the lead with help from Joey Logano. Ryan Blaney up to third, and Bell, who was leading the outside, now back to fourth. So the inside is taking charge during our commercial break right now. Can't actually give you the commentary during this section of the race. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. Our goal is 200 likes for the stream today. We hit our goal of 100 the last handful of live streams throughout the course of this week, Xfinity Truck Duel, but we're going to go for 200 here today. We're at 68 right now, and we're only 23 laps in. Only about half of you have hit the like button, so definitely do so. And again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. 60% of viewers throughout Speed Week so far during these live commentary streams are not subscribed, so be sure to do so. It's free. Helps the channel out a ton. Allows me to be able to keep doing these live commentary streams and get some at-track content as well throughout the course of the season for the races I go to there. So Logano and Larson down on the bottom lane. I would imagine Logano will not move to the outside knowing Blaney is right behind him until he knows Blaney could get clear. So Larson's going to stay pinned to the inside as he is working with Logano pretty well from the start of the race. 3 lanes now starting to form around 15th place on back, as it looks like there's about 3 or 4 cars in the 3rd lane. And quite a few on the, obviously, bottom and middle. Jimmy Johnson's gained 12 spots from the start of the race. He's the biggest mover so far, from starting 39th up to 28th. Now back to just 2 cars in the outside lane. It looks like Todd Gilliland and not Cole Custer anymore. Todd Gilliland and Ryan Preece. Up near the wall in the 3rd lane. Nobody else going with them. Preece pulls out of line, and the 38 will have to drop back behind him. Tough break for Gilliland, too, because he ended up running. He was in the top 10 a handful of laps ago, and now he's all the way at the tail end of the field. I'm not sure if he intentionally did that or not, but interesting. Lap 24 right now. Again, the fuel window's open to be able to make it to the end of the stage. Really, we can see pit stops any lap from now to about lap 40, 45. Christopher Bell still in the lead, or retakes the lead from Larson, who's led the last few laps. Bell and Bowman tied for the most laps led right now, and actually Bell has 1 more lap led than Alex Bowman. Still just the 3 different leaders, despite the fact they swapped the lead 7 times in 25 laps. Jimmy Johnson in the outside lane. Again, he is the biggest mover in the early going. Quick update on where all of the pre-race drivers that we highlighted are running currently. 2 don't-haves for drivers, or 3 don't-haves that I had for drivers who are predicted to not get top 10s in today's Daytona 500. Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, and Daniel Suarez. Well, top 2 right now are Christopher Bell and Alex Bowman, and Suarez still at the tail end of the field right now, outside the top 20 and 24th. The 3 sleeper picks I had for today's race that can potentially get top 10s. Underdogs, outsiders to potentially do so. Austin Cindric in 5th, Kyle Larson in 4th, and Chris Buescher in 14th, just outside the top 10 there. And the 3 must-haves who I had guaranteed top 10 finishes for, currently running Joey Logano 6th. He is also my win pick today. Ryan Blaney 8th, and Chase Elliott is 11th, just outside the top 10. And then your guys' pick by way of fan vote. Earlier on in the day, Kevin Harvick is running in 17th currently. So the fans voted for Kevin Harvick to win today's race. And we'll see if you guys will be correct. Collectively, obviously. Not all of you guys picked Harvick, but that had the most in the community tab on the voting poll. Be posting voting polls every single race, Truck, Xfinity, and Cup on morning of race days. I also put a poll up in the chat a little bit ago for who was all watching the race. Of those that are in the chat, 76% of the 91 votes said yes, and no on 24%. I'll leave that poll up for a large portion of today's race. Just out of curiosity for this one. Got a slow car on the racetrack right now as one car is smoking, and that would be the 77 of Ty Dillon. Has come to pit road, so our first mechanical issue of the race. We do continue to stay green. Fastest lap of the race so far through stage 1 ran by Ty Gibbs of 46.42. And that averages a speed of 193.886 miles per hour. Another commercial break here from Fox in the early going of the race. We're closing in on the halfway mark. Macy pit stops on their way back. You're watching the Daytona 500 live on KRC today. We're going to take our first break here. Cody Ware with the 4th fastest lap. There we go. Yeah, he's staying in the pack. You don't usually see that out of the back markers, that they're able to stay in the pack, or at least maybe they choose not to. The only drivers who have dropped off is Travis Pastrana, Ross Chastain, Connor Daly. And Ty Dillon is pulled to the garage right now. He is currently 3 laps down. Just over 100 people watching. Ronald Jones, thanks for tuning in. Got 71 likes on the stream so far. Christopher Bell continues to lead in our Daytona 500. He has led the most laps with 15 laps led in the early going of today's race. I picked to win the overall championship this year. Stanley Panzer, thanks for tuning in. Can't avoid commercial. If you're talking about on TV, that's unfortunate. I have to air my ads too from time to time. I got to make money. I don't have as many as Fox though. I'll tell you that much. We only air about 4 or 5 of them on these Cup races. Usually at the end of each stage, and then 2 or 3 of them throughout the course of the race. So this was the first. I only do it during the full screen commercial breaks for Fox. I don't do it on every single one. This is the first one we've had in this race. Appreciate that comment, Regine. So Ty Dillon, the only driver out of the race, but still caution free. 6 laps down and counting as he is pulled to the garage with a mechanical issue. If I hear any word on exactly what happened, I'll regurgitate that information to you guys. M. Johnson making his move up to 23rd now. Showing the finish of the 2007 Daytona 500 as they come back from commercial break. We'll be seeing some classic highlights coming back from the commercial break for those of you watching races throughout the course of the season, with it being the 75th season of NASCAR. 34 laps to go in stage 1 right now, the Daytona 500. Still 2x2 all the way through the field. A lot of bump drafting at the very front of the pack, but none going on in the middle, which has kept everything fairly calm. It's amazing the amount of trust you have to have in the drivers in front of you to, not check up the lanes too much and keep from running over the back of somebody causing an accident. That's why these drivers are the best at what they do, and they're in the Cup Series for a reason. You can get money rides in the Xfinity and the Truck Series, but it's really hard to translate that to the Cup and be successful with it. Because if you don't perform, you get demoted. We saw that from Cole Custer. He's the most recent example. He got his fair share. He got 3 years, and outside of winning 1 race, never finished in the top 20 in points those other seasons. SHR Equipment gets demoted for a driver who has proved himself not only in the lower series, but somewhat in the Cup Series as well with the experience of Ryan Preece. Gregson getting his shot now after a great season in Xfinity last year, winning 8 races. Now in the 42 car full time. Daryl Kennedy, thanks for tuning in from Ecuador as well. Thanks for watching. So they're talking about how they have to get to the bottom, and this is, again, something I even stated about 10 laps ago, is everybody running side by side right now. If we have a long enough green flag run to get the pit stops, obviously, it's going to be very interesting to see how the drivers on the top are going to be able to try to get to the bottom. Might just have to wait for the cars on the bottom to pit, honestly.
Are sold out. So what do the fans do as an option to that? Well, they watch it on Fox. And we got this big screen TV here, battle for the lead up front. They're watching on Fox, but they're also enjoying a hot dog and a cold beer, having a lot of fun in the fan zone. There's many different ways to take on the Great American Race, and this is a pretty good one right here, Mike.
All right, have fun, Michael. All right, you're starting to see it. The 10 and the 2. Almirola and
Austin Cindric already moved down from that outside line, trying to get established. You can't be pitting from that outside. Got to be on the bottom. Logano, Blaney behind him.
Now, Connor Daly has already made a pit stop, a little early for a scheduled gas stop as he comes off pit road without benefit of the draft. Ty Dillon in the garage. And Christopher Bell out front. Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell have quite a history. When Larson went NASCAR racing, Christopher Bell took over Larson's USAC ride. They have been rivals for quite a while, open wheel and stock cars.
I remember being in the motorhome at Atlanta Motor Speedway with Kyle Larson, and we were watching a dirt race from Calistoga, California, and he goes, "You got to watch this guy Christopher Bell." And I said, "Is he good?" He goes, "He's better than me."
Oh boy.
That's Kyle Larson's words.
Wow.
Bowman is retaking the race lead right now. Corey LaJoie gave him a great shot, and then they transferred down to the bottom. Eric Almirola led the second to last lap. That was his first lap led of the day. And all the Toyotas have somehow gotten themselves not only to the front of the field, but coordinated into that outside line. First 5 cars on the outside, all Toyotas. Christopher Bell, followed by Martin Truex Jr., followed by Denny Hamlin. Then both the 2311 Toyotas of Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick. And Ty Gibbs is just another extra car behind them. He's got the 21 of Harrison Burton in between himself and the rest of the Toyotas, but it's kind of funny how all 6 Toyotas, well, there's 7 with Pastrana in the race, I guess, but got 6 of them. Fords are coming into the pits right now. Joey Logano coming in way hot, trying to get the car to slow up, trying to get as much time as he can. It'll be interesting to see if he was potentially speeding, but here are the first stops of the day.
Down to the bottom for the pit stop, and Eric Almirola, that race car right now, just a little bit too tight and bottoming out. Josh?
Well, 6 of Brad Keselowski is saying he's got good speed in that car, just a little bit tight off of 4.
Ryan Blaney in the 12. First pit stops of the year. Right sides right now. Just a little bit tight on exit for Blaney. Good stop.
11 Fords all stopped in one group at lap 38.
We'll see if the Toyotas and Chevrolets come in this time. It looks like the Chevys are going to pit. The Toyotas continue to stay out, but not all the Chevys are in at once.
Regan?
Corey LaJoie in the 7 car, a strong run so far. He felt like this was coming today out of this race car, a lot of confidence in it, and knew that his competitors would be willing to work with him. Josh?
Well, Kyle Busch has been working his way through the field after having to start in the back. He said it's just a 1 to 2 snug on that car, Jamie.
Alex Bowman in the 43 started on pole for this race for the 3rd time in his career. Pretty good overall, just doesn't want the 7 of Corey LaJoie to push him. A little delayed there as they continue to fuel the 48.
Noah Gregson's car did not have the lights on the dash properly timed to pit road speed. He was noticeably slower down pit road than the rest of that group.
Well, I can tell you why, because he was noticeably faster coming on. Watch him over here. Here he comes. Makes a big move.
Wow.
Cuts a couple of them off.
And we do have a spinner coming into the pits. It's the 15 of Riley Herbst, has missed his pit road entry. He's in the grass right now trying to make his way onto pit road. Kyle Busch is in also.
Green because he gets safely to pit road.
Still green, very important.
Josh.
And the 20 of Christopher Bell has led a lot of laps. He's been really happy with his car so far.
Everybody makes it onto and off pit road, and we stay green 39 laps into the Daytona 500.
I knew that was going to be an interesting one, with everybody being jumbled up.
And here's your new leader. He started last, he's running first. Travis Pastrana now comes to pit road.
Pretty cool. Lead first lap of the Daytona 500.
Down to pit road speed. As the rest of the field forms up after pit stops, your leader will be Denny Hamlin from Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick. So Toyota wins the first round of green flag pit stops.
They're still trying to get up to speed, though, and the Fords are coming in hot off the exit of Turn 4. One car goes up to try to block. That was Jimmy Johnson in the 84, and Almirola splits to the bottom. He's the car leading the Fords towards the front. Major run coming from the 10, the 2, and the 12. Almirola to the outside now, trying to get that second lane formed back up again. Bubba Wallace sees that, moves up. The 19 of Truex did not move up in time. So now Wallace is potentially going to lead this outside lane as we're down to just 25 laps to go in stage 1. I thought Kyle Busch kind of got hit from behind there just slightly from Riley Herbst, who spun trying to come into the pits. Surprised nobody else had any issues, though, with their pit road entry. Remember, Herbst making his first career Cup start, so outside of the dual races, he hasn't really had a chance to make any green flag stops in a Cup car, and I'm sure that might have played into effect of how he lost control there. Chase Briscoe, though, has taken the race lead away of the Fords all of a sudden. Bubba Wallace also up there, so got a new leader. Chase Briscoe out in front. Bubba Wallace in second. Denny Hamlin third. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. Christopher Bell is fifth. Tyler Reddick sixth. Kyle Busch up to seventh. Eric Almirola eighth. Chase Elliott ninth. And Austin Cindric rounds out the top 10 following green flag pit stops at stage 1. Still caution free in this one. And we have currently had 7 different drivers already lead a lap in today's race for 14 lead changes. Travis Pastrana led 2 laps, staying out a little longer than everybody else on fuel. Alex Bowman has led 12 laps today. Kyle Larson has led 6. Eric Almirola with 1 lap led. Christopher Bell's led the most laps with 20 laps led. The 14 of Chase Briscoe's led 1 lap. And Denny Hamlin has led 2 laps. And Hamlin has now just taken the race lead away, now giving us our 15th lead change of the Daytona 500 in the first 43 laps. Average race speed of 186.3 miles per hour right now. Following the green flag pit stops and the fact that we haven't had a slowdown yet in this race. Johnson shows no fear. No, he does not. Travis wondering when they start jumping. Yeah. What am I supposed to do? A flip? Terminator Jack, thanks for tuning in. And thanks for anybody else who I haven't shouted out. Will Lee, thanks for tuning in. Always a good listen. Appreciate it. And over 100 people watching right now. Rotating, of course. And thanks for all of you that have been here from the start. And thanks for everybody who has watched all throughout Speed Weeks this year. It's the first Speed Week coverage I've done of live commentary streams on the channel. First of, I'm sure, many more. I was at Daytona last year. We started to do the live commentary streams last year. So this is the first time I've been able to do this. I did do the Xfinity and Cup race last year at Daytona in August, but this is the first Daytona 500 on the stream, so appreciate everybody tuning in here live on KRC. Coming back now from our, I believe, 4th commercial break so far of the first stage for Fox, all full screen thus far. Hopefully when we get into the final stage, they won't be full screen anymore, so guess they're getting them out of the way early. Haven't missed anything in particular other than maybe some more lead changes and obviously some pretty good racing so far today. I think Jimmy Johnson can finish top 10. I mean, he definitely has a chance. He's worked his way up there, that's for sure. He's back to 25th, though. I think he threw that block and he got hung out to dry because he was unsuccessful in doing so. Lost a lot of positions. Right idea, the execution just wasn't there.
That red Ford down to the inside, and the number 8 of Kyle Busch in a Chevrolet, they chose to pit with the Toyotas instead of the other cars of their own brand.
I think a lot of that was, like we talked about, you can't pit from the outside. So if you're already out there and there's no room to get down, you just got to come in with the guys that are around you.
And you can be more efficient. With all of that chaos of so many cars trying to pit from wherever they were, you saw Noah Gragson come from the outside all over the place. Just coming in with a small collected group, your performance can be better. Shows for Kyle Busch.
Briscoe took 2 tires. That's how he vaulted from 33rd to the top 5. And there's Kyle Busch, who is the biggest mover since the start, along with Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, and Hamlin. This is our driver's eye camera. It is a tiny camera. You can stack, half a dozen of them on your little fingernail. And it is mounted in the foam to the side of the driver's face, between his temples and the outer shell of the helmet. Pretty revolutionary, brand new technology, and we're happy to debut it this week.
I literally had one in my hand the yesterday, and it is so cool to see how good the technology is. But to have this kind of access and see it exactly from the driver's perspective, that's something we haven't had in the past.
Check out that camera, folks. This is something with this new car. We had it last year, but it's so cool to see how the old school drivers, maybe a guy like Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson that's coming back to the sport after being gone for a couple of years. He might be still with the old school rear view mirror, but a lot of these guys, the new kids are using that camera. I'll get it out, Tony.
We're starting to see that on passenger cars too, a camera instead of a rear view mirror.
Looking at the speeds going into the trioval that they're showing on the leaderboard live on Fox right now, and I saw some speeds of upwards of 197 miles an hour from Eric Jones and others that were further back in the pack. Travis Pastrana going to go a lap down. Remember, he stayed out, led a couple laps, but ended up pitting by himself as a result. So he is going to go a lap down. Pretty unfortunate there for Pastrana, but the good news is that he is in the free pass position as long as everybody else that is on the lead lap right now stays on the lead lap to the end of this stage. He'll get the free pass. Other cars that are lap down, Connor Daly and Riley Herbst, and remember Riley Herbst spun coming into the pits. Connor Daly had a pit road penalty, so that has dropped him off the lead lap as well. Jackson Thomas, welcome into the stream. And got just over 100 people watching right now. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Full screen commercial break once again for Fox right now. And again, you're watching the 65th running of the Daytona 500 right here on the channel. 50 laps down, 150 still to go. 15 laps to go at stage 1. I'm sure when they come back, they'll take you all the way to the end of the stage, as we will right here as well. But Chase Briscoe setting the pace right now as he leads, still at 7 different leaders in today's race. For 15 lead changes. Briscoe's now led 5 laps. Christopher Bell still led the most laps in the race with 20 so far, in the number 20. Looking at the fastest lap I could find here, Michael McDowell's ran a lap of 195.14 miles per hour. That's insane. That's average speed for a lap. Cody Ware has ran a 196.408. Ryan Preece even quicker at one point, a 196.468. Again, that is average lap speed and best lap of the race that I could find so far. That was a 46.243 from Ryan Preece. That is the fastest lap so far at stage 1. Jeffrey Cook, thanks for tuning in. Can't watch on TV, gonna listen to the commentary instead. There you go. That's what I'm here for. Give you guys the best commentary I possibly can. Would appreciate everybody tuning in. Got 83 likes. Again, our goal is 200. We're almost halfway there. We are still well short of the halfway mark. Actually, on pace for about 300 likes as of right now. So appreciate everybody supporting the channel all week long, all season long. First of many live commentary streams for the Cup Series. I do one for the Truck and the Xfinity as well. We've done it all speed weeks long, even the ARCA race yesterday. But Truck, Xfinity Cup all season long. Next weekend, Auto Club, Saturday and Sunday. Xfinity Series on Saturday, Cup race on Sunday. Live commentary streams coming your way for that. Truck Series is off next week, so it's just those two. But that will be next week on the channel. Live commentary for both. Yeah, average speed of 196. Fastest I saw so far. Bubba Wallace making an unscheduled pit stop right now.
Pack coming off turn number 4.
Yeah, some trouble for the 23. Wallace had moved to that top line to get from behind the 14, who he said was unsteady. Well, once he moved to the top line, he got hit into the fence. He had to come pit, guys.
Ooh.
Right side damage to Bubba Wallace. They'll put 2 tires on it. Send him back out. He was running second and completes the stop.
Yeah, to make sure that didn't dent the toe link in the rear. Hitting pretty hard. There it is. Turned him right into the wall. I'd say be able to get that man. That's a shot. That car's I'd say if they can get it back to this end of the stage, they're going to need to check the toe on that thing and maybe even toe link on the rear.
So again, Bubba Wallace just making an unscheduled pit stop. He was leading the race during the commercial break when he had a hit from behind. Denny Hamlin was on the outside lane pushing Martin Truex Jr. Hamlin was the third car on the outside. Truex was the second car. Wallace was the lead car. Hamlin pushed Truex into Bubba Wallace, which knocked him sideways. So pretty hard hit into the wall for Wallace. Thankfully, he kept enough control to not wreck the pack there. We continue to stay caution-free with 12 laps to go in stage number 1. And now Martin Truex Jr. is out in front for the first time today as a result of Wallace having to make that unscheduled stop. That has put the 23 car, last car in the lead lap right now, which is not good for Pastrana, Daly, and Herbst, because none of those guys will get the free pass, assuming Wallace will go a lap down before the end. And there you go. Right now, Bubba Wallace is just being lapped. So I was going to say, he cycled off a pit road not too far in front of the leaders. Had to change right side tires there, pull up the fenders just a tad, and get back out. But they'll definitely be making some repairs during the stage break to that 23 car. We tend to see wrecks on the Cup Series on super speedways at the very end of the stages. It's something I've noticed just being at races over the last few years that happen to be super speedways, watching, giving you guys the commentary. And I say that because we are getting very close to the end of stage 1 right now. The intensity picks up as drivers fight for the points, fight for the playoff point that is awarded for the stage win. And points are awarded for the top 10. Positions 1 through 10. 10 points for winning the stage. Obviously, you get the playoff point too. That carries into the playoffs. The regular season points, though, you get 10 for winning, 9 for second, 8 for third, all the way back to 1 for first. Side-by-side commercial break right now, so we'll keep our coverage going as we have 10 laps to go in stage number 1. Single file on the outside lane for about the top 5 or 6, and then the bottom lane a little bit further back, starting to lose numbers. Chase Briscoe still trying to lead that group with Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, and William Byron behind him, but the Toyotas all on the outside controlling the field right now. All 6 of them were up there until Hamlin hit Truex and knocked Bubba Wallace into the wall, so now it's just the top 5 of Truex, Hamlin, Bell, Gibbs, and Reddick. And now it looks like Reddick moving down to the bottom in front of the Fords of Cindric and Logano, who transferred out of line behind him. Ty Gibbs is going to get stuck on the outside. Another move down to the bottom by another Toyota, and that looked to be Christopher Bell in the 20. And we are starting to form up 2 by 2 at the very front of the field again with 7 laps to go in stage 1. Make that 8 to go. 8 laps to go in stage 1. Not sure at the camera angle that I'm able to see. They're only showing back bumper cams, so you can't tell exactly what's going on at the very front of the field. Not sure if they're side-by-side at the very front or not. It looks like Bell is leading the inside lane, Reddick behind him, and then the 3 other Joe Gibbs Toyotas on the outside of Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. I don't know if any of you guys are thinking the same thing or get confused with the same thing. I see the 54 car on the track of Ty Gibbs, and for some reason I think that's a 2311 car, even though I know it's a Joe Gibbs racing car. I just kind of think about that. I think it's because Gibbs drove for 2311 a lot last year. And the fact it's not the 18, I think that's what's throwing me off. Santiago Kid, thanks for tuning in. 6 laps to go on the stage. Lost sound, can't hear me. I think that's just on your end. Our audio here is still good to go. As far as I know. Yeah, we're still good to go on audio. 6 to go on the stage at the start-finish line. Which you're crossing right now. And it looks like the inside has started to fade back again. So the outside's starting to really take control here as of late. No matter who leads the bottom, whether it's Toyotas or Fords at this point. Haven't seen a Chevy try to lead the bottom lane yet, but they're up there, and I think just more cars pull out of line to the outside behind them, which definitely helps them out. Logano and Blaney were able to get back to the outside. A couple other cars going to go lap down at the tail end of the field of BJ McLeod and Zane Smith. They'll have to battle for the free pass position now to the end of the stage. Unless anybody else goes a lap down before the end, which could happen because there's still some cars straggling back there. AJ Allmendinger, 41 seconds off the lead by himself. He'll probably go a lap down before the end of the stage as well. So quite a few cars getting lapped. Handful of them at least. In this stage, some notable drivers as well. Douglas Hurd, thanks for tuning in. And now all of a sudden everybody who was on the top moves down to the bottom lane. So Martin Truex Jr. leading the inside. Smart move by Martin Truex Jr. to try to get everybody down to the bottom. I mentioned this in the Xfinity race, but it's a lot harder to get hung out to dry on the final lap if drivers make moves because you know they can't pass below the double yellow line. So if you stay on the bottom, it's a little bit easier to move up to make the block than to move down, especially in the middle of the corner. When you consider the fact that the cars are naturally going to want to try to drive up the racetrack, it is your car control steering them down to the left, which obviously causes them to make the corner. Joey Logano leading the outside group, but it almost looks like there's two packs slowly forming. There's a lap car on the outside of Connor Daly, who is now going a second lap down. Logano's trying to get a little bit of extra draft off of and now pulls back down to the inside. That's going to hang Christopher Bell out just a little bit longer. Waiting to see who is going to be the driver to pull out of line. Trying to make a move to win the stage. Brad Keselowski has his teammate Chris Buescher right behind him running 5th and 6th. Another Ford of Ryan Preece is also right there. Harvick, McDowell, Blaney, Cindric, Logano. Couple positions behind, and there we go. Move being made by a Ford, Kevin Harvick. Ryan Preece thought about moving up, now he does. And that kind of stalled the run out Kevin Harvick had by Preece going up, but then just moving right back down again. Now Preece is moving up. The 17 will go up as well. Blaney transfers out of the outside down to the bottom behind Jimmy Johnson. Preece underneath the 17 going to pick up a spot, and Keselowski down to block the 41. Saul battles right around 6th or 7th place right now, but the Toyotas continue to the front of the field. A couple other cars about to go a lap down. AJ Allmendinger about to lose a lap, and Herbst about to go a second lap down. Keselowski to the outside of the 10 of Almirola. Almirola almost pinched him off. Lap cars are going to be on the bottom. They're going to have to go 3 wide around him, trying to split the 2 lappers of the 16 and the 15. Allmendinger now in the free pass position with 2 laps to go in stage 1. The field exiting turn 2. Down the back straightaway, Almirola going to split Allmendinger. 3 wide up the middle goes the 16. Bottlenecking going on the outside lane all of a sudden behind them. Now the 15 down on the bottom, so cars are really trying to scatter out of the way. Blaney gets pinched off nearly 4 wide going into turn 3. Truex continues to lead at the front of the field. Now Ty Gibbs has lost the outside. Keselowski going to move into 3rd off the exit of turn 4. And now down to the bottom on Denny Hamlin. Massive run for Keselowski into the tri-oval. Truex does not try to block. Final lap, stage 1. Keselowski to the lead in the tri-oval. A push from Ryan Preece. And the Toyotas are going backwards on the outside lane of Truex and Hamlin. They're about 5th or 6th now in line. Truex got a shot in the middle of the corner as they bottleneck again on the top. Can Keselowski hold on to win the stage? Almirola moving up on Ty Gibbs. Side drafts him on the back straightaway. A lot of lane changing going on further on in the pack behind them. Keselowski getting a push from the 41 of Ryan Preece. Into turn 3 they go. Will they make it back to the start-finish line this time by to end the stage? Will Preece get a big enough of a run on Keselowski? He's holding back into the tri-oval. Keselowski going up, trying to block. And it looks like it's going to be Brad Keselowski by a half a car length winning stage 1 in the Daytona 500. Ryan Preece will end up 2nd place, followed by Chris Buescher 3rd, Kevin Harvick 4th, Michael McDowell 5th. All Fords in the top 5 in stage 1. Ty Gibbs in 6th, Eric Almirola 7th, Jimmy Johnson 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, and Todd Gilliland rounds out the top 10. Preece almost got Keselowski at the line too. But Brad Keselowski didn't block him. He trusted his teammate was going to stay behind him with Buescher. He did, and Brad Keselowski going to win stage 1 of the Daytona 500. Colt Schwartz, thanks for tuning in also. We'll be having pit stops here when they come back from the commercial break. And we'll stay right here with you guys. End of stage 1 here, so I'm going to show off a diecast for you guys. We usually do this at the end of stage 2 for the live commentary streams going forward, but because it's the Daytona 500, I'm going to show you 2 of them. And they're correlated with the Daytona 500. This first one is going to be one of my favorite Pennzoil schemes of all time. And maybe my very favorite Pennzoil scheme of all time. This car is dusty. It's going to be a 2007 Daytona 500 winning Kevin Harvick race car. Of course, iconic photo finish, Mark Martin. So wanted to show this off with it being the Daytona 500. It's got a little scuffage on the back, but I actually got this for like $20, and it's because of the scuffs on the back. I don't know if you can even see it. It's hardly noticeable. But yeah, Kevin Harvick, 2007 Daytona 500 winning car. I mean, it's not like the actual race winning diecast, but it's the same diecast he ran that season. So that is the first diecast. So there we go. Playoff point, by the way, for Brad Keselowski. Keselowski won 2 stages all of last season, and he's already gotten 1 today. I think one of them was in the Bristol night race, if I remember correctly. Didn't qualify for the playoffs, looking to do that this season. Maybe win his first Daytona 500. You never know. You never know. Hank on 120 frames per second. Thanks for tuning on. What radio station is this on? This is not a radio station. This is just me talking on the YouTube channel. KRC is what I like to call it. Keegan's Racing Channel. So that'll be the channel for you guys. Show off another diecast at the end of stage 2. Should be coming back, and we'll be seeing some pit stops during the stage break. Everybody going to top off on fuel. Probably see some drivers change some tires as well. Philip Moore, thanks for tuning back in. Dale Oplinger, thanks for tuning in. Tim Brown, thanks for tuning in. Yep, top 5, all Fords in stage 1. Got Hot Wheels supercars. You asked me that yesterday. I don't. Those are somewhere down in the basement. I don't have any that big, at least. We got some. Some old Hot Wheels. I think YouTube has lost the sound. I don't think. I think the sound is fine on my end. I think it's just you. Because I saw your comment earlier. Yeah. I still have sound. I just checked it just to make sure. AJ Allmendinger going to get the free pass during the stage break in 33rd, by the way. That's going to keep Bubba Wallace, Zane Smith, BJ McLeod, Travis Pastrana 1 lap down. And a couple drivers went 2 laps down that stage. Riley Hurst, Connor Daly. Daly had a pit road penalty, and Hurst spun coming into the pits, so they lost a little extra time. And then Ty Dillon, the only driver out of the race today, a mechanical issue. He's 42 laps down and out.
The roles were reversed right here to the left. I went to left here. So
Team Communications for Truex.
Because they had the numbers.
Truex ends up 9th in the stage. Drew Herring, his spotter.
So the field will be coming into the pits this time. Could have some drivers probably taking the wave around here. Try to get their lap back as well. Here they come.
How things change up here. Regan?
Kevin Harvick in his final Daytona 500 has been silent on the radio till the caution just came out for the stage end. He told the team the car is just fine. Josh?
Stage 1 winner Brad Keselowski happy with his car. Is getting 4 tires and fuel. Jamie?
Ryan Preece, the newest driver for Stewart Haas Racing in the 41. A little tight to start, a little loose. At the end of the run, they're going to make a small adjustment in 4 tires. Chris Buescher, brand new dad in the 17, a little loose. Overall, very good car.
Slipped in the front of his box, had to back up. Going to be a long stop in the 17, Chris Buescher.
Ryan Preece wins the race off of pit road, followed by Keselowski, Harvick, Almirola, McDowell. 5 wide off of pit road. Logano almost made contact with another car, trying to leave his pit box. Biggest movers on pit road. Cindric on a 4-tire stop gained 7 positions. Kyle Busch up 6, and then Byron and Almirola up 4. Biggest loser on pit road. Chris Buescher loses 7 spots. He comes out in 10th. Overcast skies off the back straightaway this entire Daytona 500 so far, but hopefully the weather, if there's any inclement weather in the area, stays away. Have to get to either halfway or the end of Stage 2 to make it official, just like the truck race the other night. Dialing up Noah Gragson right now.
Been over there, well, about 3 times a day. Tell me about your car, tell me about your week.
Yeah, it's been a great week down here at Daytona. I think we got a great Wendy's 42 Chevy. It's been a lot of fun with this Legacy Motor Club team, and this week I've been skinning that Wendy's Square, get some cool prizes, and make sure all your fans do that too. Scan it, get some big prizes out there.
Absolutely, buddy. Good luck out there.
Thanks.
The Wendy's.
Got the QR code for Wendy's right now on the screen. Can't show you that, unfortunately. Yeah, so Eric Jones leaving his box, and then Buescher leaving his box as well. Ended up forcing Logano 5 wide on the outside, so he kind of had nowhere to go. He stayed out of the grass, luckily, so tires should be still clean. We'll take our second break of the day during the stage break, and then we'll get back to green flag racing. When we come back, you're watching the 65th running of the Daytona 500 live on KRC. Hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. 91 likes so far the stream, 150 people watching and counting, and our goal, 200 likes, by the way. So appreciate the support as always. We'll get into this very, very shortly. Colin Drax, thanks for tuning in. Also, Matt Wilson, welcome into the stream. Wasn't NASCAR going to eliminate the stage cautions only on the road courses? I hope they make it permanent going forward, though, for every race. Guess we'll just have to see how it is on the road courses. It's good to test it, I guess. I don't think that they should have. I'm fine with stages. I just don't like the cautions for them. I think a lot of fans would probably agree. Too Shiesty, thanks for tuning in. I don't think, stage points are actually more rewarding, I think, than like leading a lap, just because you only had like 5 points for leading a lap. You can maximize 20 possible points for leading, the most laps if you're leading at the right increments during the course of the race. I mean, you can pull a Kyle Larson at Pocono a couple years ago, blow a tire in the last lap of the race, but if you win the first 2 stages, at least you're getting good points still for the day for, dominating throughout the course of the race. Or other circumstances, like if it's a fuel mileage race or something. It still rewards you having a good day. So I'm all for that. I just don't like the cautions during it. Breaks the race up. I mean, especially on these bigger racetracks, it adds like 4 or 5 extra caution laps per stage break. And as a result of that, I mean, it really does make this race an extra 10 minutes longer. If we didn't have stage breaks, the races would be about 10 laps short, or 10 minutes shorter in length. People complain about, the length of the races being, 3+ hours from time to time. Not all races, but, we could have a race that's like 3 hours, 10 minutes, but it could be right at 3 hours, or a race that's 2 hours, 45 minutes could be 2:35 if there's no stage cautions. Not to mention the 600. I mean, that has an extra stage. That's like an extra 15 minutes worth of cautions at the 600. The race is already long enough. It's like Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin. I think Hamill might have flipped Logano off out the window. Logano just kind of ran out of room there. I don't think Logano did anything wrong. I don't think Denny did anything wrong either. They were just running out of room. Guys leaving pit road underneath them. Everybody pitting at once.
Now scrub that tire really hard. Tire wear will be key to making it to the end of this stage. Have to be very careful with that. Open for a caution where they can get that changed.
Now, we questioned A.J. Allmendinger's move coming to the flag, and indeed, he was battling Bubba Wallace to be the first car one lap down, and he did get the free pass, so Allmendinger is back on the lead lap after pit stops. Coming out of turn number 4, there's the Geico restart zone. When the race leader, the control car, which right now is the 41 of Ryan Preece, enters that zone, and it's marked by lines on the wall and the track and a cone in the fence. Anytime in that green zone, he can hit the gas and accelerate, and the starter will wave the green flag. The rest of the field gets to react.
Ryan Preece, the control car in the restart. He'll be on the inside lane, and outside of him is going to be the 2 of Austin Cindric. No, Brad Keselowski in the 6. Cindric outside of row 3. It's tough to tell from vantage point. Both the cars are white. Look somewhat similar. But the Fords have gotten to the front of the field by the end of stage 1 through 5 at the very end, and 4 different teams. Well, yeah, 4 different teams. One Penske, Front Row Motorsports, couple of SHR Fords, and an RFK Ford all ended up in the top 5 at the end of that first stage. Brad Keselowski has gotten the push from Eric Almirola. He'll continue to stay on the outside for right now and then transfer down to the bottom off the exit of turn 4. So Keselowski, who only led the last couple laps of stage 1, won the race off, or finished second in the race off pit road, but ends up leading the opening lap of stage 2 under green flag conditions. Eric Almirola taking the lead back. So there were 6 caution laps, by the way, ran under that stage break. No cleanup, just that. Knocks the average race pace down to 167.97 miles per hour currently. Still pretty fast, though. The only caution of the day was that stage break so far. No cautions for incident, but we do have one driver out of the race, which is Justin Haley, the 77 of Ty Dillon. Had a mechanical issue earlier in the day. So BJ McLeod's 3 laps down, too. I think he might have an issue also. Quick bobble by the 41 of Ryan Preece off the exit of turn 4. Allowed the outside to pull through, and Almirola led that last lap at the line. Cindric now the second car in the outside lane. Brad Keselowski launching himself forward, middle of the corner. Clear for a quick second, and then Almirola gets right back to the outside again. 39 cars, as far as we know, still in this race. 33 of which on the lead lap. And just like in stage 1, the field will have to pit at some point in time here in this stage, even pitting during the stage break as the entire field did. Brad Keselowski looking like one of the early contenders after winning stage 1. Your top 5 right now early in the second stage. Brad Keselowski leads, Ryan Preece second, Kevin Harvick third, Eric Almirola fourth, and Austin Cindric is fifth. Keselowski, Almirola still side by side. For just about a lap or two, we saw 3 wide outside the top 15 a little earlier. There was about 4 cars in that third lane. Other than that, though, they have been side by side pretty much this entire race. They were single file for about a 5 to 10 lap stretch after green flag pit stops until we got down to about the final 6 or 7 laps of stage 1. Then they were jockeying for position again at the front of the field. So, I mean, for the most part, all but 5 or 10 laps of the first 75 of this race, they have been 2 by 2. They've been racing pretty hard, a lot of lane changing going on, and a lot of bum draft at the front, but they have done it to perfection thus far, outside of that one instance where Hamlin pushed Truex into Wallace at the front of the field on the outside, and Bubba, who was leading, ended up getting knocked into the wall going into 3. Had to pit for an unscheduled stop to replace the right side tires. But again, we didn't have a caution for that, and as a result, he continues to be a lap down. He's the first car lap down right now in 34th, ahead of Zane Smith and Travis Pastrana. So again, those guys going for the free pass position for whenever the next caution may come out. We know we're guaranteed at least one more yellow with the stage break, so it's going to be important for those guys to try to battle for that first car one lap down, because they'll at least have one more chance to try to get back on the lead lap before the end of today's race. It's like Fox heading into yet another commercial break. We'll stay right here. Full field running order real quick here. Eric Almirola leads. Brad Keselowski second. Austin Cindric third. Ryan Preece fourth. Kevin Harvick is fifth. William Byron in sixth place. Chris Buescher seventh. Michael McDowell eighth. Todd Gillen ninth. The Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 10. Joey Logano at 11th. 12th is Kyle Busch. 13th, Eric Jones. 14th is Denny Hamlin. Ryan Blaney 15th. Jimmy Johnson 16th. Chase Elliott 17th. Kyle Larson 18th. 19th is Justin Haley, and Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 20. Alex Bowman in 21st. Ty Gibbs in 22nd. Ross Chastain 23rd. Chase Briscoe 24th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th. 26th is Harrison Burton. 27th is Christopher Bell. AJ Allmendinger 28th. Noah Gragson 29th. Corey LaJoie is 30th. Cody Ware 31st. Austin Dillon 32nd. Daniel Suarez last car in the lead lap in 33rd. Bubba Wallace first car lap down in 34th. Still Travis Pastrana 35th. Zane Smith, 36th. Riley Herbst, 37th. Connor Daly, 38th. BJ McLeod, 39th. And Ty Dillon will finish last in today's race, the only car out. McLeod's actually 2 laps down, not 3 down, by the way. So Herbst, Daly, McLeod, 2 down. And then Zane Smith, Travis Pastrana, Bubba Wallace, 1 lap down, fighting for that free pass position. Hit the like button again if you haven't already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live commentary coverage of the 65th running of the Daytona 500 continues right here live on KRC. 97 likes on the stream so far. We're almost halfway there, and we're almost to the halfway point in this race. Camera got dimmed there for a second. That was weird. I don't know why it dimmed out so badly. Afraid of Choo Choo Charles? I have no clue who that is. Yep, double wide all the way through the field. Remembers caution countdown clocks for the trucks back then? Yeah, that was pretty bad. 20-minute caution clock. There were no points awarded for being in the lead in that situation, too. That costed some drivers wins, because they would be pulling away, and then they would get a caution with like 15 to go or something, because they would hit the 20 minutes. And then they had to make a decision whether they wanted to pit or not. And yeah, that was tough. It didn't even last a full season, I don't think. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I don't think it lasted the whole year. Ethan, welcome into the stream. By the way, that Harvick diecast I showed off, I did that because it is Kevin Harvick's final Daytona 500. He'll be in the Fox booth full-time starting next season. So figured pay some homage to him. With it being his final 500, and he is, of course, a Daytona 500 champion, as well as a champion of the series as well back in 2014. 500 win was in 2007. Trying to look to see who has the fastest lap of the race in the early going of Stage 2 so far, and I still think it's the same lap Preece put down earlier of a 45.809. 196.468 miles per hour was that lap. I think BJ McLeod just fell another lap down. Yep, now he's 3 laps down. He lost the pack on that initial restart. He'll stay in the outside lane 3 wide, and it allows everybody underneath him to continue to stay side by side. Happened to Bowman. He's just back in the pack, 23rd. Yeah, we'll spotlight our pre-race drivers that I had talked about earlier for the drivers who I had on the must-haves and don't-haves, the potential sleeper picks where they're running now as an update in the early going of Stage 2. So start off with the drivers who I didn't think were going to get top 10 finishes at the end of the day. Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, Daniel Suarez. Daniel Suarez is 30th. Alex Bowman is 23rd. And Christopher Bell is... Can't find him anywhere. Where's he at? 24th. So far they're all outside the top 20. Still in the first half of the race. That could change, but so far those predictions looking correct. Sleeper picks. Kyle Larson, for the sake that it's Daytona Super Speedway. So I had Kyle Larson as a sleeper. Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher. Buescher is in 8th, so he's in the top 10 right now. Kyle Larson 16th, led some laps earlier, and Austin Cindric is currently in 4th, so I got 2 of the 3 there. And then the must-have picks so far of Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney. I think they're all outside the top 10 for right now. They were must-haves for me to finish in the top 10. Ryan Blaney is in 18th, Joey Logano is in 13th, and Chase Elliott is 20th. And your fan-voted driver for this weekend, Kevin Harvick, was the favorite to win the Daytona 500 based off the poll that we had in the community tab that I uploaded earlier this morning. And currently Harvick is in the top 10 in the 3rd place position, fighting for the lead. That inside line behind Brad Keselowski and his teammate Ryan Preece. New teammate at that, Ryan Preece. Eric Almirola leading the outside with Austin Cindric right behind him. William Byron, Kyle Larson to follow in that outside lane. A little bit of momentum going forward for them into turn 1, but Almirola still on the outside of his teammate Harvick in 3rd. The first 2 cars on the bottom are clear still of Preece and Keselowski, and now he'll get alongside Preece off the exit of turn 2, and another big run on the backstretch, but Keselowski, who leads, stays on the bottom. A push coming from the 41, and that will keep the 6 and the 41 still clear. And now the outside really faded back quite a bit. That was a major run by those cars on the inside. The front 4 are now clear. All 4s, by the way. And interested if they maybe move to the outside in front of other Fords that are leading the charge on the top of the 10 and the 2. They did not. They had a chance to off the exit of turn 2 that time, and Almirola getting that momentum back up in the tri-oval into turns 1 and 2 as he did last lap, pulling to the outside of the 34. Another car about to go a lap down. Might be somebody who is potentially already a lap down. I'm not sure. And it is. It's going to be the 50 car of Connor Daly. So Connor Daly is going to end up going a 3rd lap down in this race here as Fox heads to a commercial break once again. Trey Irby, thanks for tuning in. Full screen commercial break. We'll take our 3rd break of the day. You're watching the Daytona 500 live on KRC. Yeah, Bubba and Travis are still a lap down. Well, they stayed out, but I think that was just a pit after everybody, because if you stay out to take the wave around, you have to actually stay out the entire pit road. You can't just pit again and be back on the lead lap. They pitted because, they were only going to be able to go about another 15, 20 laps. So it would have been too much of a risk. We haven't seen any cautions yet. Maybe in the final stage they would try something like that, but not this early yet, knowing that we still are guaranteed one more caution. One of those guys are more than likely going to get the free pass position either at the end of the stage or elsewhere. I don't know, though. It's tough because there are some cars that you would think are generally slower. They're still in the lead lap, like Cody Ware. If he loses the pack after pit stops, which is the same thing that happened to Pastrana, Smith, and BJ McLeod, then maybe that could end up happening to them. Hot Wheels Vet 95, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Bowman and Chase. Hope Jimmy does good. Well, he finished top 10 at stage 1. He's having a good run. That was after starting in the last row, too. So, started very deep in the field. Appreciate everybody tuning in. And like, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Goal today was 200 likes. We're at 105 right now. And I think the most likes we've had so far through Speed Weeks, the truck race, I had 138. So we're getting pretty close to that already. And we're still in the first half of the Daytona 500. Who knows? Maybe we can get to 300. 250, and we're still on pace for that at least. Again, appreciate everybody's support. Keselowski continues to lead, and he's got to be closing in on the most laps led. Yeah, he's got 17. Christopher Bell still led the most so far with 20. And we have had a total now of 10 different leaders in today's race already. And we're not even halfway home. And on top of the 10 different leaders, we've had... I gotta recount that. I messed up. $35 lead changes. 10 different leaders, 35 lead changes in the Daytona 500. 35 and 91 laps. I mean, we could be on pace for the record. About to look it up. Record had to have been 2011, I would imagine. $74 lead changes is the record in the Daytona 500. It was 2011. And so far we have had 35 lead changes in 92 laps. So we are on pace for breaking the all-time record for the most lead changes in the Daytona 500 the way we've ran so far. And a large part is because we've been green flagged for a large portion of today's race. So it has allowed more green flag racing. And again, we have had not only a lot of lead changes, but with that, a lot of side-by-side racing up towards the front of the field. The lane starts to fall back a little bit, about 4 or 5 cars back, and they still are able to get themselves forward after a handful of laps. Just staying a little bit more coordinated, having faster cars, of course, leading those groups. Sure, we'll see more lead changes coming up here very shortly. Got to be getting close to green flag pit stops as we have 39 laps to go in Stage 2. We saw the teams pit right around 40 laps into the last stage, which was about 25 laps to go. So I'd probably say anywhere between 10 to 15 more laps, and we'll be seeing some cars hit pit road if we continue to stay green for that long. Top 6 cars clear on the bottom lane now at the very front of the field. Top 5 still is Brad Keselowski in the race lead, Ryan Preece second, Kevin Harvick third, Michael McDowell fourth, and Martin Truex Jr. is in fifth. Almost halfway home in the Daytona 500 2023 edition. CB, thanks for tuning in. I don't know that everybody's driving conservative. I would disagree with you on that one. Has there been any accidents? No, but it doesn't mean that it's been a bad race by any means. I think it's been a really good race. Just mentioned how many lead changes we've had. We've had 35 lead changes. What more do you want? Can't just ask for carnage. That's not actual racing. Not a lot of bump drafting going on mid-pack. They're just being smart. But they are bump drafting quite a bit at the front of the lines. Just as they were in the dual race, but cars seem to be handling a lot better now that they've had more practice over the last couple days versus in the dual races on Thursday that wasn't the case. Truex now pulled up to the outside moments ago and leads that second lane. He's got his former teammate Kyle Busch right behind him. Jimmy Johnson's cracked the top 10. He's the 5th car in line on the bottom, currently in 9th. I'm David Dillinger. Thanks for tuning in. Next weekend, the racing at Auto Club. Xfinity and Cup, Saturday, Sunday. We'll be live for both races. First race I'm going to is Coda. So that's like the 6th or 7th race of the year. So we'll have live commentary streams for the next month, roughly. A little over that. I still plan on doing the truck and Xfinity races that weekend, too. I'm only going to the Cup race. For commentary side of things. All the rear guys not driving aggressive. Well, yeah, I mean, there are drivers that are holding back, at the tail end of the pack that aren't doing anything. You can't expect all 40 of them to be aggressive every single lap. There's just different strategies. Mr. Lee's Happy Little Trees, thanks for tuning in. Watching Harvick's in-car cam. Well, he's out towards the front right now, so that'd be a pretty good angle. Storybook, if he can win this final Daytona 500, his 22nd career Daytona 500 at that as well. Rookie in the 2001 season, so it's his 23rd season. Obviously didn't run the Daytona 500 back in 2001 in his rookie campaign. Still amazing that he finished 9th in points that year, even not running the Daytona 500. Missed a race and still finished 9th on traditional points. And he won a Busch Series championship that year too, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, what a year for Kevin Harvick. He have 2 wins in the Cup that season. Atlanta, he might have only had that one, but I think he had 2. Could be wrong on that. Everything else I've talked about statistically, at least on that season, was correct. Hi, Stephen King, 92 Hammer. Thanks for tuning in. Full screen commercial break, by the way, right now for Fox. Brad Keselowski in the lead, Ryan Preece in second, Kevin Harvick third, Michael McDowell fourth, Eric Jones in fifth, Jimmy Johnson sixth, Kyle Larson seventh, Tyler Reddick eighth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. cracking the top 10 for the first time today, and ninth, and Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 10. So that is your top 10 right now. We'll be halfway in one more lap. We'll have half the race still to go. Again, be sure to like, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content here on the channel. Live coverage of the 65th running of the Daytona 500. 117 likes. Our goal is 200 on the stream today. Got about 30 laps to go in stage number 2. And outside of the stage 1 break, we are caution free. Imagine watching a league with nobody's over the Daytona 500. Yeah, I know. I think they played yesterday. I think they play on Saturdays, though. Because there were games on yesterday. I didn't watch it. I don't plan on watching it, but pretty sure they're playing on Saturdays. Still be watching it over the Xfinity Series. I don't play DraftKings, but I do play FanDuel. I've got a couple bets today. I put money on Logano to win, 30 on him to win, at plus 12,000, and then I had a couple other like group bets. I had all the Penske's just because I'm so high in the Fords this weekend. Can't remember who's in which group specifically. The only one I was kind of nervous for was picking Blaney over Elliott, just because I do think Elliott's going to be really quick too, but I just felt that it was a little bit more confident. Haven't seen the Penske's controlling the field yet today at the very front, but we have seen Fords up there pretty consistently, especially since the end of stage 1, really, where they all were able to get to the front in the top 5, but none of them are Penske cars. Cindric was up there, but he is no longer up there anymore. He's back in 15th. 30 to go this time behind the stage. 50 car of Connor Daly going to lose another lap. I believe he is 4 laps down now. Well off the pace all weekend long, but got his way into the Daytona 500 Thursday after Austin Hill was collected in an accident in dual race number 2, and he was able to beat him out by 1 position as a result to race his way in. Wasn't even able to complete a or even really start the car for a qualifying lap on Wednesday night. Had an oil line break. And even mechanically in the dual race, had a suspension issue, and they were well off the pace in that one. Kept pace, at least for the very beginning of this race today, but hasn't had any drafting help. And continuously loses lap after lap with the field staying in a pack. He's gotten to the rear of this pack, same thing. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to draft up to the back of them. So with most of the cars on the bottom, it may make it easier for cars to hit pit road here in a little bit. Just past halfway now. 99 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Race clicking by pretty quickly. Dropping the green flag was at 3:14 Eastern Standard Time. We're only an hour and a half in, and we're already over halfway. Pretty fast pace so far. Average speed is 174.52 miles per hour. In the stage racing era, that's really fast. That's over half the race. Kyle Busch leading the outside lane as he hopped in front of Eric Almirola a little bit ago. Actually had Truex in front of him, but Truex moved down to the bottom as soon as he found a hole. In the 11th place position is the 19. Locked in line. A lot of the Penske cars still on the outside. Another car hops off the top down to the bottom in that outside lane initially, and I believe that might have been Justin Haley in the 31. We get to listen to the pit reports when we get to that point. Countdown laps here. About as calm as it's been for most of this race today over the last handful of laps. Just not enough cars in that outside lane right now. Everybody pretty patient on the bottom. Closing in on yet another lap car at the tail end of the field. And that will be BJ McLeod losing yet another lap in the 78. Here's a NASCAR on Fox crank it up for you guys.
On you. On you. Outside, I've got a slow car up top. Got 10 rows up. You can bottom of 3 for 1 row. Three wide bottom, pretty sweet. 2.5 in front. There's 2 right now. 2 in front. When we do pit, we're going on the jack. Going on the jack. Plenty good on fuel. Get down, you're clear. Working lap 104. To the quarter front, and your health is 42.4. Maintaining half. Without him shoving you 2 minutes slower, half back, he's clear by half. About that. All back there. Half back 34. Push up front now. We're going to be the center. Copy.
You heard at the tail end of that, we're going to be the second group. They're talking about it. I don't think we'll be long.
Brad Keselowski.
The Fords hit the pit road the first time, and it was the Chevys and it was the Toyotas.
Keselowski, Xfinity champ in 2010, Cup champion in 2012, acquired an equity stake from Jack Roush and Fenway Sports Group in this team last year, started a rebuild.
Pit stops coming up. Well, man, Kyle Busch just about ran into the back of Eric Jones trying to get onto pit road. All the Chevys are in at once. 3 and nearly 4 wide at the very back. It's going to be interesting to see who can find their pit box. But they're in.
At the 5 of Kyle Larson is saying his car a little tight, but not too bad.
You will only, for most of these teams, Jamie?
And Todd Gordon with the call for Jimmy Johnson in the 84. He's been pretty happy with the car. Just a little free early on, but a good stop for all 7 time.
Dragson about made contact with Suarez leaving pit road at the tail end of that, and it looks like the Fords are going to stay out just a little bit longer. Toyota's still sticking with the Fords at the front of the field as Keselowski continues to log in laps led. He has led the most laps in today's race so far and has currently led 35 laps and counting. Second highest is Christopher Bell with 20 laps led in stage 1. So single file right now, all the Chevys trying to get up to speed, and I'm guessing that the Fords and Toyotas are staying out. Well, never mind, they're pitting this time, so they will be pitting. Ryan Preece bump drafting Brad Keselowski right now as they enter into turn 3. And hopefully all the Fords are going to be able to get onto pit road no problem this time. We saw the 15 of Riley Herbst spin when he pitted, and not all the Fords are pitting, just a couple of them. About 5 or 6 Fords coming into the pits. A lot of the Penske cars stayed out. SHR's cars are in. Keselowski in also.
Been very fast all day long. That race car just a little bit too tight off of turn 4 for him right now. Josh.
Brad Keselowski has led the most laps with 35 on the day. Said he's happy with his car. Got fuel and tires, Jamie.
And Ryan Preece in the 41, fuel only, tight bond with that pit crew already, works out with them all the time, and they are nailing it so far as you see Michael McDowell for his stop as well.
So with all them pitting, I'd have to imagine probably this lap, honestly, we'll probably see Harvick, who now leads for the first time today in his final Daytona 500, come in. Penske car is going to stay out, though. So Harvick coming in, all the other SHR cars pitted before. It looks like the Toyotas are coming in with Harvick also.
Maybe the best.
Kyle Busch back on pit road, may have had a penalty.
Kevin Harvick have had here in Daytona. Kevin, I think, agrees right now. He is still silent on the radio. Gas only. Jamie.
A lot of quiet drivers on the radio. Mark Truex Jr., one of those, led 13 laps earlier. Really happy with his car this week, but they thought it would take a hit when it came to racing here this year with the change to the nose, but they have been running really well with the 19. Truex happy with it.
So that was all the Toyotas plus Kevin Harvick pitting that time.
Penske car staying out just a little bit longer. It'll be interesting to see if they are going to be able to cycle all the way back out into the lead, but they are coming in now. Harrison Burton also in with them, as well as Chris Buescher and Todd Gilliland.
With the 22 car, really been struggling to handle it just a little bit on that race car and can't get to the car's bumpers in front of him like he would like, so some adjustments there, fuel only for him. Jamie.
And his teammate Ryan Blaney right there in the 12, a two-time runner-up in the Daytona 500. Pretty happy with the car. It was a little tight early on, and they fixed that with an air pressure adjustment. No tires. You see the tear off on the windshield for clear vision. Enough fuel to make it to the end.
So the 45 car of Tyler Reddick leading the group of cars that are out on the track right now. And if he could cycle out in front of all the Fords that are still trying to get up to speed off the exit of turn 2, then Reddick will be the one in the lead. It is a huge conga line of cars. You got all the Toyotas mixed with the Fords that pitted with them and just before them that are in that lead group, and then the Chevys follow up from behind. Cindric gonna fall behind a little bit here. Blaney, Logano, and Buescher look to be the 3 cars at the very front of the field that are likely going to try to block their way at the front, as we currently are going to have a full screen commercial break, it looks like. We'll stay right here, though. Joey Logano in the lead. Ryan Blaney second. Mark Truex Jr. third. Ty Gibbs is in fourth. Kyle Larson in fifth. Eric Jones sixth. William Byron seventh. Chris Buescher eighth. Tyler Reddick ninth. Chase Elliott is 10th. Kevin Harvick 11th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 12th. Ross Chastain 13th. Alex Bowman 14th. Austin Cindric 15th. AJ Allmendinger 16th. Eric Almirola in 17th. 18th is Michael McDowell. Denny Hamlin 19th. And Chase Briscoe is 20th. Daniel Suarez in 21st. Justin Haley 22nd. Ryan Preece in 23rd. Jimmy Johnson 24th. Corey LaJoie 25th. 26th is Austin Dillon. Ty Gilliland 27th. Brad Keselowski 28th. Harrison Burton 29th. Christopher Bell 30th. Noah Gragson 31st. Cody Ware 32nd. Kyle Busch in 33rd after having that pit road penalty. Bubba Wallace in 34th. 35th is Zane Smith. Wallace, by the way, first car lap down. Again, Zane Smith 35th behind him. Travis Pastrana 36th. Riley Herbst 37th. BJ McLeod 38th. Connor Daly 39th. And Ty Dillon is out of the race. Only car out of the race today in 40th. So Kyle Busch had to pit that extra time. Pit road penalty is what I believe it was for Kyle Busch. Didn't hear official word on that. Maybe it was a loose lug nut. I have no clue exactly, but he had to pit a second time. And he is still in the lead lap, but he's the only car not drafting with anybody, and he's 39 seconds off the lead. So Busch is going to be a lap down here shortly. It's going to be a race between Kyle Busch and Bubba Wallace then for the free pass position to the end of stage 2 if we don't get a caution before then. Coma Genius, thanks for tuning in. No, Johnson not doing bad at all. Mixing it up there at the front of the field periodically. Sean Royer, thanks for tuning in. I know I'm enjoying the race so far. Hopefully you guys are too. Whether you're in the chat or not, thanks for tuning in here this afternoon. D-Factory Rat, thanks for tuning in also. 2Shiesty1X, thanks for tuning in. Pulling for Chase Elliott. Quick update again on the driver predictions from earlier in the race today. We have Chris Buescher in the lead. He was one of my sleeper picks, so it looks like he's been able to hold on in front of that pack. Ryan Blaney formed himself in, so Reddick did not get the lead. Buescher leads. One of the must-haves, Joey Logano in second. I predicted him to have a top 10 also. Ryan Blaney to have a top 10. He's in fourth. Fan voted driver Kevin Harvick currently in fifth. He's had a great day so far. He's led some laps. Next driver on our list, Alex Bowman in ninth. He was one of the don't-haves that I had predicted not to get a top 10. Larson, one of the sleeper picks today, is in 10th place. Daniel Suarez, one of the don't-haves who I picked not to finish in the top 10, is in 15th. Chase Elliott, one of the must-haves who I did predict for a top 10 today, in 17th. Austin Cindric, one of the sleeper picks, in 19th. He fell behind there. He couldn't keep up with the other Penske cars when they came out of the pits. Brad Keselowski, who won Stage 1, is in 21st. And I think that's it for all the rest of the picks I had. Oh, Christopher Bell, also one of the don't-haves, back in 30th after leading 20 laps in Stage 1. It's about 10 seconds off the lead, but he's drafting with Cody Ware, Noah Gragson, so I think they'll be able to stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage. Side by side, though, at the front of the field, we got about 14 laps to go yet in stage number 2. Chris Buescher continues to lead, a push from behind by Tyler Reddick. Logano's the car leading the inside lane right now into turns 3 and 4, and he does have his teammate right behind him of Ryan Blaney still. Coming up on Kyle Busch, who's a lap down in the 8 car, so the leaders are going to have to go above Busch to try to put him a lap down, and hopefully they can file out pretty well into the tri-oval. Busch keeping that car down on the double yellow line. Everybody racing by on the outside. Narrows up quite a bit. Try to get in line there for a quick second. Now he does try to get in line. About squeezed Austin Cindric into turn 1. Close call there. Busch is just desperately trying to stay in the draft. He knows he needs to be in the free pass position in case we see a caution sometime soon. 13 laps to go. Stage 2. Another push. Reddick launching the 17 car on the back straightaway. Further out ahead. Into turn 3 they go. Harvick pushing the 45 car almost simultaneously there also. Oh, we got trouble! Car around! Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney! In turns 3 and 4, and we've got a crash. One car gets piled into Chase Elliott. That was Eric Jones. Right as Fox was heading to commercial, too. They got a side-by-side break. Handful of cars collected in a crash off turn 4. I don't know exactly what happened there, but it looked like the 45 of Reddick was loose, as well as Ryan Blaney. Not sure what led into the contact. Heavy damage to the 12. That hurts my soul a little bit. 2 of my must-have picks in it, too. Chase Elliott also collected. Heavy damage to both the 12 and the 9. Blaney hit head-on into the wall, as well as Tyler Reddick. Eric Jones took a good lick in there also. Our first crash of the day with about 82 laps to go in the Daytona 500 and 12 laps to go in Stage 2, and currently going to work on the 12 as soon as possible. But we have a caution. Reddick is not going to be able to drive his car back to pit road. It is all sorts of damage. His day is going to come to an end. There's no way he is going to be able to continue. He's at the front of pit road. He'll get some assistance there. Blaney's already in his pit box. We'll see a replay once they come back from the break. Again, I couldn't tell exactly how that started because they were just transferring into the side-by-side commercial break, but I saw the middle of it. And the first thing I saw was the 45 and the 12 kind of getting loose simultaneously in the middle of the corner. Chris Buescher in the lead at the time of caution. Logano second, by the way. Pit road is closed. Keith Campbell, thanks for tuning in. Well, free pass going to go to Bubba Wallace. It looks like he got just in front of Kyle Busch before that caution came out. I do believe they both missed it too. Well, we're going to have more cars out of this race that are not Ty Dillon anymore. Not just Ty Dillon. And this is just our second caution of the race. 173.7 mile per hour average race speed right now. Eric Jones has quite a bit of damage. Window net down on Jones's race car. Gloves are off. His day is going to come to an end also. Damaged vehicle policy clock is on for Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney right now. Again, they were able to get their cars to pit road. So Eric Jones backing up down pit road. His day is done. Tyler Reddick's day is done. And waiting on official word with Ryan Blaney and Chase Elliott to see if they'll continue. Showing a replay right now. So, waiting to see... Oh, wow, Reddick just got loose. Tyler Reddick just broke loose right in the middle of the corner, and when he got loose, he ended up hooking the right rear of Ryan Blaney. Caused him to end up getting turned head-on into the outside wall. Hard lick for the 12. It looked like Kevin Harvick may have touched the back of the 45 in the middle of the corner, so I don't think Reddick got loose on his own. It looked like Harvick may have pushed him from behind right in the center of the corner. That sent Reddick down the track into Blaney, turned Blaney up the track, and then there were some innocent bystanders. Jones tried to go through the grass to miss it, lost control, backed it up the track into Elliott. Daniel Suarez also got a piece of Chase Elliott. Kyle Larson barely missed everything. He was just ahead of Reddick. Reddick kind of followed Larson into the grass. It actually looked like Larson may have made contact with Jones before getting into the grass, which then caused Jones to lose control, and then he backed it up into the 9 of Elliott. First wreck of the Daytona 500, or second caution of the day. We'll have a total list of cars collected in that accident very shortly, but we do know for a fact that drivers that will be out of the race because of that incident will be Tyler Reddick and Eric Jones. Not sure about Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney yet. Fox had to do yet another commercial break during this caution. Two of the favorites, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, with issues that will likely take them out of a chance of winning the Daytona 500. Now, I know Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney were in the same group pick. I need to go back and look. Blaney scored ahead of Elliott right now. I had Blaney. I don't know who else was in it, though. Don't forget that fantasy lineups lock at the end of Stage 2. So if you had anybody who was involved in that accident, I highly recommend taking them out. I had Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney, unfortunately, so one of those guys is going to be stuck in. And the guy leading the race I have on my garage right now, so I'll plug Chris Buescher in for Chase Elliott currently. I think Elliott had more damage than the 12, even though it looked like the 12 had a harder impact. Yeah, I think Chase Elliott's out. Because he has scored 3 laps down. Blaney still scored 1 lap down right now. So it looks like Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Eric Jones out of the race after that accident. Suarez got a piece of it. He'll be able to continue. He's actually still on the lead lap, it appears. And then Ryan Blaney, as of right now, still 1 lap down. So I'm not entirely sure if he's going to be out or not. But Chase Elliott out of the race. Reddick out of the race, and Eric Jones out. as well as Ty Dillon, who had a mechanical issue earlier on. Yeah, Harvick touched the back of Reddick right in the middle of turns 3 and 4 on the outside. They were the first two cars in the outside lane. Knocked Reddick loose. Turned him right into Blaney's right rear, which just hooked him perfectly. I don't know how Blaney hit head-on into the wall. It is still has a chance to continue on in this race. Pete Kramer, thanks for tuning in. RBLX Viper Demo Team, thanks for tuning in. Hingo, welcome. And fantasy lineups lock at the end of stage 2. Total cars involved in the wreck. Larson, Harvick, Elliott, Blaney, Truex, Jones, Reddick, and Suarez. But again, the only drivers actually out of the race with heavy enough damage off of that as of right now, Elliott, Jones, and Reddick. And Blaney has severe damage. Again, Bubba Wallace gets the free pass. And we will have a restart before the end of the stage. So Kyle Busch, who is still the first car lap down, could get the free pass to get back in the lead lap if he remains the first car lap down at the end of stage 2.
Left rear A-arm was absolutely destroyed, and that ended their day.
Tough break for NASCAR's most popular driver. Elliott and Blaney were the favorites at the sports books to win the Daytona 500. And the Corvette Z06 pace car has some laps.
Got some cars hitting pit road. Busher pitting from the lead.
Pit road is open. Regan.
Fun discussion on Kevin Harvick's radio. Do we want to stay out and get stage points or pit now, which would help us win this race in terms of track position at the end of the stage? They obviously decide to pit. Eric Almirola, that car just a little bit tight off at turn 4 right now. Josh.
The 5 of Kyle Larson is getting 4 tires. They're going to look over the car to see if they got any damage in that last wreck. If it's fine, they're going to send him out. Jamie?
Chris Buescher in the 17, he said, this car is pretty stable. We're going to have some good opportunities here, so certainly keep your eye on him.
Ooh. Car's whizzing by Chris Buescher as he was even in his box. I thought he was going to get clipped by the 24 Byron there for a quick second. Cindric wins the race off pit road, gains 7 spots with a 2-tire stop. Hamlin up 5 with 2 tires as well, and the drivers who took 4 obviously lost positions like Harvick, Buescher, and Larson. Harvick, Larson losing 4, Buescher losing 6. McDowell up 9 spots also with the 2-tire stop. Under caution for the second time today, first time for a wreck. Kevin Harvick bump drafted in the middle of 3 and 4. Not a good idea. Turned Tyler Reddick immediately down into the first car who was underneath him on the bottom, which happened to be Ryan Blaney. Blaney goes head-on into the wall. Reddick goes head-on into the wall. And then further back, car's trying to miss the accident. Eric Jones and Larson made contact. Larson doesn't have any real damage. He's still in the lead lap. He'll be all right. But Eric Jones got knocked down into the grass. He lost control, came back across the track. Mollywopped the 9 of Chase Elliott, taking both of those cars out of the race as well. So Jones, Elliott, and Reddick out. Blaney left pit road, still in this race right now. And if he can make up, when they get back to green flag racing, enough speed to maintain, I should say if he maintains minimum speed under green flag conditions, Blaney will continue. He is 1 lap down though. And again, we do have about 4 cars a lap down, so he's going to have to race for the free pass position on this restart with Zane Smith, Kyle Busch, Travis Pastrana. Because we're only going to have a few laps to go in stage 2, so we're guaranteed another caution here shortly. One of those 4 drivers will get their lap back. Bubba Wallace just got the free pass after getting into the wall late in stage 1 after a push gone wrong from his team owner, Denny Hamlin, into the back of Truex, which pushed Truex into Wallace. 3 cars pushed each other at once. He got in the wall. There was no caution for that, but he had to make an unscheduled stop to replace the right side tires on that race car. He's been able to keep up with the lead pack, I've noticed. I don't think he has severe damage. He was just kind of trapped a lap down for a while, which I'm surprised because he looked like he actually hit the wall pretty hard, but seems to be okay. I guess he hit it square enough that he didn't really damage the interior of the car too much, the tow arm. Truck arm, not tow arm. Sarah Isaac, thanks for tuning in. Stage 1 was won by Brad Keselowski. And we still have a couple laps to go yet in stage 2. It's going to be an aggressive restart, you'd have to imagine. I do like the pace car, too. Thanks for the coverage. Sub for more races, for sure. Appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button yet, be sure to do so. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Almost 200 people watching, 126 likes. Our goal is 200 likes on the stream today. Let's break that and then some. Live commentary, live streams all season long for the Truck, Xfinity, and NASCAR Cup Series. Next week, we'll have live commentary coverage of the Xfinity and Cup races at Auto Club. Trucks are off next week. About to get back to green flag racing here. Again, 3 cars collected in that accident that are out of the race, including Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, and Eric Jones. And then Ryan Blaney 1 lap down, but is still in the race. Has a decent amount of damage. I'll try to make minimum speed on the restart. Green flag going to be back in the air, and the leader on the restart will be Joey Logano in the 22, being pushed by the 19 of Truex Chastain for the first time up in contention as he was on the outside of the front row. And AJ Allmendinger, who got the free pass at the end of stage 1 after being a lap down, is now inside the top 5. He's the 3rd car in line on the bottom. 6 laps to go in stage 2. Truex and Logano getting out ahead in the middle of the corner. Alex Bowman pushing the 1 off the exit of turn 2, trying to get the outside lane going again. Logano's the only Ford right now that is inside the top 10. Outside of Cindric, who's back in 7th, so he's kind of all by himself. Here's Michael Waltrip standing with Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, just hate it for the Monster Energy Toyota Camry TRD. I really felt like, we could push really well and we could actually make progress through the pack, but yeah, I've just been not really in the lead much at all today. That was really the first time I was getting any pushes in the lead. And the car seemed a little unstable down the back straightaway, and then obviously in the 3, Kevin was trying to push me, and yeah, I just lost it. So if I would have known that earlier in the day, I probably would have been more careful about that, but that was really the first experience I had with that all day long, and it went bad.
Yeah, Kevin said he thought he might have hit you wrong, but you didn't feel much of a hit, huh?
I don't know. Like I said, down the back, when he got on my back bumper, it just didn't really seem like, when I had clean air there, that my car was really stable. I thought, okay, it moves around a little bit down the back. I've had this happen before. But yeah, I was kind of caught off guard by what happened in the corner there, unfortunately. Just, that was the first time that we put in that situation and got loose, and unfortunately took out some other good cars.
Looking forward to Will and Michael and Denny's car all year long. Back to you, Mike.
Chastain and Logano, 2 of the most aggressive drivers in NASCAR today, battling for the lead in the Daytona 500 with 4 laps to go in stage 2, side by side. A lot of pushing going on at the very front. Bowman in the 48 car giving a huge push to the back of Ross Chastain currently. And then Martin Truex Jr. still on the bottom lane behind Logano. Truex actually got a piece of Reddick. Got hit pretty square, stayed out of the pits, so must not have thought that they had too much damage from that incident to come and replace those right side tires. Obviously, he looks good for right now. Just has to last a few more laps to make it to the end of the stage, then he'll pit during the stage break. Joey Logano got the massive push that time needed to clear the 1 of Ross Chastain. They're bottlenecking a little more on the outside, but they were close enough together that Chastain's going to get a push. Logano does not block, stays on the bottom, leads this lap at the line. This is, by the way, the first Joey Logano has led all day today. And Ross Chastain also the first he is leading in today's race. He's clear into turns 1 and 2. Will he try to control both lanes or will he stay on the top? Yep, Chastain going to move down to the bottom just a hair in the middle of the corner and now stays on the bottom in front of Joey Logano. So now Bowman leads the outside. We'll see if Chastain's maybe going to go up to block. He does, and then back to the bottom. So Chastain being very aggressive at the front of the field, as we know him to be, trying to block both lanes at once. Gets a push from Logano. Into turns 3 and 4 they go. 2 to go. Stage 1 this time by at the start-finish line. Logano getting a run. Middle of the tri-oval, getting a slight push in the middle of the tri-oval as he got a bit loose. Not the right place to do that. Truex almost turned the 22. Chastain up to block the 48 of Alex Bowman now. Back to the bottom in the middle of the corner in front of Logano. Off the exit of turn 2, momentum coming on the outside. Chastain sees that, moves up. Now Logano getting a push from Truex. Back down to the bottom again. Down to the yellow line goes the 1. The 19 still pushing the 22. Into the back of the 1 goes the 22 of Logano. Nearly 3 cars pushing at once on the inside. Bowman with a run into 3-4. Push from Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who's in the top 5 for the first time today. And Bowman gets to the outside of the race lead off turn 4 with Chastain. 1 lap to go in stage 2, this time by half a car length lead at the line for Chastain over Bowman. Bowman does not lead that lap, but what matters is this next lap coming up, which will mark our second green-white checkered flag of the day. Off the exit of turn 2, dead even. Chastain, Bowman. Bowman on the outside. Chastain continues to stay down low on the bottom. Truex pushing Logano. The second and third cars down on the bottom. Into the back of the 1. Logano broke loose. Keeps control of it. Stays connected with the 1 of Chastain. Into turn 3 they go. Side by side still between Chastain and Bowman. 48 and the 22. Going to back off just a little bit. And this is going to be a potential photo finish coming to the line for the stage end. 19 getting a push to the back of the 22. Into Chastain at the line. It's Ross Chastain, I believe, by inches. Yep, Ross Chastain going to win stage 2 in the Daytona 500. Alex Bowman will end up second. Cindric went 3 wide to the outside, picked a couple positions up inside the top 5, moved him up to 5th. Wasn't by much. By a bumper, Ross Chastain is going to win stage 2 in the Daytona 500. Alex Bowman second, Joey Logano third, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 4th, Austin Cindric 5th, Martin Truex Jr. 6th, William Byron 7th, AJ Allmendinger 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and Christopher Bell will round out the top 10. All receiving stage points in stage 2. We'll be seeing pit stops on the other side. You guys will get to listen into that, of course, as well. Over 200 people watching. Again, like, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. William Windex, thanks for tuning in. Daryl Smith, welcome in. Way too many bloody commercials. Yeah, they have been showing quite a bit for this race, haven't they? And we've only had 3. We have 2 more to get through. Yeah, before the end of this race. I try not to do it during green flag action. Haven't had to, actually. Well, outside of obviously when they're on a full screen commercial break, but not every time. I haven't been back on FanDuel in a little bit yet. So Kyle Busch, by the way, gets the free pass at the end of stage 2. So Kyle Busch in 30th will be back on the lead lap. So any Kyle Busch fans out there, you got new life. He had a pit road penalty in the middle of stage 2, which caused him to go a lap down. But at the stage end, he has been able to get the free pass. It's going to keep Zane Smith, Travis Pastrana, and Ryan Blaney 1 lap down still. Riley Herbst is 2 laps down. Connor Daly 5 down. BJ McCullough 8 down. They're all still in the race. And then the 4 cars out of the race today, Eric Jones, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, and Ty Dillon. Dillon with the mechanical issue at stage 1, and then that wreck towards the end of stage 2 knocked out Reddick, Elliott, and Jones. Surprised Ryan Blaney is continuing because I thought he had the second most damage behind Reddick, but that's not that durability of the next gen car, I'll tell you that much. 15 different leaders so far in today's race. 15 drivers that have led at least 1 lap. Brad Keselowski has led the most with 35 laps led. Sounds like 36. Yep, 36 lead changes so far in the Daytona 500 through the first 2 stages. We were on pace there for about the first 80 laps to be able to potentially break the all-time record, which is 74. So it's going to be pretty tough to break that with less than 70 laps to go, but not impossible yet.
The Daytona 500, and the stars are aligning for my man, Martin Truex Jr. Number 19 on the 19th, and his 19th start at this race. Martin Truex Jr. is my guy.
Where we're going with numbers, Zane Smith won the truck race last year. He won the truck race Friday night. Austin Hill won the Xfinity Series race last year. He won the Xfinity Series race yesterday.
Austin Cindric, you see where I'm going? It's going to all line up.
Hey guys, I feel like the Ford of Joey Logano has shown strength all day. He's been up front. He's been comfortable, hasn't had any issues. I feel like Joey Logano is the one to watch.
Tony Kevin Harvick has been very good all day long. He's got 4 tires already, going to gain some track position back right here. He and crew chief Rodney Childers only have 1 box left to check. That's a Daytona 500. I feel good about what he's going to do in a little bit.
Bring it on, looking at the outliers, the drivers that are going to sneak up and surprise you. William Byron is driving a car whose number has won the Daytona 500 3 times. Hasn't led yet, hasn't run in the front yet, but wait till the end. And that's your Credit One Bank. Ones to watch.
Field will be coming onto pit road this time by, as it'll be open with about 67 laps to go with the Daytona 500. I'd imagine the cars that pitted right under that last caution will stay out to get track position. Everybody that stayed out to get stage points will be on their way into the pits. Chastain will lead most of the field down.
And try and get that car to handle just a little bit better. Being up front has helped it some. Right now he's tight behind other cars, and when other cars are right behind him, he gets too free. Ross Chastain, that race car just a little bit too tight. Not bad, just a small adjustment for him. Josh.
Christopher Bell in the 20 has been riding around relatively patient so far. Not a fan of super speedways, but he's gotten himself back inside the top 10 as he gets fuel and tires. Jamie.
Alex Bowman in the 48 struggled getting into his box straight, but he nailed it that time. They made a chassis adjustment and air pressure adjustment on the last couple of stops. Didn't make much of adjustment, so no changes there. Got enough fuel and tires.
Joey Logano was out in the grass at one point, just trying to make it around cars that were leaving off of pit road. Fuel only for Eric Almirola allows him to win the race off of pit road, so he'll be the leader on the restart, it appears. I don't think anybody stayed out. We might have had a couple drivers stay out. More than that a little bit. 12 spots gained, though, for Almirola with that fuel-only stop. Oh, my gosh. I didn't even see that earlier. Eric Jones is... I think it was the tire changer trying to grab that right front, tripped as Jones was leaving pit road earlier in the day. That would have been terrible. Yeah, I'm trying to look back to see who was in the group for the betting. I remember Elliott and Blaney being in the same one. I can't go back and look, so I have no clue. I feel like maybe Eric Jones could have been... No, he wouldn't have been it because it's Group 1. It's usually some of the bigger names. Larson was probably in there. I mean, Blaney's still in it. They come back down onto pit road again. It looks as if Zane Smith and Travis Pastrana have taken the wave around. I think they pitted during the last caution, and then during the stage break they stayed out, and everybody on the lead lap actually pitted. I was surprised how many cars did pit. I could be wrong on that. More on that in a little bit, but maybe Pastrana and Smith potentially back on the lead lap. We'll see if they maybe pit this time. Top off on fuel. I'll find out by the time they go back to Green Flag Racing. We'll take our 4th break of the day, watching the Daytona 500 live on KRC. Alrighty, so hopefully most of you guys are still here. It looks as if that is the case. Time for our second and final look at a NASCAR diecast. This is a Daytona 500 car. It was not won, but it was dominating in the 2018 Daytona 500. It's my guy, of course, Ryan Blaney. His Duracell paint scheme, again, a pretty basic paint scheme. It was a 2018 500. It would have been his first race in the number 12 car, so I wanted to get this diecast as a Blaney fan. Led 118 laps out of 200 in the Daytona 500 that year. Well, they might have had more than 200 because I think they went to overtime or multiple overtimes. Regardless of the fact, he led 118 laps in the race. Still had a top 10 finish. I think he finished 7th that day. Unfortunately, though, did not get the win. Controlled most of the race. Just goes to show sometimes the best car doesn't win every single race. It's very tough to have the best car and capitalize, but the best teams are able to do it. And he obviously was not the best team in 2018. Therefore, I don't even think he did win one race. Yeah, he won at the Roval that year, but didn't have as deep of a playoff run. I think he was eliminated in the round of 12, if I'm not mistaken. Joseph C3, thanks for tuning in. But yeah, that is the two diecast showed for you guys today. Two Daytona 500 cars. One, my favorite driver, Ryan Blaney. And I had to show the Harvick 2007 500 car off because it's his final Daytona 500 today. That was a race-winning car, though. This one could have. It was a race-winning car, but he did not win the race. If not mistaken, I think Harvick only led the final lap in that race. Could be wrong on that. I know he didn't lead much. He's probably led more already today than what he did in 07. Well, maybe not, because he's only led one lap today. I thought he led more than one lap. But he has led. Again, 15 different leaders for 41 lead changes, and we actually probably had another lead change under that caution because it looks like Bubba Wallace stayed out of the pit, so he'll be the leader, recovering after being a lap down. Good comeback so far. The 23, and we'll get to see exactly how good that car is out in front with whatever damage was on the right side of it. Haven't got the one-to-go signal yet. Not sure exactly what's taking so long for the stage brake caution, but looks like they will not be going green this time. Probably be heading to the choose this time, though, to get the one-to-go signal. Keselowski still led the most laps with 35 laps led today. Hasn't led since the green flag pit stops in stage 2. He kind of cycled further back in the field, and he's been outside the top 10 pretty much since. He's up to 8th now. Must have stayed out of the pits with quite a few other cars that did pit. Because the guy that won the race off pit road was Almirola, who's in second, so never mind. I guess he did cycle up pretty far on pit road then. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think he was somebody that took fuel only. Cycled him up to 8th. A lot of the Fords back in the top 10 again. Top 12, really. Bubba Wallace, the only car that stayed out of the pits, though. But I think because he got the free pass under the caution before the end of the stage, so he pitted then. He would have had to. He had the free pass. He had the free chance to get back on the lead lap because he was the first car lap down at that time. So that worked out perfectly for him because he's only got about maybe 5 or 6 laps less of fuel. They ran 6 laps after the restart. Alex Bowman back on pit road. Topping off on fuel again, as well as Martin Truex Jr. and Noah Gragson. And yes, by the way, Zane Smith, Travis Pastrana have taken the wave around. So they probably pitted during the second to last caution, took fuel.
Down to pit stop, so they will all starting out back.
So it sounds like Ross Chastain and Christopher Bell had some pit road penalties during those stops, so they'll have to restart at the tail end of the field. So Chastain, who just won stage 2, is going to have to go to the tail end of the field now after the pit road penalty, so he has lost a lot of track position. Connor Klein, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Willie B today. Sunshine, cool water, NASCAR and Dogs, also welcome into the stream. Final stage coming up. Daytona 500, who will be the 65th running champion of the Great American Race. Tony said this is the part of the race where we see business picking up. Haven't we kind of seen that at the end of stage 2? I thought we did. After that wreck. It will keep picking up, though, I will tell you that much. Pace car onto pit road. Field into the Geico restart zone. Bubba Wallace selects the outside lane on the restart. Green flag back in the air in the Daytona 500. Stage 3 is underway. 63 laps to go. Everybody still has to make one more stop from now to the end of the race. William Byron on the outside give the 23 car a massive shot, and Wallace easily clears everybody into turns 1 and 2 and immediately pulls down to the bottom in front of Eric Almirola, who, remember, won his dual race on Thursday night. Almirola's got a pretty fast car. Wallace immediately to the top, and he's looking to control the lanes as soon as he gets out in front. He's pulling a Chastain, it looks like. Major push on that outside lane from Byron to the back of the 23. Let's go in the middle of the corner. Wallace's car dancing around quite a bit. Eric Almirola in the 10 has been pushed to the lead on the bottom now, and he may lead the opening green flag lap of the stage. 17 car will push again into the tri-oval, and Almirola does lead the opening green flag lap of stage 3. Wallace still leads the outside right now. The 24 car of William Byron behind. And remember, there was damage on that 23 car. He may be slowing down that pack out in front because now the outside lane has drifted back to about the 4th place car of Kevin Harvick down on the bottom. The top 3 are clear. Kyle Larson is the 3rd car in line on the bottom in the 3rd place position right now. A lot of bottlenecking going on the back straightaway. Harvick had to jump out of line. Still going fine in the middle of turns 3 and 4, but that was a big, big moment there for Harvick, and I believe Ryan Preece in the 41 may have been behind him, and it looks like we were under caution. Caution is out for the 4th time today. Debris. And it's off of Ryan Blaney's car. Tire has blown out of Ryan Blaney's race car. It is down to the rim. Remember, he was involved in that accident towards the end of the last stage, and I don't think they pulled the fenders out far enough for him. Tried to continue on as much as they could. He was only 1 lap down. He's back onto pit road, but this will bring out a caution. Riley Herbst is 2 laps down. He will get 1 of those laps back right now with the free pass. He lost 2 laps all the way back in stage 1 when he spun coming into the pits under green flag pit stops. So he'll make 1 lap up here. And Ryan Blaney back on pit road to try to fix the right front once again. This time after blowing a right front tire. Again, that's the 4th caution of the race today. James Strickland, thanks for tuning in. Elliott caught up in a wreck where Harvick was bump drafting Reddick in the middle of 3 and 4 on the outside. It turned Reddick down into Blaney. Blaney hit the wall. That's why he's got the damage he does before blowing this right front tire. Just didn't get it fixed up enough for him. Fixed up enough to at least meet the minimum speed to be able to stay in the race. But anyway, he ended up getting collected. Jones was in the grass, lost control. He got knocked down into the grass because Larson was trying to miss the wreck. And when he hit Jones, Jones came back up across the track into Elliott. Got some cars on pit road once again. They got a commercial going on right now during pit stops. What are you doing, NASCAR on Fox? Got pit stops under caution, and we're under commercial break. What is this? It's supposed to be the Daytona 500. I'd show a Wendy's ad while we have pit stops going on. I mean, I like Noah Gregson's paint scheme this weekend and all, but now we got a Dodge Ram commercial. I mean, pit stops are concluded now. Insider 8, thanks for tuning in. Caden Spears, welcome in as well into the stream. R6, welcome into the stream. 200 people watching pretty consistently here. Our goal is 200 likes on the stream, by the way. We've had over 200 people watching for a little bit now. Appreciate the support as always. Be sure to hit the like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We got 142 likes. Still a little over a quarter of the race to go. We're almost 3/4 of the way to our goal today. So again, we're trying to get to 200. They're still on commercial, by the way. I mean, they're already doubled up. They're going green this time. It looks like they're doubled up. Maybe they're not. No, they are. I don't know. I can't tell. They're all kind of jagged. No, they're not doubled up. We're back now. We missed pit stops. I mean, we saw them on the side-by-side, but we don't know what the adjustments were or anything. Don't know if it was fuel only or if anybody took tires there. Yeah, that would be Fox for you guys. So it sounds like Tony Stewart's going to be in the Fox booth for the Fontana and Atlanta races over the next few weeks, and then Las Vegas and Phoenix races. They'll have Danica Patrick in the booth once again. Fans are probably moaning over Patrick being back in the booth. Doing commentary, I don't really get to listen too much to the guest speaker they have too much because I'm talking over them the whole time. Big ol' Wiggles, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. Newcomer.
System. The lens on that is less than 1/8 of an inch in diameter. That's our driver's eye. And it sits in the padding just to the side of the temple of the driver between him and the shell, the outer part of the helmet. And that's it. That's all there is to it. There's a tiny cable to tether it and transmit the signal. That's it.
It actually sits on the padding.
On
and that's
the padding,
the coolest thing about it is it doesn't, affect the helmet whatsoever. It's out on the outside of it, so all the safety features aren't compromised. Pretty cool feature for all of our guys out there and you guys at home.
It's awesome technology.
That could be the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
Since we've started broadcasting NASCAR on Fox. Sure. And high marks and thanks to Andy Jeffers of Fox Sports who coordinates our in-cars, and Peter Larson who brought tiltable, panable onboard cameras to NASCAR, and his group at BSI. They work closely with the teams to give you these wonderful views from the driver's eye. Let's go to pit road and Jamie.
Pretty incredible technology indeed there, Mike. Well, Alex Bowman in the 48, he had come in and topped off after that last round of pit stops. And on the restart, they started stacking up, and he got into the 42, dropped down on the apron, and you see it right there. He had that issue, brought it onto pit road. You see the left front damage. Good news is it's just cosmetic. Everything underneath looks good for the 48.
Thanks, Jamie. 33 cars on the lead lap, including Riley Herbst, who got the free pass on this caution flag for debris in turn number 2. Cliff Daniels, Kyle Larson's crew chief, we listened in on them.
If we get yellows from here, it's possible we could try to stretch it all the way to the end. So just say that works. Yeah, anyone who did not pit obviously would not be able to make it under any circumstance. Depending on how yellows go, there's a chance that us and the cars that just pitted with us could.
Hey.
Business is picking up, Larry.
How can you save that fuel for him? You got to stay in that pack, and we will go back to that fuel savings mode. When you're back in the pack, the reason Cliff Daniels tells him that, puts that in the back of his mind, if you can save me any fuel, which you can back there, I'm telling you, you're down to half throttle at times to stay off the car in front of you, saving a lot of fuel.
The hard part is you almost are having to commit to that strategy. This is the point of the race where you either got to be making your plans to move your way forward, or if this is a scenario where Cliff and Kyle make that decision to go for fuel mileage, then you have to be committed to staying in the back of the pack where you can run that park throttle and not keep pumping the gas.
And this is something where our sport has evolved so much. Because of the data, the live SMT data, these teams can see what that driver's doing inside that cockpit live. So they know exactly what he's doing to that throttle pedal and exactly how much fuel he is saving them.
Austin Cindric in 6th for this restart. We remind you that Kyle Larson was leading this race in 2017 and ran out of gas on the final lap.
He's going to save just a little bit more. 2.5 miles more, he better. He can do it.
Ford's up front, out.
I don't think anybody that pitted now can make it on field to the end. We'd have to get quite a few cautions in order for that to be the case because the window's 42 to 46 laps, and we still have 57 laps to go in this restart. Green flag is back in the air at Daytona. Again, Bubba Wallace on the outside of the front row will lead the field to the green. Almirola on the bottom as he's getting pushed by the 17 car of Chris Buescher on the outside. Cindric working with Wallace. And a massive push as the inside cars are able to pull clear of Wallace off the exit of turn 2. But as we've seen all week long so far, it's right off the exit of turn 2 and the restarts where the outside really starts to get the momentum. And here comes Wallace on the back straightaway. Now trying to side draft cars down on the bottom underneath him. Starting with the 17 of Buescher. Until Buescher ends up launching the 10 car a little too far out in front. It's going to allow Harvick to kind of fill that gap back up. Denny Hamlin is in the mix right now in the top 5. Cindric got really loose off of turn 4 after getting pushed by the 41 of Ryan Preece. Made a nice save. Wallace may get split 3 wide up the middle now, and he is going to get hung out to dry. Everybody's splitting around him. And now Cindric leads the outside lane all the way up near the wall. Wallace had a chance to get down to the bottom. I think Bell's trying to let him in, and he does. That's going to stack up the inside quite a bit. There's a big gap between Jimmy Johnson and Bubba Wallace on the bottom now, and we'll see if anybody will try to move down into it. Keselowski actually moves off the bottom to the top with the other Fords. And I wonder if Harvick, Buescher, and Almirola may move up also with the Fords on the outside if they get enough of a run soon. Corey LaJoie back in contention. Haven't seen him up near the top 10 or in the top 10 since the very beginning of the race. Started in the 12th place position. He's up to 5th. Keselowski pulling up now alongside Hamlin for 4th. And Keselowski's got a fast car today, has led the most laps. He won the first stage. His teammate Chris Buescher moves up in front of him, and he'll try to make a pass on Eric Almirola for the race lead. Almirola did not move up in time, and Chris Buescher's battling Almirola for the lead with his teammate and team owner Brad Keselowski right behind him. More cars on the outside than the inside all of a sudden now. Still about a dozen cars down on the bottom. They're keeping their momentum up for right now. Well, thanks. What does this mean? Toyota all out. They say commercial-free racing. Is this like another Crank It Up? Sounds like it to me. I'm not complaining.
Half in front, 3/4 in front. One in front, one out the back.
With 20 years in NASCAR competition, the Toyota Racing family continues to grow their racing legacy. Here's a closer look.
Celebrating their...
Yeah, now that we didn't need to see. Okay, anyway, got about 52 laps to go in the Daytona 500 2023 edition. And my TV's lagging all of a sudden. There we go. I might have to rewind that under the next commercial break. That might have lagged me behind just a little bit. Way to go, Toyota. I'm going to blame Toyota all out for that. Even though that had nothing to do with my internet lagging there for a quick second. Hopefully the stream's okay. I think it is. RFK cars moving down to the bottom lane all of a sudden. They were leading the top. They'll move down with some other Fords of Eric Almirola and Kevin Harvick. So now Cindric up on the outside, trying to lead the charge there. He'll side draft the 10. There's quite a few Fords still on the outside lane. Cindric, Preece, Harrison Burton, Michael McDowell are all up there. But the 6 and the 17 continue to stay on the bottom. Now, Keselowski was in this situation earlier in Stage 2 and won Stage 1 also. But after green flag pit stops, he cycled outside the top 20. Couldn't get back up here until the start of Stage 3. What would happen now? A lot of bump drafting going on right now and a lot of lane changing in the middle of the front stretch. Harvick all over the place as he's getting pushed by Cindric all the way through the tri-oval. Denny Hamlin leading the charge on the bottom when all the Fords moved up simultaneously. He filled the hole up and Hamlin's going for the lead. He's got it easily off turn 2. Harvick jumps out of line now into that third lane as he got loose again with Cindric pushing him. And Harvick is going to have to drop all the way to the back now as he's got no help. Kevin Harvick now in no man's land on the outside, losing a ton of ground. Denny Hamlin, who has not led all day, the 3-time Daytona 500 champion, trying to lead his first lap as they work their way off of turn 4. 49 laps to go in the Great American Race. He does not lead this lap at the line. It's the 2 RFK Fords again working cohesively as a unit, allowing Buescher to continue to lead this race. First time we've really seen Justin Haley in contention as well, as he's the 3rd car in line on the bottom. LaJoie is the car trying to push Denny Hamlin on the inside. Jimmy Johnson also in contention now. He's the 4th car down to the bottom in the 84. LaJoie giving Hamlin a massive shot. And everybody's still going to have to pit one more time. Be interested if they do that towards the front of that window or if they're just going to stay out as long as possible, potentially just pit under a green flag run much later in this race. We know there were quite a few drivers that topped off on fuel that think they can make it to the end if they save enough, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that without enough cautions, and so far we continue to stay green. We've only had 1 wreck today, 1 debris caution, and then 2 stage breaks, bringing out the 4 yellows total. Our average race speed is still 155.78 miles per hour. Denny Hamlin continuing out in front. He is leading now, but he's still not going to lead the lap. The 7 launched him so far out ahead of himself, and the outside stayed a lot more coordinated, close together once again, and Buescher continues to lead the Daytona 500. Now Hamlin's really backing up that inside. Top 4 cars all clear. Top 3 will move down to the bottom in the middle of turns 1 and 2 of Almirola, Keselowski, and Buescher. Almirola stays to the outside in front of Austin Cindric now, and the 2 RFK Fords down on the bottom. So allow Eric Almirola to get to the lead in turns 3 and 4. By the way, Harvick's still in that 3rd lane on the outside and somehow has held himself right around 20th. Now he'll duck back in lane in that 2nd line. And we haven't really seen much 3-wide racing today. But they've been side by side majority of this race. Fords 1, 2, 3, and 5 in the top 10. They have a total of 6 cars in the top 10. Only 1 Toyota up at the top 14 right now, and that would be Denny Hamlin in 4th. Leading the inside. No surprise it's Hamlin of all drivers. Joey Logano's really lost a lot of track position. He's back in the 25th place spot. Really nowhere to go. So again, just can't get 3 lanes formed, or at least haven't really attempted it since about the end of stage 1. It'll be interesting if anybody's going to try it later in this race. RFK cars move back to the outside in front of Eric Almirola again as soon as they pull clear. So now Hamlin's got about 5 cars on the outside that are clear of him going into turns 3 and 4. Fox going with a side-by-side commercial break. We'll stay right here. Full field running order real quick. Chris Buescher's your race leader. Brad Keselowski is in 2nd. Third place is Eric Almirola, Austin Cindric 4th, Ryan Preece is 5th, Denny Hamlin 6th, Harrison Burton 7th, Corey LaJoie 8th, Michael McDowell 9th, Justin Haley is 10th, Daniel Suarez 11th, Jimmy Johnson 12th, Kyle Larson is 13th, 14th is Ross Chastain, Austin Dillon 15th, Ty Gibbs 16th, 17th is Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace 18th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 19th, Christopher Bell is 20th, Kevin Harvick in 21st, Martin Truex Jr. 22nd, Noah Gragson 23rd, William Byron 24th, Joey Logano 25th, Ty Gillen 26th, Alex Bowman 27th, 28th is AJ Allmendinger, Chase Briscoe 29th, Travis Pastrana 30th, he's back on the lead lap, he took a wave around at the end of stage 2. Riley Herbst also took the wave around, he is 31st. Zane Smith also took the wave around, he's in 32nd, Cody Ware 33rd. Last car on the lead lap. Ryan Blaney still in the race. He's been involved in 2 incidents here. Had that debris caution with the right front tire going flat was the last yellow, and then also a wreck towards the end of stage 2. He's in the race, but 2 laps down. Connor Daly in the race, 6 laps down in 35th. Blaney, by the way, 34th. BJ McLeod 36, 8 laps down and running, and then everybody from 37th through 40th out of the race. Eric Jones 37, Chase Elliott 38, Tyler Reddick 39th, all involved in an accident at the end of stage 2, and Ty Dillon had a mechanical failure in stage 1, knocking him out of the race thus far. We're down to just 43 laps to go in the Daytona 500, about to be 42 here in a couple seconds as they work their way off of turn 4. Again, I might be a little delayed. My TV lagged a little bit ago. I'm going to actually back out of this real quick and then log back in so that way I can get caught up. I might have to back all. Yeah, I'm going to back all the way out. Sorry for this quick pause. Sounds like they're still in commercial in my ears, so I'm not missing too much. Well, they are side by side, so I'm missing a little bit. There we go. Oh my god! I didn't mean to hit unmute. Oh my gosh, that ad was loud. That was loud for me. Hopefully I didn't blow your guys' ears out on the mic with that. Yeet, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for anybody, honestly, tuning in. Try to shout out the newcomers as much as I possibly can. But hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Just over 200 people in the chat right now. In our 65th running of the Daytona 500, the first ever live commentary live stream of the 500 on the channel. Single file lane up towards the outside for about the top 4 still. Daniel Suarez all of a sudden is leading the bottom in front of Denny Hamlin in the 11. That's interesting. Haven't seen Suarez in contention all day today. He had actually spun in that end of stage 2 caution. I think he might have nudged the wall at the right front, but obviously no severe damage in that wreck. And now he's going to get hung out to dry in the middle. So Denny Hamlin going to split off Suarez. It looks like Suarez will get out in front of the 5 of Larson on the outside, so he only lost a couple positions, but he's no longer leading the bottom. The bottom is led by Hamlin. That really stacked up the inside a little bit more again. And now about the top 7 cars are clear of Hamlin. Maybe even a little bit more than that.
Moment, even when you're single file or under caution, you're thinking about those scenarios, and it's paying off right now. He's been running top 10, doing a nice job in 6th right now,
Maybe Eric Almirola won his dual race the other night, and you would think, just keep the car exactly like that. But crew chief Drew Blickensdorfer told me they made significant changes to the balance of that car. They wanted more security for the race today. They felt like when it got down to the end, they needed just a little bit of that. Keep an eye on him as this race plays out. Because of those changes, may give him the ability to make a little bit more aggressive move when he needs to. And speaking of aggressive, crew chief Drew Blickensdorfer also said that this is the most aggressive he has ever seen Eric Almirola as a driver. A ton of confidence in that 10 car.
He has come within a mile of winning the Daytona 500. Got turned by Austin Dillon on the last lap. Daniel.
So Denny Hamlin was able to move his way up into the outside lane in the 9th place position. Corey LaJoie now is the driver trying to lead the bottom. He's got a decent car this week. Maybe potentially fast enough to try to lead those guys up there. The problem is there's so many cars back. And then they don't seem to be side drafted a whole lot on the straightaways and then diving off down to the bottom in the corners like they should. Kind of staying hooked on that double yellow line, not really going anywhere. Justin Haley trying to push the 7 of LaJoie. Got to make sure that those bumpers are aligned correctly. And they're making a little bit of headway as they work their way into turns 3 and 4. As now LaJoie's on the inside of the 21 car of Harrison Burton for about 6th. Jimmy Johnson back inside the top 10. The 84 for Legacy Motor Club. 37 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Refreshing my page on my laptop real quick too. Oh, I was going to say that is not a good idea. Said 47 to go at first. That is not accurate. There we go. Ryan Blaney's really slow. Yeah, he's been involved in a couple incidents. He's drafting. It looks like I can't tell who that is he's drafting with right now, but they're about to lose another lap. I think he's drafted with B.J. McLeod in the 78. Starting to double up side by side a little more, so as they catch Ryan Blaney and B.J. McLeod to put him a lap down, this is going to make things a little interesting here. Lap cars kind of shook it up earlier when Busch was going to lap down. The only difference is these two cars are already multiple laps down, so they're definitely going to try to steer out of the way. They've got really nothing to race for the rest of this way other than hoping that other cars have some issues and they're able to get themselves out ahead of them in the finishing results. It's actually the 50 car, Connor Daly, not B.J. McLeod that Blaney was drafted with. Daly losing another lap as well. Blaney going 3 laps down, I believe, now also. But the whole field going to be able to make their way by him. Still sitting with about 32 cars on the lead lap. Actually, 33 cars on the lead lap. 2.1 seconds between the first car in line and the last car in line in 33rd. And the top 12 separated by 9/10 of a second. Although all 9 of those cars are on the outside lane single file, and then they'll be doubled up a little bit beyond that. It's tough to break up those Fords, though. There's so many in a line on the outside. Remember that everybody will still have to pit one more time before the end of this race. Blaney actually 2 laps down, so just lost a second lap. He's the first car a lap down, so if we get any cautions, he can get back on the lead lap. He's trying to hang on to the draft at the tail end of the field. It doesn't look like it's going to work. He's got too much damage. Be able to keep up with the slower cars of McLeod and Daly, and that's about it. It's crazy he's got that much damage and he's still able to keep up with the slowest cars in the field. Tells you how slow those other cars are. This is on a super speedway where everybody's supposed to be more equal, too. McLeod 8 laps down, Daly 6 laps down. 33 laps to go in the Daytona 500 off the exit of turn 4. Leaders making their way through. Still about, let's say, 7 or 8 cars down on the bottom lane. Maybe a little bit more than that. But they are definitely losing a lot of time right now. LaJoie still leading the inside, but not leading them forward. The top 14 cars on the outside are now single file out ahead. It's going to be easier for them to get to pit road the way they are right now, and it's going to be very interesting to see if we get to green flag stops how everything is going to cycle out, and this could make for a very interesting sequence of stops. You'd have to imagine everybody's going to be going fuel only, getting just enough in their cars to make it to the end. There were some drivers that pitted under that last caution thinking that they could make it to the end of the race. We went green with about 57 laps to go. The fuel window expected coming into the race today was 42 to 46 laps. And without any caution laps ran between now and then, I don't think they're going to make it. So giving up that track position for guys like Kyle Larson and others that pitted there didn't seem that great, although Larson's worked himself back inside the top 10 in the 10th place spot currently. Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, Eric Almirola, Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece, the top 5 as of right now with 32 laps to go in the Great American Race. Boo Wissenhead, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Hamlin. Be crazy if we see somebody win a 4th Daytona 500 like Denny Hamlin. I'm curious to see how many he can get. Mentioned very early in this stream that the Truck and Xfinity race winners from last year in the February Daytona race won this year. Cindric in 4th won the 500 last year, leading the 500 this year. Last year he also finished 2nd in the dual race before winning the 500. He finished 2nd in his dual race this last Thursday night also. I'd win some money for Cindric winning the race. Not as much if Logano wins, but I'd get something. I'd pretty much get my money back. That's pretty much what I'd get. That's better than nothing. Well, 200 people still watching. Again, hit the like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live commentary all season long for the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series. We'll be at Auto Club next weekend. Or I'll be in my house, but we're bringing you the Auto Club coverage for the Xfinity and the Cup race next week. And trucks are off, so just Saturday, Sunday with the live commentary streams next week. We stream during the week, too, from time to time. We got some Throwback Thursday live streams. Go back, watch some old NASCAR races every Thursday on the channel. This week it'll be on Wednesday. So I haven't put the streaming schedule up for this week, but this week it'll be Wednesday instead of Thursday. I got something going on Thursday night. So Wednesday we will be watching an old Auto Club race, and you guys will get to vote on which race I watch with you guys as of tomorrow in the community tab. Couple cars diving off the top lane, moving down to the bottom. Daniel Suarez, Kyle Larson, a couple of which. Harrison Burton goes down to block them back to the outside. But that is shaking some things up, and I think a lot of cars are trying to move to the bottom right now, knowing that they are going to want to come into pit road very shortly. 3 cars stuck on the outside still. Harrison Burton, Michael McDowell, and Denny Hamlin. Kyle Busch as well, right behind them. Joey Logano drafting up behind Busch on the outside lane as well. Bubba Wallace is on pit road.
To his pit, remember, he came in a little bit earlier before, and now
All
he's
by
going to top
himself.
off and get tires on that right
lose
side.
some time.
His last stop was 11 laps before anybody else because he chose to stop early and get track position, put him back up front.
It's going to get interesting, guys. This is going to split this field really right in half. All these guys, front runners, the reason they're moving to the bottom, they're looking to pit, and that window's coming quick.
Richard Mackins, thanks for tuning in also. The field will stay out of the pits this time. 39 laps have been ran since the most recent cars have pitted outside of Wallace, who pitted under that caution towards the end of Stage 2 when he ended up getting the free pass. So that's why he had to pit when he did. But probably going to see quite a few drivers pit here within the next handful of laps. And a lot of cars that would have pitted about 7-8 laps after them are probably going to pit with them because they're going to still be about 10 to 15 laps short on fuel. They're not going to be able to save that much under cautions from now to the end. So everybody going to have to pit here before the end. It'll be interesting who will cycle out in the lead when it all is said and done. 28 laps to go in the 527 to go now this time by at the start-finish line. It is turning into a sprint race all of a sudden with a pit stop kind of mixed in. Nobody pits this time off turn 4 either. Now this has split the bottom and the top lanes up quite a bit. It's allowing drivers that were further back in the pack, kind of boxed in like Logano at 25th, to quickly get to the outside. He's the 5th car in line on the top, and he has gone from 25th to 12th in the last handful of laps, getting him some extra track position before we get into pit stops. And it is not going to be very manufacturer-based coming into the pits outside of the Fords that are on the bottom at the front, because there are some Fords on the top near the front. We did see the Fords on a split strategy in Stage 2 where the Penske cars pitted after the SHR cars, and then both RFK cars pitted separate from each other as well. Wallace about to go a lap down after leaving pit road. He is going to stay to the outside as the race leaders of Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, and Eric Almirola get to the bottom, and the cars on the outside are going to split Wallace, and Wallace is now 3 wide middle going into turns 1 and 2. But pitting by himself, he has lost a lot of ground here. Harrison Burton leading the outside lane. Michael McDowell behind him, followed by Kyle Busch, Joey Logano. Top 4 or 5 cars still clear on the bottom lane into turns 3 and 4. Will anybody pit this time? Nope. 25 to go in the Daytona 500 now. Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, Eric Almirola, Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Larson, Harrison Burton, Michael McDowell, and Austin Dillon are the top 10. Again, we are in the final stage of the Daytona 500, down to 25 laps to go. Keselowski giving a massive push to the 17. Buescher has his hand out the window, so he will be pitting this time. Expect more Fords to come in behind him, and maybe some others as well. Green flag pit stops will be starting off of turn 4 this time. Will they be able to get in? Not everybody on the bottom. Only about 5 or 6 cars hitting pit road at the very front of the pack.
Okay, to Eric Almirola when he was coming off turn 2 to hit this time. The directive from crew chief Drew Blitzerfer was to get all the way to the left. Expect gas only. Josh.
Brad Keselowski now into his pit. You see him getting topped off, but this is the time he finally can get that Daytona 500. Jamie.
And his teammate Chris Buescher led 32 laps in this race already. They don't need anything. This car is good. It's fuel only for the 17.
9.
Again, there might be a slight delay, obviously, with YouTube from what I'm seeing to what you guys are seeing. So try not to spoil anything in the chat here as we're getting close to the finish. 24 to go, cycling to 23 laps to go, and here comes some of the Toyotas, but not many of them, just Truex and Hamlin. Herbst coming in as well.
Truex. Regan.
Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, Mike. Basically, the directive has been to him to just keep the cars behind him attached a little bit better. His race car's good, but he's struggling to get the pushes he needs. Jamie.
One of the best pit crews on pit road last year was the 18. Well, that's now gone to the 19. They're pitting the car. Not much to do there. Fuel only for Martin Truex Jr.
The problem is, it's only a pair of cars coming off pit road, and they're going to have to work their way together. Look.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Hamlin and Truex. Got more cars cycling to the outside. We know Larson's going to stay out of the pits more than likely this time, getting a draft off of Daniel Suarez, Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick. It looks like Ty Gibbs is coming in. Christopher Bell is in also.
Person just left pit road is enormous.
Here come 5
and
more,
Briscoe.
led by McDowell, along with Harvick, Gibbs, Briscoe, and Bell. Nobody taking on tires. A timed stop for fuel. And then the go sign. Jamie.
Michael McDowell in the Love's car, the number 34, won this race in 2021. He told his team on the radio, guys, we've got to nail this. No mistakes. It's fuel only. Make sure this goes well, and it does.
Now those 5 cars come off pit road together. They'll have a chance to draft back up. And we'll see if Click's theory holds.
Still have about 20 cars that have yet to hit pit road, and a lot more of them coming in right now. Suarez, Larson, Dillon is in. Chastain is in. Bowman, some of the favorites. Johnson.
Daniel Suarez in the
Stenhouse also
99 has been working his way back towards the front after an unscheduled stop earlier today under yellow. Right now the car is just a little bit tight. Exit needs some help from pushers. Josh.
Remember the 5 was considering pushing it on the fuel, change of plans, decided to come in and get topped off, Jamie.
Little Grayson in the 42, the Las Vegas driver. Pretty happy with his car. Second Daytona 500 for him, going for Rookie of the Year.
Jimmy Johnson.
He's going to come around the next time, Mike.
Excuse me, Jimmy in that group, overcoming a speeding penalty back at lap 119.
20 to go this time by at the start-finish line. Still a handful of cars have to hit pit road. A lot of the Penske's, and they're on their way in right now. Gregson, Logano, Burton are in.
Regan.
The directive to Joey Logano is to stop on his sign. They need exactly 3.5 seconds of fuel is all.
Kyle Busch also in.
Josh.
And the 8 of Kyle Busch is a little bit loose in the center. They came in to get topped off. Jamie?
Harrison Burton, they called for 5 seconds of fuel. I'm not sure he was even in his box for 5 seconds, but a quick stop in. There goes Noah Gragson, the 42. They got their fuel.
And 6 cars exit pit road together. Ricky Stenhouse.
Larson trying to get up to speed right now with Austin Dillon. I don't think they have pit yet. No, they have pit. Never mind. Harrison Burton, Joey Logano are the leaders. Larson is the first car in the lead draft trying to catch back up. 20 laps to go in the Daytona 500. About a 4-car group with Larson trying to draft up to the Fords of Harrison Burton and Joey Logano. William Byron also drafted with them, Kyle Busch, and an even bigger pack behind the 4-car group is coming, led by Austin Cindric in the 2. Never mind, that's Brad Keselowski. I got those two mixed up again. They got similar looking schemes from the top of the car. Splitting 3 wide around Stenhouse back there as well. Looks like Stenhouse pitting. He may have had a penalty earlier. Kyle Busch going to get a shot from the 5 of Kyle Larson. Middle of the tri-oval. He's going to hang on to it. Kyle Busch leading the outside lane now, trying to catch up to the 24, 22, and 21. 3-car gap all the way up there. Car splitting around quite a bit. In turns 1 and 2, we got trouble. 1 car hard into the wall. It's Ryan Preece. Kevin Harvick's around. Michael McDowell is in it. He backs into the wall pretty hard. Heavy damage on the 41 of Ryan Preece's car. 2 SHR Fords collected. Again, Harvick involved also. Martin Truex Jr. with heavy damage also. Winner of the Clash a couple weeks ago. And we have our 5th caution, Harvick with heavy damage. And here we go. Less than 20 to go in the 500. Our second crash. Collecting about 4 or 5 cars. And it was in the middle of the pack. They're single file. They're trying to get around a lot of cars that were slower on the bottom, and I think they were fanning out of line a little too quickly. Harrison Burton in the lead at the time of the caution. Kyle Busch only got up to about 4th place leading that charge, but he was fastly approaching Byron Logano and Burton before the caution came out. Showing the replay real quick. It just got bottlenecked on the outside, and then, yeah, they lane changed to the top. Some of them stayed in the middle. It's hard to tell exactly how that started. I mean, the 34 got in the back of the 41 in the middle of the corner. I don't think he was trying to bump draft him. There was just so much lane changing going on, trying to get around the slower cars. I don't think McDowell could really see, obviously, what was going on in front of him with the 41 right there, and those were the first 2 cars that made contact. I'm surprised there wasn't contact before that. It looked like Cindric almost got hit from behind by Almirola. Jimmy Johnson got a piece of it, but I don't think he's got a lot of damage. He should be able to continue. And Ty Gibbs ended up getting a piece of Ryan Preece when he came back down the track as well. Chase Briscoe also involved with severe damage. So again, caution flag is out once again. In the Daytona 500, the 5th time of the day. Just after green flag pit stops. So everybody should be able to make it on fuel to the end of the race. Assuming, obviously, they got enough in their cars. Fuel no issue anymore. It's going to be a race to the checker. Denny Hamlin barely missed that wreck. Got about 31 cars on the lead lap right now. Well, waiting to restart. 21, 22 going to be on the front row. A lot of debris scattering around everywhere. Christopher Bell barely missed Michael McDowell coming down the track, I believe, as well. Kevin Harvick, Chase Briscoe, Martin Truex Jr., Michael McDowell, Ryan Preece, Ty Gibbs, and Jimmy Johnson all involved in the wreck, though Johnson doesn't have a lot of damage. He barely got clipped, kept the car straight. As far as the other names go, on the other hand, they had quite a bit of damage. What happened? There was just a lot of lane changing going on. There was single file on the outside, but they were catching cars that were slower on the bottom, and then some cars are kind of moving up in an accordion effect to not hit the car in front of them. And by the time it got to around where Michael McDowell, Ryan Preece were, those 2 cars got together, and around Preece went, and whoever was at the tail end of that line kind of got a piece of it. Very few missed it of who was back there, but only about 5 or 6 cars collected with severe enough damage that'll likely take them out of a chance to win the race. So, a quick update on what the current running order is of the drivers from our pre-race predictions. One final time here before we get to the end. Must-have picks of Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, they're out. They were involved in a wreck at the end of Stage 2. Well, Elliott's out. He finished 38th. Ryan Blaney, 2 laps down, still in the race, but in 33rd. No shot of winning. The other must-have pick was Joey Logano. He was my pick to win the race today. He is in second. I picked him to win the dual race on Thursday, too. I've been very high on Logano all week in this 500. And so far, it's looking like I'm at least smart enough to make a pick for somebody that's contending for the win. The other picks, sleeper picks, Kyle Larson in 5th. You don't typically think of him running well in super speedways, but again, he's had 4 top 10 finishes in the last 7 Daytona 500s, 12th or better, 4 times. He's got an average finish of 13.2 in the last 6 Daytona 500s. So look out for Larson here as he's in 5th late. Daniel Suarez, one of my don't-haves, did not get a top 10. He's up to 7th, so good run for him. Another sleeper pick, Austin Cindric, is in 12th. Chris Buescher's led a lot of laps here. He's in 11th. He was the 3rd of my sleeper picks. And then the other 2 don't-haves I had were Christopher Bell and Alex Bowman. Bell is in 18th right now outside the top 10, and Bowman in 15th. Smokey in the pot, thanks for tuning in. Harry T, welcome in. And again, we have almost 300 people watching late in the Daytona 500. Be sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Our goal was 200 likes on the stream today. And we are at 160, so definitely hit that like button. We need 40 more likes here before the end of the stream, and we're down to 15 laps to go in the Daytona 500 under the caution break. We'll take our final break of the race, and hopefully they'll get back to racing here shortly. You're watching the 2023 Daytona 500 live on KRC. Nick Marley, thanks for tuning in. Thoughts on Pastrana? Well, I mean, he's in 24th now. He's on the lead lap. He's kept his car clean. Fell a lap down. He pitted by himself back at Stage 1. Took him a long time to get back on the lead lap. He took the wave around at the end of Stage 2. And then I think he had to kind of pit earlier as a result of that, kind of similar to Bubba Wallace. So both him and Wallace kind of lost track position again. But this caution gets him back into it. I think Wallace actually got the free pass with that caution because he fell a lap down. I could be wrong. No, he didn't fall a lap down because everybody cycled through. So he wasn't a lap down, but he was pretty far off the lead pack. I'm not sure exactly who would have got the free pass there. I think Blaney did, actually, because he was 2 down. And now he's 1 down. So I think Ryan Blaney got one of his 2 laps back with the free pass during that caution. $18 different leaders in today's race. A plethora of lead changes, I'll tell you that much. I'll try to count them real quick. $48 lead changes, 17 different leaders so far in today's race. Record is 74 lead changes, so we're not going to break that today, but quite a few, though. Cam636, thanks for tuning in. Daniel Powers pulling for Logano. I'm pulling for him, too. I got some money riding on Joey to win this thing. And if Cindric gets a good finish, too. I'm hoping Logano wins this. Only because my guy Ryan Blaney's out. I always root for my guy Blaney first, but only 2 Fords, though, at the very front of the field, and then behind them, they'll have 6 Chevys on the restart, so it's not looking like the numbers game are in Harrison Burton and Joey Logano's favor coming to this restart. Lights are out on the pace car. They'll be getting 1 to go. They'll be headed green this time by. We'll have 13 laps to go in the Daytona 500 when they go green. Burton elects the outside. Logano elects the inside for the restart. They'll have Chevys behind them pushing. This will be ex-wife type crazy. Oh, jeez. Yeah, this is going to be intense, I'll tell you that much. It's what we all came and stayed for. We've been waiting all off-season for this. A dash at the end of the Daytona 500. All the prize money, the glory, the fame on the line. And maybe a chance for somebody to make their name. Drivers in contention, notably at the front of the field. You got Harrison Burton, 21 years of age. In his second season, second career start at the 500, he'll lead the field to the green. Kyle Busch, in his 17th career Daytona 500, looking for his first career win. In the 500, he's won pretty much everything in NASCAR except for this race. Multi-time champion. Kyle Larson, former champ, looking for his first 500. He'll be restarting 5th. Austin Dillon trying to go for his second 500, also in the top 10. And Cindric trying to go back-to-back. He'll be back around 9th on the restart. So much for McDowell not loving. That jab at his sponsor loves. And try not to spoil in the chat. YouTube is going to be a little bit behind from what I'm actually saying to you guys. Pace car is going to be on pit road this time, and they will be going green. Appreciate everybody staying tuned all speed weeks long. Let's wrap it up with a bang. Burton gets the launch. Green flag back in the air. Trying to get down in front of Logano, but he wasn't able to do so. He thought about going there early, but he didn't. He second-guessed himself as they were getting to the start-finish line. He'll stay on the top, and Logano may get the surge to get to the lead into turns 1 and 2. Not enough of a push. Kyle Busch going to push the 21, and it's definitely getting shovey at the front of the field. Kyle Busch trying to push Harrison Burton to the lead off the exit of turn 2. The outside stagnated with the bottom right now. William Byron is the car on the inside trying to push the 22 of Logano. Burton is clear. Stays with Busch. Allmendinger in the 16 moved from the top to the bottom real quick in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Burton got loose. The outside lane stacked up, and Joey Logano's got the lead off turn 4. 12 to go in the Daytona 500. Busch again to push the 21 of Burton. Austin Dillon right behind his teammate. Kyle Busch, Logano got loose in the tri-oval. He went down below the yellow line, and now he comes back across the track, able to block, and they're 3 wide for second place into turn number 1. Harrison Burton's going to lose a lot of ground. Cindric thought about staying with him, goes to the outside, and Byron's going backwards. Nowhere to go. AJ to the inside of Logano for the lead. He couldn't hold on, and Allmendinger is out in front for the first time today in the 500 with 11.5 laps to go, and Larson is up to second. Joey all over the place as he gets pushed by Burton. Out of line goes Logano. He's going to the tail. Cindric going to try to pick him up in the third lane. But not too many cars are up in that third lane to try to help out. The Penske Fords are going backwards. Trouble off turn 4. Burton makes contact with Bell. Cars are scattering and they're all over the place. We stay green. Everybody keeps control. Keselowski's got to run. He's got his teammate in the 17 with him going to the outside. Had a chance to move down, but he's going to stay with his teammate. He'll side draft Larson for second. Contact between Larson and Keselowski in the middle of the corner. They'll hang on to it. Dinger still leads off of turn 2. Busch is still in it. He's third in line on the top behind the RFK Fords of Keselowski and Buescher. Up to block goes the 16. Down to the bottom. Here comes the run for Keselowski. He's never won the Daytona 500, and he's going to battle side by side for the lead off turn 4 as they come to 10 to go. Maybe 14, 15 cars in this lead pack, and then everybody else in a jumbled mess off turn 4 a few laps ago. Lost a lot of ground. Logano trying to get a third lane forming on the outside. He's got his teammates to go with him of Austin Cindric and Harrison Burton. And the 47 of Stenhouse moves up in front of the 22. They picked up a couple spots because they hung out the 48 of Bowman. Buescher pushing his teammate Keselowski out in front of the field. Kyle Busch is up to third. Numbers are losing down on the bottom. Larson and Allmendinger have nowhere to go. Suarez backing up as well. So you have RFK Fords, 1-2, RCR Chevrolets, 3-4, and then Byron and Stenhouse 5th and 6th. Logano has somehow gathered himself back to 7th. He is the next car in line behind Stenhouse. His teammate Cindric's losing him, though, on the outside as he couldn't get to the bottom in front of Larson. I could not believe they did not wreck on that restart with all the craziness that was going on. Great driving by everybody to not have an accident as we continue to stay green with 9 laps to go in the Daytona 500. I mean, that's what you love to see, is edge-of-your-seat action like that and them all keeping control somehow at 200 miles an hour. 5-car breakaway all of a sudden. Stenhouse losing the top 5. He'll have Logano trying to push him up to that lead pack. It's not going to be enough cars in this lead pack to try to make a run at it for right now, but we still have 8 laps to go. If everybody behind them can get single file, they should be able to catch up. Logano was at the back of the pack, missed all the carnage, and has driven his way back up to 7th after restarting 2nd. And even Harrison Burton's back up to about 12th place after getting hung out when he led coming to the restart. Cindric has cleared Bell. He gets to the bottom behind his teammate Logano. Stenhouse finally catching to the top 5, and we're back to about a 15 to 16 car pack again at the front of the field. But everybody's single file on the double yellow line through about the top 8 or 9 right now. Lap car on the outside trying to stay out of the way. That would be the 54 of Ty Gibbs, who had damage from that last accident. A gap building up between Cindric and Logano all of a sudden now, and Logano dragging the brakes, starting to fall off that gap. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. staying with the top 5 in front of him, bump drafting at the front of the field between Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski. Kyle Busch has waited his whole NASCAR career since 2005 when he was a rookie to win the Daytona 500. This is his first attempt with Richard Childress Racing, who has a glorious history at the Daytona International Speedway, although they've only won the 500 a handful of times. Kyle Busch trying to win yet another one. For Childress today, he's got his teammate Austin Dillon behind him, a former winner of this race in 2018. When do they pull out and try to make a move? 6 laps to go in the 500. Pretty controlled right now at the front of the field. But if it's going to be anything like the restart was a little bit ago, it'd be something. There's a slow car down on the apron of the track right now. Michael McDowell, I think he was trying to leave pit road. I'm interested to see if he can actually get rolling. He might have just tried to hold up and let everybody get around him potentially in the restart before getting up to speed, but we'll keep an eye on McDowell. Hopefully he can get back up to speed here quickly and we don't get another caution. Buescher, Keselowski getting a little bit separated in the middle of turns 3 and 4. They'll stay together again. We're down to 5 laps to go in the Daytona 500. There are 2 former champions in the top 3 that have never won the Daytona 500, of Brad Keselowski and Kyle Busch, and they have a chance with 5 laps to go to try to recreate history today. Stenhouse backing off the 24 car of William Byron. The Penske cars behind him, as well as Bell in 9th. Larson trying to catch up to this group right now. He's got Daniel Suarez, Jimmy Johnson behind him. Top 5 all staying together still. Stenhouse has a run. Going to the outside. Logano not going to stay with them. Stenhouse turns down in front of the 22. Trying to get to the inside of the 24. Nothing doing there. May have to back up and try that again. 4 laps to go. They're running out of time though. Brad Keselowski logging in laps led. He has led the most laps in this race so far today. And has probably had the car to beat when out in front of the field. He's got a teammate behind him as a pick that may stay with him every step of the way. Kyle Busch going to pull out a line. He's going for the lead on the outside. The 6 and the 17 stay down low. Busch getting a shot from the 3 of Austin Dillon into turn 3. And Kyle Busch takes the lead in the Daytona 500 with 3.5 laps to go. Less than that now. They're coming for 3 to go off of turn 4. Logano able to get around Keselowski and Buescher, who fell behind. Stenhouse gets a shot from the 22. Into the tri-oval. Stenhouse goes up. Gets blocked by Byron. Dillon and Busch are 1-2 into turn 1 at the front of the field. Stenhouse hung out to dry. Logano will move up to 4th with Cindric behind him. 12 cars in this lead pack. 3 more still trying to catch him of Johnson, Allmendinger, and Gregson from behind. 2.5 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Kyle Busch has Dillon behind him. Dillon pushing him on the back straightaway. Kyle Busch holds on to the lead. Can he finally do it? Logano, Keselowski are 4th and 5th. 2 Fords. Keselowski found himself in line. We've got a spinner off of turn 4. It's Daniel Suarez. He's got a right rear tire down. Caution flag is out as they come to 2 to go. And this thing is not over yet. And we'll be going to overtime in the 65th running of the Daytona 500. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Suarez stuck in the grass in the tri-oval. He got hit from behind. I don't know if it was by Gregson or Johnson. Those 2 cars were around him. Take a look at the replay. Kyle Busch is leading the Daytona 500. He's got his teammate in second. But 2 of the tougher cars to beat all weekend of Keselowski and Logano are not far behind him. 4th and 5th. Lane change, or lane choice, I should say, coming to this next restart is going to be big. Remember, the choose cone is in play on every track this season, including super speedways. Road courses, which it wasn't a year ago. It was only on the short tracks and intermediate ovals. Suarez is going to get rolling back onto pit road. Shouldn't be too much damage to clean up here. I don't know if the tires were down, which caused Suarez to spin, or if he spun and then locked the tires up, which caused the tires to go flat.
Yeah, you're right.
Kyle Busch's radio.
We're going to have a green light checker here. We're plenty good on fuel, so...
Wow. Back in 1998, there was a crash off turn number 4. Dale Earnhardt came to the caution flag, not the checkered flag, but the caution flag to win the Daytona 500 because back then we did not have overtime. "20 years it took Earnhardt, who won everything else there was to win at Daytona, to join this world's longest receiving line."
You don't remember that, do you, Larry?
Yes, I do. And I told him, hey, don't celebrate. We have to get back around the checkered flag. I think that lap 199 under caution with the track clear was about as fast as before the caution came out.
Oh, Kyle Busch is in your garage on your face.
You don't see any Goodyear letters on the left side. The right side's got concrete dust all over it. That boy wants to win this race. He told us he was going to win it. He just might.
Well, and remember that the concrete on the right side came from Harrison
I
Burton.
can't sit still,
To the
man.
outside wall. Nothing to do with Harrison's fault.
Oh, my
Just
gosh.
an incident that got him all moved up like that. You hardly see a car win this race anymore that's clean.
It's Kyle Busch's 18th Daytona 500. This would put him in some awfully good company.
It sure would. And I think it speaks volume about taking this opportunity. You hear people, did he take a step backwards, leaving the 18 car of Joe Gibbs Racing? I've said from day one, that Randall Burnett, that guy was poised and ready for this opportunity. This was exactly what RCR needed. He's the driver for them. I'm telling you, he has the likes on the racetrack as a Dale Earnhardt does. I think it's going to be a big year for them.
He is the most polarizing driver in the sport, as Dale Earnhardt was. Kyle Busch may not be the best of all time, but I've said it before and again, he's the best of his time.
Yeah, and like we talked about, a lot of people would say this was a step back going back to Richard Childress Racing, and that it would take time to build back up to where they ultimately want to be. I don't see it either. I think we saw it when we were at LA at the Coliseum. We're seeing it today. This is a guy that always has the bit in his teeth, and to make a move like this, he's not going to go backwards to go forward. He's just going to pick up and go forward.
All right, let's hear from the runner-up, his teammate, Austin Dillon.
I'm going to be true to the Ford far behind me on the left. That's a 24 average. Let's make them push you. Let's make them push you. It's not easy. Whoever's getting pushed is going to get wrecked, or yeah, that's about it, actually.
Oh, gee.
That's not a good feeling, Mike. I'm just telling you, it's not. But that's exactly what you have to do. You have to try to do everything you can do to make that block. That's when we talk about that rear view mirror and everything in the back glass. It's just so important when it comes down to crunch time.
So we now have NASCAR overtime, which is a 2-lap shootout. If the leader takes the white flag under green, the next flag will end the race. We saw it happen last night when caution came out on the back straightaway. And if that happens, NASCAR will use all available video evidence to determine positions at the moment the button is pushed that activates the caution lights. So they will come to the choose, and I'll bet there's so much chatter right now over which lane do you want, who do you want to be behind, and who do you want to be beside.
Well, I think you know where you want to be. The problem is you have to wait and see what they're going to do. Put the cards on the table. It's time.
29 lead lap cars, and here's the choose.
Split up.
Didn't expect that.
All right, 3 and 24 down bottom. You're going to have the 22, the 47 lined up behind us. Taking the green lap 202.
Yes,
Why wouldn't those teammates go nose to tail?
Because Austin Dillon's going to let him in. That's the plan right along. You're going to see Kyle Busch move up, but we've seen this before. That William Byron in a 24 car, if he pushes that 3 too hard, doesn't let that 8 in, that's a problem. How about 22? We saw this with Brad Keselowski. If that 22 pushes him out too far, they get too far, and now everybody goes by him. This is a tricky restart.
Little over half a lap away from the restart and overtime in the NASCAR Cup Series, the 65th running of the Daytona 500. We have about 400 people watching the stream. Greatly appreciate everybody tuning in all speed weeks long. Hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Our goal is 200 likes on the stream. We're at 173 right now, so definitely smash the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. About 60% of people who have watched the streams throughout the course of speed weeks are not subscribed. We have live commentary every race weekend on the NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup. We'll be live again next weekend for Auto Club in Daytona, or Auto Club for the Xfinity and the Cup Series. Trucks are off next week. Auto Club Xfinity race on Saturday, Cup race on Sunday. And again, try not to spoil in the chat. There might be a slight delay from YouTube and what we are actually at right here as well. But we are about to be going green. The pace car is about to head to pit road. Kyle Busch will be on the outside of the front row. Austin Dillon on the inside. Row 2, Byron on the inside. Logano on the top. And then Cindric on the inside of row number 3. Keselowski on the inside of row 3. Kyle Larson to the outside. 3 NASCAR Cup Series champions that have never won the Daytona 500 will restart inside the top 8. Will any of them win, including the leader on the restart, Kyle Busch? Green flag back in the air. Busch gets the launch. Will he move to the bottom? He does. In front of the 22 of Logano. Logano going to get to the outside. The 3 going to push the 8 as they head into turns 1 and 2. Stenhouse will be the push car behind the 22 of Joey Logano. They're bottlenecking on the outside lane, and Busch continues to stay clear in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Stenhouse, another shot from Logano. Logano to the outside, and he's going to take the lead on the back straightaway. The push did not go according to plan for Austin Dillon and Kyle Busch. Stenhouse goes to the bottom. He hangs Joey Logano out, and Stenhouse leads. Dillon crashes, and we've got a wreck going into turn 3. The big one is out. Massive pile up, and almost a quarter of the field involved. Byron is taken out. Chastain, Jimmy Johnson, Noah Gragson, Stenhouse in the lead when the caution flag came out. They were in the middle of 3 and 4. We're going to have another restart. 7th caution of the day. We'll head to a second overtime finish. Stenhouse will be the controlled car on the restart this time. Heavy damage for Jimmy Johnson on the right front fender. He's having a good race too. Top 15 most of the day. Austin Dillon, he got turned middle of the backstretch heading towards turn 3, and Kyle Busch, he lost like 4 or 5 positions before that wreck happened behind him. William Byron was pushing the 3 of Dillon, turned him to the right, similar to Suarez on Busch back in the dual race on Thursday night. Knocked him into Hamlin and then turned left. Cindric got taken out in that. Todd Gillen went for a spin. Austin Dillon hit pretty hard. Driver's side door first into the outside wall. Zane Smith also collected. Harrison Burton was involved. Riley Herbst down in the grass to try to miss everything, but he had some damage to the front of his car. Now, Stenhouse was ahead of it all. He was in the lead. A lot of pushing going on in the middle of the inside lane from about the 4th or 5th car on back, where Austin Dillon, William Byron were. And it's very well possible Byron was getting pushed from behind by somebody else, which led him to pushing the 3, and they just had an accordion effect. This many cars still in the race, with not having the big one up to this caution right here, honestly. Still have about 27 cars on the lead lap. And we're going to try to re-rack them and stack them again. Travis Pastrana made his way through it. He's up to 12th. Just kind of looking at our leaderboard. Keselowski's lost so many spots. He's back to 11th. Buescher 13th. Those guys were leading for a large portion of today's race. We didn't have the big one in the Xfinity race till the last lap, and this one comes with 2 laps to go in our first attempt at a green-white checker / overtime finish. And we'll have attempt number 2 coming up here. Boo Wiz and Nant, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for everybody who I haven't shouted out that is watching this race. JP, welcome in. Mystic Studios, Aquas, Jorge Solano, Gilbert R. Alders, welcome in. Got over 400 people watching. Again, smash the like, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Got some cleanup going on following our 7th caution of the race. We'll be heading to a second overtime finish. We're up to 193 likes. We're almost at our goal of 200. Johnson's out of his car. His day will come to an end. Any interviews we get from the fallout of all of the carnage, you guys will get to listen to. By the way, we did not get any interviews from Chase Elliott earlier when he got out of the race. We had an interview with Tyler Reddick. They did not interview Chase Elliott, though. Must have declined or something. I don't know. Or Eric Jones. So it'll be interesting if we get anything here. Major cleanup. Turn 3. I think Kyle Busch fell back to about 5th when the caution flag came out. Took out about 8 or 9 cars, it appeared. Steve Gilmore also welcome into the stream. Noah Gragson was getting rocked in that crash. Showing his in-car cam. Taking a bunch of hits all over the place. By the way, Ryan Blaney's back up to 16th. I don't know how. I think he got the free pass to get one of his laps back with the caution with like 18 laps to go. And then the caution for Suarez spinning, he would have gotten his second free pass to get back on the lead lap. So Blaney, who was 2 laps down at one point, is now up to 16th. And Kevin Harvick, who was in a wreck earlier in this race, is back in it. He's in 15th. Truex 14th. Those guys had some significant damage, but they kept their cars in the race. TRG Tornado, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Brad here in the late going. Now my grandpa's pulling for Brad Keselowski. That's his guy. Texting back and forth a little bit ago. Under the caution before this, he said he was on the edge of his seat. Jimmy Johnson, Noah Gregson, Todd Gillen, Zane Smith, Justin Haley, William Byron, Harrison Burton, Riley Herbst, Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric, and Ross Chastain were all involved in the wreck at lap 203. Our first overtime finish. This will be overtime finish number 2. We'll see if this will actually finish the race. Stay tuned, by the way, post-race for all interviews from any drivers, as well as, of course, the race winner and Daytona 500 champion. Go through all my prediction picks, how that stacked up for today as well, and a little bit more following that. I don't think they're done wrecking. Everybody's trying to win. I hope so. I mean, this is the first big one. I wouldn't say this has turned into a wreck fest because it was just the one wreck. We had a wreck earlier today, but I wouldn't consider that the big one. It only really took out, 3 cars out of the race? And the spin before that, I don't even really know. That wasn't really aggressiveness that called that. That was just kind of a racing deal, really. You had cars kind of bottlenecking, sacking up in the middle of the outside lane. There was just nowhere to go once they got back to about Michael McDowell, Ryan Preece area. Now, if we get another wreck following this, it's going to start to... I would consider it a wreck fest at this point, but I wouldn't consider it a wreck fest. It's been a pretty good race today. This is the first big one. It's just something that tends to happen. And I think because there were so many cars left in this race, because of really hardly no accidents all the way through it, that when we got to a 2-lap dash at the end and we had 30 cars on the lead lap, everybody was just kind of pushing. Even though you can't really go anywhere from, wherever that wreck took place, about 7th, 8th place, they're kind of boxed in. That's the one thing I don't really understand with, why are they pushing so badly in the middle of the pack when there are 5-6 cars in line on the bottom? They're not going to be able to get out and pull out a line to win unless there was a wreck ahead of them. And there would only be a wreck ahead of them if they were throwing some terrible blocks up there. That's the best chance to win when you're in the situation that those drivers were in around where the wreck started. Probably be getting the 1-to-go signal this time by, which would mean they'll head to the choose cone, and we'll see exactly what lanes drivers are going to pick. Joey Logano looks like he'll be the push car in either the top or the bottom for the second consecutive time. He got to the lead, and then he ended up getting hung out with Stenhouse. Made a great move after a push from Larson from behind. Those guys are dirt racing buddies. Stenhouse and Larson, and Bell for that matter. Got 3 dirt racing guys running 1, 2, 3 all of a sudden here at the front of the Daytona 500. Brad Keselowski back on pit road, topping off on fuel. Same thing goes with Chris Buescher in the 17. Wouldn't think fuel would become an issue unless we had a handful more cautions. Hopefully that isn't the case. They did not get the 1-to-go signal that time by the way. So maybe next time we'll get to the choose cone. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Interviewing Stenhouse's crew chief.
What do you tell him coming to this restart here?
Just tell him to go do his job. Ricky's done a good job for us all day, and we'll see what happens here at the end.
Thanks, Mike. Josh?
Well, Kyle Busch's crew chief, Randall Burnett here. How do you guys handle this next restart?
Well, I couldn't quite hear you there, but Kyle's been doing a great job tonight. This 3G Chevy, and we just didn't have it go our way on that last restart, so we're going to have to make up for it on this time and just see what happens here.
Thanks and good luck. Guys.
Still applying the speedy dry down on the bottom of the track at turns 3 and 4. Once again, if the leaders take the white flag, the next flag ends the race. That caution that came out in the middle of turns 3 and 4 was well before the leaders got to the start-finish line, so that's why we're going to rack them and stack them once more. Unlimited restarts until we can at least get to the white flag. This will be the second attempt and a green-white checker overtime finish. And we'll see if they get the one to go this time to the choose rule. Better than ever and appreciate it. Do what I can. Still no one to go signal this time by either. It was a big wreck. Big wreck. Saw a flip on the last lap of the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Hope that doesn't happen here today, but that was based off of a bad block in the middle of the back straightaway from Sam Mayer on Austin Hill when Hill tried to go to the outside 3 wide. Showing Austin Cindric's left front tire, and it is not facing the correct way. So he's got a broken truck arm. I think they're just trying to complete 2 more laps. They're not going to really try to stay in the pack here. Just trying to get to the finish and outlast everybody who could not continue that were involved in both this accident and the accident prior. So as far as the drivers at DNF from that most recent accident, or at least have been knocked a couple laps down out of contention, would be Harrison Burton, Todd Gilliland, Noah Gregson, Jimmy Johnson, Justin Haley, Michael McDowell, Austin Dillon is out, William Byron is now out. All from that most recent wreck that we saw with 2 laps to go. Theon, thanks for tuning in. Why not 200 laps? Well, I'm all for them trying to get 1 attempt at the green-white checker. I don't know how many attempts is like the right number. I feel like they should get at least 1. I'm all for 1. This is our second attempt. I can understand not getting... I don't know. This is where NASCAR has broken me from a standpoint. I am all for at least 1 attempt, though. You get a caution with like 5 or 6 laps to go, and then you just like can't get the track cleaned up in time. I'm all for 1 restart. We're heading into a second, though, this time around. 21 different leaders, 52 lead changes, 7 cautions so far in today's race. Danny Haley, thanks for tuning in. And now they get the one to go signal this time. Stenhouse elects the outside. Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell will be on the bottom. Joey Logano will be on the outside of row 2, and then row 3, Allmendinger on the inside, Kyle Busch on the outside. Denny Hamlin on the inside of row 4, Alex Bowman to his outside, and then Kevin Harvick on the inside of row 5 with Bubba Wallace to his outside there. That is going to be the top 10 on the restart. There's no way Blaney's car is fast enough with that damage, but he is in 13th. my guy might get a top 10. I still actually have a chance with that money pick on him, too. Not so much with Cindric taking out in that last wreck. He's on the lead lap, I think, still. But his left front tire is literally facing left as he's going straight, so he's going to be pretty off the pace here, just looking to complete 2 extra laps. And maybe if there's another wreck, he ends up making it through that. And try not to spoil in the chat here. Officially the longest Daytona 500 of all time? It may be. It's just because of how many laps that cleanup was. So again, Stenhouse, Larson on the front row, Ricky on the outside, with Logano as the push car behind him, and then Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell down on the bottom. They'll be the push cars there. Got over 450 people in the chat watching. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. But most importantly, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live commentary streams coming your way all season long. Just hit 217 likes on the channel. Or I should say on the stream. Out of our goal of 200. Thank you for that, everybody. Into the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Our second attempt at a finish of the Daytona 500. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will get a push from Joey Logano in the 22. Kyle Larson on the bottom with Christopher Bell also pushing him. Kyle Busch kind of holding back just a little bit, as well as the 16 of AJ Allmendinger into turns 3 and 4. Not as many cars down on the bottom coordinated enough together. Bubba Wallace in the top 10, giving Alex Bowman a push on the outside lane. They'll stay in line behind the 8 of Kyle Busch. Now Bowman to push the 8 car. Busch has a run on the back of the 22 of Joey Logano. He's going to push the 22. 47 still clear into turns 3 and 4. Logano has pushed Stenhouse all the way into the middle of the corner. Now let's go. Still has Kyle Larson to the inside of Joey Logano. Off the exit of turn 4. Bubba Wallace going to push the 8 into the 22 of Logano. Logano trying to hang on to it. Now he gets a push to the outside of Stenhouse, looking for the lead. Larson going up the middle, 3 wide. And Stenhouse is down on the bottom. It's the final lap of the 500. Logano on the outside. Stenhouse down low. Turned hard into the wall goes Kyle Larson, as well as Keselowski. Pastrana got turned in the middle of the pack. And I believe Joey Logano is going to win the Daytona 500. My pick has won it. I'm excited for that. Hate to see it end under caution. Couple of hard hits there, but Joey Logano, I believe, was in the lead when the caution flag came out. They'll have to review it. Field freezes when the caution's out on the final lap. But I do believe Joey Logano has won the race. Stenhouse was close, but I don't think he was there. I do believe that Joey Logano was the leader when the caution came out, but we'll have to look at various replays. Stenhouse's crew is celebrating. I don't know. Stenhouse's crew is celebrating like they have won. I guess they've won. Never mind. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500. I'd like to see a replay of that. I thought Logano was in the lead there. But it looks as if Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has just won the 65th running of the Daytona 500. These results are unofficial. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has just won his 3rd career race. He has not won a NASCAR race since the summer Daytona race in 2017. It has been 6 seasons since Stenhouse's last win in the Cup Series. That was at the then Roush Fenway Racing in the number 17. Showing a replay of what all happened there. Larson got put 3 wide middle. He tried to make that move, but nobody went with him. Bowman was too far back by the time he pulled out. And, yeah, it does look like Stenhouse was leading there at the time of the caution. So I do stand corrected. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. definitely looked to be ahead. Pastrana looked like he about had it saved until he just got crunched by too many cars there. You'll get to hear an interview from Stenhouse and all the top finishers from today's Daytona 500 as well as more, so stay tuned for this post-race show. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has just won the Daytona 500. Our leaderboard is still showing Logano out in front. It was close, but I do think Stenhouse is the winner.
Amazing.
Ricky Stenhouse wins in his 12th try for the Daytona 500. On the short tracks, on the dirt, sometime they called him Ricky Spin Twice. Not today. Today, they call him winner.
Doesn't matter what happens the rest of his life, he is a Daytona 500 champion.
With a big ring, and I mean a big ring. This is going to be a good celebration.
Who would have thought in this day of the 4-car?
Can you imagine they interview Stenhouse and then Logano wins? I do think it was Stenhouse after seeing the replay, though.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. It has been a long time coming. The one difference, Mike Kelly, your crew chief, is back. You won 2 championships together, and now you won the Daytona 500. Was it just magic together that made the difference here?
Yeah, I think this whole offseason, Mike just preached how much we all believed in each other. They left me a note in the car that said they believe in me and to go get the job done tonight. I made a few mistakes. We were able to battle back. This Kroger Cottonelle team worked really, really hard this offseason. Great pit stops, Hendrick engines, glad a Chevy won. Man, this is unbelievable. This is the site of my last win back in 2017. We worked really hard. We had a couple shots last year to get a win and fell short. It was a tough season, but man, we got it done. Daytona 500.
You have a knack for this style of racing, and we went into overtime, so you had to do it a couple of times and earn it. What were those moments like, and what were you watching? What made the difference initially at the end?
Yeah, when the 8 went to the bottom there, I was able to push the 22 and the 5. We had a huge run. I was hoping we were going to get to the white there, and we didn't, so I knew I was going to take the top. I was hoping the 22 was going to follow, and he did. He was able to push us out. I went to the bottom, the 8 and the 22, got a huge run. The 5, split me in the middle, but another fellow dirt racer with Bell gave me a good shot down the little short chute into 1, and man, we were out front when the caution came out. We were out of fuel, so the fuel light was going crazy, but man, I hope y'all had fun. That was a heck of a race.
Congratulations. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wins the Daytona 500.
Joey Logano comes up short in his bid for his second Daytona 500. Joey, you had a clear shot up front. You could see where you needed to be. What are the emotions right now?
Second's the worst, man. He was so close, and leading the white flag lap there is up front. Kyle gave me a good push, and you're watching in the mirror, and they're 3 wide across there, and I felt like the 3 wide was going to hurt 8 lane. It looked like Kyle was getting pushed ahead, and then Ricky started getting pushed ahead, and I knew if I went to the bottom, my car didn't handle good enough, and I already got pushed off the bottom once, and I thought if I go down there, I'm probably going to get wrecked, and I don't know if I can get down there in time to throw the block, and so I didn't want to wreck my car either, and I don't know, and then you don't expect them to wreck. Like, you think you're racing to the checkered flag, and you put yourself in the best position to try to win at the start-finish line, and just caution came out. Yeah, you wish you could race to the end. Obviously, you can't. Right? They wrecked that much. But congratulations to Ricky. Obviously, there's nothing like winning the Daytona 500. That's why it stings so much finishing second. But so proud of the team. Still proud of the effort coming off the championship last year and bringing this Shell Penzo Mustang back towards the front and getting a Ford close to the front. Wish it was in victory lane though.
Thanks, Joey.
Ricky Stenhouse is a champion of the Daytona 500 and can hardly believe it.
Go through the full field results unofficially, of course, due to that last lap caution. I'm sure the order may change behind, but what we do know is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500. It was so close that our raw feed leaderboard is still showing Joey Logano as the race winner / race leader. 199 race winless streak snapped by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. here. Unbelievable. Yeah, our leaderboard's still showing Logano out in front. I think it's because he crossed the start-finish line first, even though the caution came out on the backstretch. That might be why. So, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. going to end up finishing with the win. His first career Daytona 500, his third career win. And again, first win in 199 races. He's going to be locked into the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. Big for JTG Doherty Racing, too. It's only their second win as an organization. Their first since 2014 when AJ Allmendinger had won the Watkins Glen race that season. So it has been 9 years since this organization has been to victory lane, but they hung out. They've dropped down to a single-car team in recent years, and now they are Daytona 500 champions. So good story to see there from Stenhouse and that whole entire 47 JTG Doherty team. So Stenhouse ends up finishing with the win. Joey Logano, a very close second, side by side with Stenhouse when the caution flag came out, but Stenhouse was clearly out ahead. So Logano ends up finishing in second place. Christopher Bell finishes third. He led a lot of laps today. More on him in a little bit. He was one of the spotlight drivers earlier today. Chris Buescher finishes fourth. Alex Bowman rounds out the top 5 in fifth. AJ Allmendinger sits. Daniel Suarez, after spinning in the second to last yellow, ends up finishing 7th. Ryan Blaney's car was torn up. He was actually caught up in that last wreck. Still finished 8th. I don't know if that will stand or not. That's somebody I'm kind of curious if he'll drop in the running order or not. Ross Chastain finishes 9th, and then Riley Herbst rounds out the top 10, coming from 2 laps down in this race, just like Blaney. Both get top 10s. Herbst in his first career start. Solid finish for Rick Ware Racing. Kevin Harvick ends up 11th. Zane Smith 12th. Cody Ware 13th. Travis Pastrana with a good run in 14th. Martin Truex Jr. in 15th. Corey LaJoie 16th. Denny Hamlin 17th. Kyle Larson 18th. Kyle Busch was 3rd on that last lap. He just got clipped by a car in the middle of that wreck and ended up spinning around sideways and driver's side door first into the wall. Unfortunately, obviously, 19th place finish there as a result. Tough break. He was up in contention late. Led coming to the first overtime restart, too. Bubba Wallace ended up 20th. Eric Almirola 21st. Brad Keselowski 22nd, and he was the last car in the lead lap. Austin Cindric 23rd, Noah Gragson 24th, Ty Gibbs 25th, Harrison Burton 26th, 27th, Todd Gilliland 28th, Michael McDowell, Connor Daly 29th, BJ McLeod 30th. Everybody I know from 31st on back, definitely DNF. Jimmy Johnson ended up 31st, Justin Haley 32nd, Austin Dillon 33rd, William Byron 34th, Chase Briscoe 35th, Ryan Preece 36th, Eric Jones, 37, Chase Elliott, 38, 39, Tyler Reddick, and Ty Dillon rounded out this 40-car field here today in the Daytona 500. Again, results are unofficial, but we do know what is official, and that is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500. Again, any interviews on the other side of the commercial break, you guys will get to listen in. Take a look at the spotlight drivers coming in today, then the fantasy team real quick, and see who won in the fantasy league for our Daytona 500 this week as well. So again, the spotlight drivers must have picks of Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano. I said they would at very least get top 10s. Ryan Blaney still finished 8th, so he got the top 10 as predicted. Joey Logano, 2nd place. He was my pick to win the 500 today, too. Almost did it. Who knows, maybe if they had to race back to the checker, he could have won. It seemed like Bell was going with him, but it was too late. At the time of the yellow, Stenhouse was ahead, so therefore won. But Logano still got the top 10. Chase Elliott got caught up in a wreck at the end of stage 2, so he ended up finishing 38. So I went 2 for 3 on those picks. The sleeper picks today, Kyle Larson, he got caught up in that wreck, obviously ended up 18th, so no go on him for a top 10. I was wrong there. Chris Buescher ended up finishing 4th, solid top 5, so I was correct on that sleeper pick. And then the other one would have been Austin Cindric. He was taken out in the second to last crash. I think he might have gotten a piece of that as well. Finished 23rd. So 1 for 2 on the sleeper picks, 2 for 1 on the must-haves, and the don't-have picks that I predicted to not have top 10s today. I got them all wrong. All 3 of them ended up getting top 10s. Their first top 10s in the Daytona 500. Christopher Bell 3rd. He had a good car. Led a lot of laps. Bowman was kind of silent most of the race, but got back up there, finished 5th. And then Daniel Suarez recovered from that spin, finishing in 7th. But Suarez wasn't really anywhere to be found until the final stage. Bowman was nowhere to be found until the late restarts in this one. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. out of gas, by the way, so he couldn't really do a burnout. And he's getting pushed by a push truck to victory lane. So if we would have had another restart, he wouldn't have even been able to make it. Unbelievable. But Stenhouse wins the 500. Fantasy team, let's take a look at this. What was the damage? Not too bad. Joey Logano finished 2nd. 7 stage points, solid day there. Blaney had a top 10. He didn't have any stage points, but still finished 8th. And then Chris Buescher, 10 stage points and ended up finishing 4th. Larson only had 19. He didn't get any stage points and ended up finishing 18th, unfortunately. And Cindric well outside the top 20 as well. 6 stage points. And as far as the bonus points go, it looks like I hit on all... No, I did not hit on it. I hit on 2 of my bonus points. I had Wallace beating Austin Dillon. That came in correctly. Kyle Busch beat Tyler Reddick. That was correct. Incorrect on Keselowski beat Truex, and incorrect on Hamlin beat Chastain. So 20 bonus points, split even there. And we'll see. If you see on the right side, the top right side of the screen, this is the fantasy league for this week. The Daytona 500 champion in this week's fantasy league is Penske Fan 12 with 180 points, beating me by 1 point this week. I ended up with 179. Third was Hook Tier Flesh, 176 points. 166 points for fourth, Michael K. Pate. And then Derek Booth with 165, going to round out our top 5 for the Daytona 500 in the Fantasy League. Again, you can join on the NASCAR mobile app or website. Go to Fantasy, free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win the regular season or playoff championship, even if you were not in it today, you can still have a chance to win. We're only 1 week in. You can still win the regular season title, and even if you don't, everybody is qualified for the playoffs if you're already in the league. Not sure how many entries we had coming into the day, but we have up to 100. I'm sure there's still entries available for you guys to join. So again, sign up with your email. KRC League is the name of the league, by the way. I'll put it in the chat real quick. KRC League. So that is it. So it looked like 69% of you were able to watch the race today. 31% were not. 435 votes casted in that poll. Still have 250 people watching, so appreciate it, everybody. I don't think Fox has gone off the air yet, so if we get any more interviews in the next couple minutes, I will make sure I get those out to you guys. Joey did not win. Our leaderboard is off. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500. Caution came out on the last lap. Logano was second. I think the reason why on our leaderboard it's showing him first is because he crossed the checkered flag first, but the caution came out on the back straightaway, and Stenhouse was clearly in the lead based off the replays. When it first happened, I thought Logano was in the lead, but the camera wasn't on the leaders. It was on the crash. And then when they showed the replay, it was obvious Stenhouse won, and Logano was second. But, man, that was so close. I definitely won money on Logano still finishing second. And I might have got money for Blaney finishing 8th. I'll have to confirm that once the results are official. I don't think they're completely official. NASCAR will probably be determining the rest of the finish there through the rest of the night. Phone's spazzing out. Gotta get the chat back up. Want to see what your guys' finishing thoughts are of the race today. I thought it was a relatively good race. It stinks that we had to have a couple big crashes there, those last 2 restarts, because it was a pretty clean race all day until we got to the first overtime, really. Yeah, if it wasn't for overtime, honestly, we would have had a huge, majorly clean Daytona 500. No saying if they would have, wrecked the final 2 laps originally or not, but Max D, thanks for tuning in. Based on some weird rule. No, he was definitely ahead when the caution came out, I thought. At first I didn't think so, but then looking at the replay, yeah. I think my heart got the best of me because I put Logano to win. I would have won $1,200 if Joey Logano won. He finished second. I got some money for it, but I didn't win as much. I think I only won like 100 and something. Better than nothing. That's, oh my gosh. That's a little bit painful, I'm not going to lie. Because initially I did think he won. But again, after the replay, he definitely didn't. Rick Jones, thanks for tuning in. It was exciting. Loved it. Overall, I thought it was a good race. I don't think it was a great race, but it was a good Daytona 500. Honestly, if it wasn't for those last 2 wrecks, I thought it would have been a great race. That restart, not the second to last, it would have been the third to last restart, with like 18 to go. The fact that they did not wreck off of that, there's contact all over the place for like 2 laps, that was exciting. Here's Christopher Bell with Josh Sims.
Way racing, you never even made it to the end of one of these Daytona 500s. You made it to the end, but I know you didn't quite get what you wanted.
Yeah, if you would have told me pre-race I was going to run third, I would have jumped up and down and been smiling ear to ear, which I am very happy and very, very thankful that I could get this Rheem and DeWalt Camry a good solid finish. But man, just so close to a crown jewel, and feel like if it would have stayed green, I would have been on offense, and obviously, who knows, but very proud and thankful to be here at Joe Gibbs Racing, and happy for Ricky. That's really cool. very, very happy for Ricky.
Christopher Bell coming up just short.
All right, thank you, Josh Simpson. Boy, what a smile from Ricky Stenhouse Jr., a driver in his mid-30s. And Mike Joy and the crew mentioned JTG, Doherty Racing, Brad Doherty, and...
All 3 career wins for Stenhouse on super speedways. Always one of the guys to look out for. And today he capitalizes for his first ever Daytona 500 victory. And we do have a new Daytona 500 champion as of this race. We're going to wrap up our live stream today. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Still have over 200 people in the post-race chat, so appreciate everybody watching. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. We already hit our goal of 200, well above that right now as we're closing in on 250. We're at 241 right now, so let's see if we can get that to 250 before the end of the night. But appreciate it as always. Not only hit the like button, but most importantly, subscribe if you haven't already for more daily NASCAR content. Live race commentary streams every race weekend for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series this year. It'll be the first year doing all season of Truck and Xfinity with a new work schedule I have. So I will be able to stream on Friday nights and Saturdays if I need to for those races. And as far as the Cup, you can plan on that as well. Auto Club next week. Xfinity Series, that'll be the next live race commentary stream, and then Sunday next week as well. Let me check on the start times on those real quick. I think I might need to back out of this completely. Let me just exit out of this. Checking the schedule for next week before we get out of here. Next live race commentary stream. I know it's Auto Club next week. I'm not sure on the start times for the races. I think the Cup is at 3:30, but I'm not sure on the Xfinity Series. I know they're out west, so they're going to start a little later. That is this week. It's not what I wanted. Schedule, full schedule. So for the Cup Series on Sunday, race starts at 3:30. We'll go live a half hour before the drop of the green flag. So 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday. So mark your calendars, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Sunday. Live commentary from Auto Club for the Pala Casino 400. And the Xfinity Series stream on Saturday will start at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right when that race starts for the Productions Alliance Group 300. So 5 p.m. Saturday for the Xfinity Series, at 3 p.m. Sunday for the Cup Series. That'll be our start times for next week's live streams on the live commentary side of things. Appreciate everybody watching. Again, like, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, and congrats to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for winning the 65th running of the Daytona 500. And thank you, everybody, all the new subscribers throughout Speed Weeks, the returning viewers from last year to this year. It was a lot of fun covering Speed Weeks on the channel for the first time. And hope to see a lot more races with you guys going forward throughout the course of the year. Appreciate it. I'll see you guys. Have a good rest of your Sunday night.